close to being able to be isolated in any phenomena where there are molecules at all.
Luvon has an explanation.
Okay.
He's just, I think, yeah, Luvon. Oh, wait, he's server muted. My bad.
I don't think he has an explanation because there's actually nothing that can be said back as a rebuttal. What I just said is objective. It's not an opinion.
Hello?
Help you guys out, by the way. Like, if you think gravity's real and it's effectively like this
Yeah,
god they
it
created.
is real. It's real.
Well, listen, let's check this out. It's like a god they created for you. So, say someone believes in the Bible and they're writing about the Hindu gods, and so they'd put it with a little g, right? Because they don't believe in it, but they would put their god in the big G, right? So they even gave you a little g and a big G for your god, gravity, right? And this big G is the creative force that created everything out of nothing, effectively, a big bang, and coalesced everything into perfect spheres. It is the answer that you have to give when you cannot explain something. So when you don't know, you just chalk it up to the magic that is the deity gravity. And it's never been proven. And what I'm explaining to you is even the top side level of your side knows that, because on the small scale on the earth, electrostatics is here, everywhere, always present, and way, way stronger than gravity even claims to be. Your model says that it just flips the switch when it gets out on the planetary scale in space. So this gravity ordeal, everyone walks around so cocky thinking that they're smart because they know it's real and they can't believe people are dumb enough to not think it's real, is quite laughable and ironic if you really know what you're talking about.
What does the electromagnetic stuff do then?
Yeah, so electrostatics is an attractive force, right? So if you have positive charge and a negative charge, they're going to attract.
So everything is a magnet, pretty much. That's what you're saying.
No, electrostatics and a magnet in modern terms is not the same thing. A magnet is electrostatics moving coherently together, and its coherence makes it magnetic, as people would say. Or something can be incoherently magnetic because it's still electrostatic. So it's not the same thing technically, but they are still tied in. You cannot have magnetism without electrostatics. So yeah. So that's there. We have the electromagnetic field here. We know how magnetic fields work. So where is gravity, right? All we have is the proof of all this stuff. And why do we need gravity? There is only one answer to that question, by the way. And it's because if the Earth's a sphere, gravity has to exist.
Interesting.
Hey. So, like,
that's why
who
you'll never
said?
prove it.
I still want him to show us gravity curving stuff.
I mean, I'm down. Like, I'm always down.
Maybe after that he can show us Superman.
He says he's down, so
I'm down.
If he's down, he's down.
I'm down.
Yeah, gravity just trying to hold a brother down.
I mean,
Bruce.
I don't know, like, why y'all so pressed against Superman. Superman pretty cool.
But is Superman real?
Yes. The fuck? Aliens are real.
So,
No,
like,
do you think all that shit in Marvel is just like made up or some shit?
Well, no, the Marvel shit's definitely made up, but like DC's more realistic.
Almost like Fallen Watchers that came back in the day.
Almost. So you guys don't work in the really is real thing going on, right? You just work in imaginary land.
What do you mean imaginary land?
What are you talking about?
Like, tell me.
Glow, fucking Superman.
Superman, the Glow, Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus.
The Easter Bunny, they're not real, bro. Those ones are not real.
Do you guys think the government be lying?
I mean, of course not. It's the government.
Right. So you're just ruling about, like, the government lie about everything, right? Like everything. And yo, they even come out and admit they lied about it just a few years later. So,
yeah, but like, how do you lie about something, right? It's not even been a few years.
Like, you guys
it's been like hundreds of years, bro.
Kind of bitchy about it. Like, why you guys attacking us?
So you guys
exactly, bro. Like, let us believe our own religion.
Okay.
Can you guys
How do you
go one at a
not
time,
know people are
please?
lying to you though? Like, how do you not
I
know
mean,
people are
it's
lying
not
to
a
you?
lie. It's
Can
true.
I get this out one at a time, please?
How do you know
Last
it's
time-
true though?
Last time I'm asking.
You just sense it, you know. It's like with the Spidey senses.
All right, but like
Exactly.
you're
Me and Luvan are actually Miles Morales.
I want you guys
Are
to
your
know that
spidey senses tingling when you talk about the electromagnetic forces?
I got like my nut hairs kind of tingle. Yeah.
Shh, buddy, you're not even funny, man. Like, think about
I'm not
punchlines
joking.
first, bro. But here's what I'm saying. I know you're trying to troll, right?
I'm
But
not
what's funny
trolling.
is,
The fuck?
listen, check
No,
this,
bro.
bro.
I'm
Check
really
this. I'm
not.
not done,
We're
bro.
really
I'm
not
not.
trolling.
I'm still talking, homie. So
My
the
bad,
point
my bad.
My bad,
I'm still
nigga.
going.
My bad.
Look, it don't matter if you think you're funny trolling. You still
My
gonna
bad.
have your cogniz obliterated while you're here, and you can leave thinking it was funny, but it's gone nowhere. You're not. What are you gonna unhear the factual information we've said to you?
Yeah, I was
No,
gonna say
I
Earth
mean, I'm
measures
not gonna lie
flat
to you.
regardless of who or what
When
you
I
are.
came here, my brain was flat.
Yo, good
But
one,
then
bro.
my
Hey,
my
check this.
brain became
Shoot a
wide.
laser.
It
When you shoot a
became
laser-
chunky. The wrinkles started.
Thank you. Someone muted him. I was about to. So look, when you shoot a laser over a body of water, if the Earth's a ball or a sphere, that's a shape, right? Then because of geometry, that's the measurement of shapes, right? The curve of that sphere has to block the laser. How can we do on the Earth shoot a laser 30 miles without it hitting the curve of the Earth? How does that work?
Wait, can you repeat that?
Refraction.
Wait. Can you repeat that?
We'll just make some shit up.
Shot a laser 30 miles over a body of water from a height that if the Earth was the real magical sphere that everyone believes it is, it would block the laser, right? Like it would block it because it's curving, because it's a sphere. But it didn't block the laser. You could shoot the laser 30 miles to the other side. And we have footage from the outside seeing that it was horizontal the entire way across the body of water. So where's the curve of the Earth that should have been blocking it by hundreds of feet?
Okay, wait. I'm working on my music right now. So what we're saying is we're shooting this laser 30 miles across a body of water, and the receiving point of thus designated laser is where it's supposed to curve is receiving it perfectly. That's what you're saying right now.
There's supposed to be a curve in between it, blocking it. Yeah, and it gets to the other side. That's right. Like if can you see through a corner? Can a pregnant lady see her feet? Can you see through a mound of dirt?
No.
Right. So same thing with the Earth if it's actually a sphere.
Okay, I see what you're saying with that.
Yeah, bro. But so no one's ever thought about it because they say it's so big, but it's not just so big. It's a certain size. It's 3,959-mile radius.
Do you have a link? Was it like a like that was actually done, right?
Oh yeah. Look,
I'm curious.
I can link you one that's like 22 miles. The other one is in a movie that I saw the premiere of, isn't released yet. So I don't have rights to share any of the specifics of that.
Links.
It doesn't matter. Same problem with the 22 miles, my man.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, same problem. It's just based on how high up off the ground you are. 30 miles is just wildly long. That's insane. There were something like 500 feet of Earth curvature was supposed to be blocking the laser. Which is why flat Earth is censored.
Okay.
Yeah. What about the Morse code? That was supposed to be blocked by the curve of the Earth. It was able to go 1,000 miles.
What'd you say?
Indio talks about it all the time. You know, lasers one, but then there's a signal that was sent across from was it the UK to or England to Canada, then England to Australia.
I don't think I've heard that one.
Check this out, bro. So if you have a tower and it's going to send out a radio wave, it's going to send it out straight out from the radio wave, right? Like it's going to aim the signal using line of sight. So you just look out, assuming the Earth's a horizontal plane. So this guy named Marconi, infamous for the radio wave, right? This was early 1900s. He was like, I'm going to shoot this radio wave farther than anyone's ever shot it. And he wanted to shoot it 2,200 miles or so. And all of his detractors told him, you can't do that. It'll never work because your radio wave will hit the curvature of the Earth at just 200 miles or so. And so he shot the radio wave using line of sight, assuming a horizontal plane Earth, and he hit the target first attempt. He later sent radio waves 10,000 miles. Not 200, 10,000. No Earth curvature blocking the radio waves.
You saying that,
typing, bro.
you saying that is what makes me wonder about cell phone. So a cell phone technically, it ain't going through but like 100 feet of ground, based off of one tower. So like I've been trying to sit there and go, if I'm running off of one tower, even though it's a line of sight, that I can see the tower from 10 miles away or whatever. If they were saying that there's supposed to be a curve or stuff, technically, if I was to hold my phone down at the ground, it seems like I shouldn't be getting any signal. But that's kind of one that goes over my head. But I've been wondering, like, that type of scenario that you just said.
Okay,
Right,
wait. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so what happened was if you shoot it over a globe, then the surface of the Earth, if it's a sphere, is curving down and away from you in all directions immediately, always, right? So as the radio wave keeps going out horizontally propagating, the Earth is going down and away from it. So effectively, it's increasing in altitude. It's getting higher, right? Because the Earth's going down beneath it. So it's getting higher above the Earth, which is what altitude is, height above the Earth. And so
if I hear you type again, dude.
Oh, my bad, sorry.
Roboting.
It couldn't have hit its target because it wouldn't work on a globe. So they say that there's this imaginary area called the ionosphere, which just makes it look identical to a flat Earth when you shoot the radio waves, but actually it bends it back down and reflects it back towards the globe. That's when they came up with the ionosphere.
Okay, who was it that mentioned the cell phone? Was it John?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
What
Yeah, John.
exactly were you asking again? That really intrigued me.
So I know that a cell phone, just off of, people who said they want to be buried with their cell phone in a casket, it finally came out that was like, hey, your cell phone's not going to work in a casket. Because of it can't work through the ground like that.
Yeah, it'll be 6 feet.
Yep. So what I was wondering, so like, what is it? 3 miles or so is, supposed to be 6 feet of the curve. I mean, do they have to set up a tower every 3 miles? Just speaking, if you were to believe in the globe, they would literally have to set up a tower probably every 2 miles, probably.
So
you do know what a cellular network is, right?
Yeah, that.
No, but no,
it's a group of it's a group of towers, repeaters, transceivers. That's what a cell is. In a cellular network, it's built up of cells.
Yeah, and it also connects to satellites, but we would also...
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, hold on, let me finish.
Yeah, they don't even say they use satellite for more than 2% of information.
I know,
on
but
Earth.
still, there are some that do, but we're also taking satellites out of the...
You don't need a satellite when you got...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but this harassment going on in live stream voice text is unacceptable. I'm actually really...
Okay. No, I said hard man next time. Later, dude. I'm not playing, man. When people are talking is not the proper time to speak.
Yeah, just for a second, Michael, I'm curious. I've never heard someone say they wanted to be buried with their cell phone.
Yeah.
That is what you would say.
I'm just very curious about that.
Well, the point is that it doesn't work in the ground. The Earth can't like absorb and release the radio waves back to the other people, which is why they wouldn't work on a globe. And they wouldn't have to be as close as 2 miles because radio towers are much taller than 6 feet or so. So yeah, but
well, I mean, what would be the purpose of that? I mean, I'm very, very curious about this. So, someone
to keep your grandma from going through your text messages and finding out that you've been a dirty, rotten 2-bit drinking.
That's the same thing I've heard of, and I mean, there's a lot of insane shit going on, in the world right now. But
Helio,
that is one of the most insane shit that I've ever heard of. I want my cell phone to be buried with me, even though you recycle that shit every 2 years. I mean, it's like, I want my cell phone with me when I'm buried in the coffin.
Yeah, because if you get buried alive, you can call for help, bro. You can call the BBC.
That is the one
With an
thing that
extension cord.
I could think of that. Just like that one guy, he had his coffin buried, and he had it patented with a glass panel and also a bell that he could ring in the case that he did get buried alive. So I could understand it if it's for that kind of reasoning, like in case you do get buried alive, which would be
crazy.
very rare.
I remember that guy that got buried with that Bible verse, Psalms 19:1, that says that the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator, and it was the same guy that was a Nazi officer and claimed to go to the moon or help us go to the moon, and basically
Most
found
people, when you tell them that, dude, they don't even see the connection. You know what I mean? That's what's sad.
Well, yeah, the firmament is the container on the earth, so why?
Yeah, wasn't that guy like the head of NASA?
Yeah, Werner von Braun. Yeah.
Psalms 19:1, huh? The firmament showeth his handiwork. It's kind of a weird thing for somebody who helped us go to the moon.
No big deal, though.
But then again, if you trust Nazis.
He helped us go to the moon.
That's
Look
when
at
they
the
say they
definition
they
for
get
firmament too. Look at the definition. So it says the heavens of the sky, especially when regarded as a tangible thing. Now, there's some people that defy that there's a creator, but like what it said, Big G is their creator. Funny enough, Georges Lemaitre, a Catholic priest, is the one that proposed this idea.
Yeah. Dude, the Big G, Little G thing trips me out, bro. People know what you're talking about if you say Big G, Little G, talking about writing God.
Quick question: is Central still in here? Yeah. Okay. So, Witsit. So earlier, whenever we were talking about space being non-existent, right?
I'm sorry to cut you guys off, but I just wanted to say thank you for informing us about everything. That was really fucking retarded, nigga. Nobody asked.
Oh, you poor thing. It's okay. And rest in peace.
That was fun. That was fun.
I'm glad I didn't miss that last part.
All right, go ahead, bro.
So we came.
Did anybody ban him?
That was a hilarious spiral at the last.
There's a seizure, no big deal.
All right, thanks, Trace.
Just thank God it wasn't a grand mal seizure. We'd have to call the cops.
It was worse.
Never go full retard. Never.
the global mall seizure.
All we're offering is for people to measure the curvature. That's it. Just go measure the curvature. That's all we're offering.
Yep.
Listen. It's rude to ask for something that literally can't happen in reality. That's all I'm saying.
You can't help it, huh?
I know, but I can't help it either, man. I'd love to do it.
Just get them.
That's not fair.
Get them some shoulder pads, a helmet, and some arm flotation devices so they don't drown in their soup.
Yeah, we're accused often of
drill. They could just drill on down themselves.
All right. Can we move on? The guy was asking a question.
Yeah, this dude had a question about Narnia that they call outer space.
I honestly forget what I was saying.
Well, you were talking about how outer space isn't real, and that's right, man.
We came to the conclusion of that. Okay, now I get it. Okay, I saw a comment in the voice text, and it was about where is it? Hold on, I'm trying to find it. It was something about quote, flat earthers took us to the moon. Was that Sarcastic?
Yep.
Okay, I didn't know because I thought we came to the conclusion. That's my bad.
Well, I mean, it seems that Werner von Braun was somewhat of a flat earther if you look at his headstone.
Yeah.
That's all I was getting at. It was a joke.
Some say they came and got him, and he kind of had to go along to get along. Dun dun dun.
All right, well,
and he was a Nazi scientist brought over after World War II to America, and then he was a scientist that
he was an SS officer.
SS officer. Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
Well, that's that's not just some random guy they went and picked out or anything, you know.
Okay, well,
and he was one of the developers of NASA space program here in the United States.
Are you trying to say America is Nazi America? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, hold on. I think
yes.
Here's what happened. After World War II, I mean, this is what the story says. There were some SS officers or people that were involved with German engineering or whatever, that after the war, instead of being indicted for war crimes, they were split up between the Russians and the Americans, right? And so I think maybe the Russians got the raw end of the deal because NASA is the hotter prize.
Well, instead of being tried for war crimes, they were revered as scientific geniuses, and they just barely even had to change the name.
So this can all be proven to be correct. Operation Paperclip was
Operation Paperclip.
Declassified. Yep.
I'm just like, you flat earthers are lying. You're just making shit up. Where do you think we came up with these?
But hey, that's the part. People don't even know that, right? So they don't know that, and you'll get people freak out. But that's how actually the censorship is very vital for them, because if people even knew stuff like that, oh man,
dude. After World War II, with these agreements, they said, well, we're going to save these Nazi scientists. We're going to give some of them to America. We're going to give some to Russia, some to England. But England is still America. I mean, if you guys don't know that the English own America, then if you haven't figured that shit out by now, that shit's over.
Well, here's the baffling question though. So whenever they don't know any of that, and you tell them all about it, about the Nazis and the SS officer being appointed to the head of space exploration for NASA when it was founded, how do they then go right back into pretending that you're dumb and they know more? It's pretty crazy.
There is no more domination. It's all mind control, Anyway, go ahead. I'll shut up, guys. You guys fucking go ahead.
Yeah,
my bad.
I want to ask Quentin, this guy, a question. He asked so many questions to us, but I haven't heard anyone asking him a question. Is he still here, Quentin Nick6? Or what was his name?
Quentin, come back.
No.
You can blame it all on me.
That's right.
Did he left?
Yeah, he definitely.
Okay, let's go to the next dude.
Or
chick.
Pity.
There's still plenty of people listening and plenty of people in the list.
Yeah, you were getting through to him. Good stuff, that's it. He's just gone off in panic mode. He was picking it up logically along the way when you were talking about space. He was like, but wait a minute, that would mean... And wait a minute, that would mean... So yeah, that was good stuff. Good conversation, guys.
I second that motion.
I got a question for you, flat earthers. If everybody's lying to us, then how do we know what truth is? What is truth, sir?
Truth is that which is consistent with fact.
Depends on who you are.
We'll have
A
to
nice
go down to the
cup of
Bible
warm
room to
coffee in the
explain
morning.
that. Yeah, when you're ready
Like
for the Bible room,
what
we
it
can discuss
is?
that.
I don't know.
It's subjective to the person who's
Yeah.
spitting it.
Correct. Truth is subjective.
Oh,
Whether you
absolutely
believe
not.
this or
No,
not.
it's not. No, it's
Whether
not.
you believe
No.
this or not, I don't give a fuck. Because that's just your perception of things. Just your opinion. That's it. How is opinion not subjective? Tell me quick.
Oh, until you want your change back when you go to Goodwill and give them a $10 bill for a $1 Bible, you need your change back.
I'd tell Goodwill to keep it. They're a non-profitable organization. But hey, that's Christian. And that's my opinion.
John Travolta, that's truth.
The person, John Travolta, that's true? Is that right? Is that what you said? Or am I not watching the voice text?
Back to that Operation Paperclip thing. The most excuses that I've heard, it's a pretty consistent excuse. When you ask people, like, if that matters, they said, well, our enemies would have got them if we didn't. So, at least someone got them. Oh, so they can work for us, and that's fine. And that excuses the fact that they were Nazis.
Yeah, it's almost like, wait, you bypassed the part where they're worthless killers and psychopaths. You bypassed that part and made it sound like it's a good thing that we got them first.
And then why would they have to be put in charge of everything?
So
yeah.
Just why don't you take them and then sit them in the corner?
And who are those enemies, actually, if those guys were not the enemy?
The questioning public was the enemy, my friend. Literally, that's what the whole Cold War was. My opinion, was just a joint effort. Russia, America, had to both brainwash their populations. They kind of came to an agreement.
Kind of. The Cold War was initiated by television. It was on you.
And dude, if you Google it, it says 40 years. The Cold War was 40 years long. 40 years of propaganda and psychological warfare.
40 years, wow. I didn't realize it was that long.
Crazy.
Right.
More than a whole generation.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. It's nuts, dude, nuts. People just sat back and took it up the ass for 40 fucking years. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but that's ridiculous.
Romanian. I steal words out of people's mouths.
Yeah. Yeah, that is what you do. Sorry, go ahead.
It's like 90, and 90's like 32 years ago now, which is pretty crazy. And they just recently scared Americans with the whole Russian thing again.
Yeah.
Why not, man? Why not? Once a generation or more, if they can get away with it.
Right, like you already.
I don't watch the news. What in the world are they scaring us about now?
Well, back in the day, like not too long ago, there was a whole ordeal about Russia.
Well, ask a person who's in his 80s, 80-year-old, an 80-year-old American. Ask him, how was it in the 50s in school? Did the teacher train them to hide under the tables when they hear the alarm? The city alarm.
Yeah.
Everybody is hiding, yeah.
Yeah, my mom said she grew up in elementary school having to, get under desks and tables, and she was like, man, nothing ever happened, and we hated it, and it's like, yeah.
Okay, so they did Operation Paperclip, 1945, and 1946 Operation High Jump. But what else happened in 45? They ran the whole propaganda campaign about nuclear bombs, right?
Yeah.
So,
but the funny thing, go ahead.
they firebombed Japan like they had the whole summer, and how numerous other countries were. And then the Russians sent in a written notice saying we're about to invade on the ground starting tomorrow. And that's when they actually surrendered, was when there was 1 million Russian troops invading on the ground. Japan surrendered and initially reported it it was illegal as a U.S. journalist to report on it, unless you were this one approved guy, and the trains were working the next day, whatever. But then the whole idea of this nuclear bomb threat is now implemented as true. We caught it on tape, however that works. And so then they scared everyone with that idea, with Russia and America back and forth, Russia, American nukes.
Yeah. The funny thing I wanted to say, when they train children in school to hide under the desks, to get under that desk, you have to actually bow down and kneel. And
yeah, because they were on the floor, right? They were attached to the ground.
Yeah. When you were doing that, you are actually not in the moment of bowing and kneeling, like praying to God. You were doing out of the blue. And it spiritually kind of means like you are praying to nothing, worshipping the nothing, like in vain, doing something in vain. And they knew it has spiritual implications. This is how they surely take it, like rituals, satanic rituals.
Sorry,
this is what they are for them. And yeah, they want us to do all these sort of things, which we treat them, it doesn't has a meaning. It doesn't mean that, But
hey, look over here, nuclear bombs. We're gonna go explore Antarctica, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, they had to do something to distract them. I don't know, though, like, was that around the same time that they were exploring Antarctica, all the nuke scares and everything? I guess it wasn't it?
Yeah.
I jumped 1946.
Yeah, shit. Well, I try not to talk to my mom about it because I know she knows the truth, but she will not admit it. And I know I can see it like hurting her, So I try not to talk about it. She's smart enough to know it's all bullshit, but like, you know what I mean? Something about admitting it to your own son. I don't know. And I just feel bad. I don't want to like pressure her into saying anything, but I know she knows. And like every time we start to talk about it or comes up at dinner or something, we both just look at each other and change the subject. Oh well. I told her, I was like, Mom, you're the reason I'm woke. And I kind of say that tongue in cheek, woke. And you taught me how to think for myself. She goes, yeah, honey, but flat earth.
It's too much.
She's hilarious. Yeah, too much. Come on, there's got to be a line. I was like, the government lies to you all the time, right? You're actually coming around on the V-juice. And she goes, yeah, I know about all that. And I'm like, okay, where's the disconnect?
Wow. Yeah.
Anyway.
Tell her, if the government lied once, did they do that only once, or are they not going to do it
Here's
again?
the worst part. I grew up lying to her a lot. Okay?
Exactly.
So she knows I'm a liar, right? But she'll still give me what I want like half the time. So there's something inside of her that, because she loves people and her fellow man, she wants to believe the best in them no matter what she's shown. It's kind of like the spouse cheating kind of deal, just in a different form. But yeah, she's a sweetheart. And she is the reason I think for myself for the most part. So yeah, anyway.
The other 80 times he didn't lie.
You guys look at the
right.
Well, she did an amazing job, for you being as you are. And yeah, you're a very special person here.
You're gonna mess around and make me cry now, aren't you? That's what you're trying to do. I knew it.
No.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, he was just laughing over your monologue there a few seconds ago.
That's fine. That's okay. I appreciate it, Get. Right back at you, brother.
Yeah.
Us Romanian, or us vampires, we got to stick together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so be kind and don't upset her.
Yeah, I do my best every day to do more and more for the family and for her, just cause. Yeah, no, she's a. If every woman were like my mother, absolutely. Yeah. And most of them are as strong as my mom. I'll tell you that. Women with kids, I couldn't do it.
They are
just women in general. Be so hard. Sorry, go ahead.
They are different kind of beings. As a man, I'm not sure we can truly comprehend that.
That's okay. I love being fascinated by women. So that's all right. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
I like to be fascinated by women too.
Right? They're just special creatures.
Hey, Enoch, Happy New Year.
Hey, Happy New Year.
First time I hear you this year.
Welcome back, brother. How you been?
Yeah.
Oh, right. I've been good.
Well, that's good.
I'm still here, alive.
Right. Well, it's good to hear your voice, brother.
Huh?
I said it's good to hear your voice, brother.
Thank you. It's nice to hear your guys' voice. I like the Bruce Lee post there. I don't know if I can make my wings pop.
Hey, by the way, on that point, there are a lot of people that have been in here before and contributed much to us that we don't hear from anymore. And, I often wonder what happened to them.
Yeah.
And it's almost impossible to find out. So
yeah, where's Mitty?
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure he's okay. And he's probably listening. So if you say, come, any kind of fool could see the globe is bullshit. So I think I can summon Mitty back just to let us know he's okay.
You just take a dump on that song or what, man? Come on, man. Clean it up.
All right. But anyway, there's other people there are other people that were like sort of in bad health at times when they came in. I was just worried. I'm worried about some people that were involved here that were kind of in bad health and then they just disappear. I'm pretty sure Mitty's okay. He just had.
What about Dave Hinkle? Anybody seen Dave?
Dave was here yesterday.
Motherfucker.
No, he was here today.
Well, then we're good.
He's here every day now, my friend.
What you talking about, man? That motherfucker was in here today. Anyway, I just want to shout out to everyone that's been involved. But I also, I kind of wonder about some people that joined for a while and they're solid. And so, if you hear our voices, get your ass back in here so that we know you're okay.
You are the rebellion.
You are the resistance.
I was trying to finish
If I were to make the rules,
you're hearing our voice. You are the resistance.
Yeah, if you don't hear from me for like a month, there's something wrong.
Helio, if I don't hear from you for more than 3 days,
Okay,
No,
yeah, but 3 days.
Helio, you are obligated to be present here like at least 3 times a week. So 3 times a
well,
week.
it usually happens on the
minimum
weekends,
you
like-
have to show up.
3 times
Usually
a week.
happens on the
3 times a week.
My
Yeah.
God, it's like Hollywood and Vine in here. You just got to stomp the gas and hope you don't hit no one.
3 times a week, 3 beer maximum.
No, but there's several people.
How many
that-
bottles? Hold up. You got to put a bottle cap on there too, bro.
1 bottle, maximum 1 bottle.
1 pint.
Small bottle.
1 pint.
Come on.
1 pint, 42 ounces.
Small
All right.
bottle paste, buddy.
Yeah, I do not.
Matter of fact, airplane bottle.
For the most part, I don't necessarily join unless
I need
I'm
to get you motherfuckers here and
inebriated.
just drink
but
a couple
anyway.
bottles of scotch.
Helio,
Except for you.
why is that?
Except
You're
for
a
you.
beautiful person. You
Except
should
for
let it all out.
pregnant old lady.
Hey, eventually I'm
need
going
to
to stop
mask it.
drinking. No, I'm gonna stop drinking. At a certain point.
Are you?
But that's okay. I will.
That's great.
No,
I've done it before, and I can do it again. Anyway,
I got a good one. Ask me why the earth is flat, please. Ask me.
Why is
Why
it
is
flat?
the earth flat?
You can't answer that, bro. Don't be silly.
all right.
Okay.
So Earth is flat because we just asked you, and you said, "Wah, wah, wah."
He's
telling you.
He's speaking Bruce Lee right now.
My brother.
Ding bao, these are
Now I must.
This is one
Thank
word,
you.
right?
One full sentence. You
And a spear behind it.
have insulted my brother. I must break you.
I could see your mouth moving when you weren't talking just then, Mike.
Yeah. Still moving.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, that's fiery fist of fury, motherfucker. You don't know what's
It's
up.
the best. And they just sat there. They're like, you know what? Fuck it. We're not gonna do that language shit. If we're just gonna first take whatever. Doesn't matter. Doesn't even look like he's saying that same shit. Don't care.
Dandelion's a comedian.
What's she saying?
For the most part, I don't join unless I'm inebriated. Helio 2022.
There it is. But
bada boom, bada bing.
Hey, check this
I know
out.
that.
To be fair, that's not the first time
Check
you
this
said
out.
that.
Hey,
Exactly.
You
I mean,
said
it's-
that, bro.
No, bro. I mean, that's actually true. I don't feel like talking to you, motherfuckers, unless I have a buzz.
And this is how you lose friends due to alcoholism.
I'll send him a bottle of scotch. What are you talking about?
No,
Then I can get on here and go, okay, bro,
I'll send him
break
some
out
Mad
that
Dog
bottle.
on 2020.
I can listen all
fuck that.
day, but I
That's
just
raw
don't
ass.
really feel like talking until I'm in the mood to talk. That's the
Gentleman
basic
Jack?
idea.
What would please
No.
you? Jamerson?
Who would put you in the mood?
I'd rather have Gentleman Jack than Jameson.
Well, I don't know. I like both, but I don't drink whiskey. I'm on the vodka kick
Any
right
day.
now, but whatever.
Imagine saying that to a Glober, right? I would answer your question, but I'm not in the mood right now.
It's just like some of the arguments are so stale and boring that I just don't even want to get involved.
Gotta get me in the mood.
Everyone's about breakfast. I don't want no coffee or tea. Just me and my good buddy Wiser. That's all I ever need, because I drink alone. Yeah, with nobody else.
There you go. That's what
I
prefer to be by myself.
It's not on. The reason is because it's not you guys. It's the stale arguments. I mean, it's just like I hear the same bullshit every day.
My pale Jack Daniels and his partner Jimmy Beam, and we drink alone.
I just have to be in the mood to come on voice. That's all I'm saying.
I do the
well, just
I do the towel thing, Hold on, let me get high real quick.
Yeah, Bong, you beat me to it. Damn it, I was gonna say that too. I gotta get high to hang out with you too. So
Yeah, it was better when I do it.
I had to get the youngest. Yeah, listen, my youngest is jealous because my grandson just don't want to be away from me. So I had to get her to come get him so I could open the window and pop the fan in and smoke some weed.
Pop the fan in. What does that mean? Like blowing out the window so he doesn't smell it?
Literally, his first word is Papa, and I just met him. I already got him saying Papa.
So it's pot pa? Is that what it is? Pot pa?
Well,
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Get there. It might get there, Helio. You never know.
Hey, your grandson, you teaching Spanish to your grandson? Because papa is potato in Spanish. Papa.
Oh, Grandpa.
Potato in
Papa.
Spanish.
Papa. Oh, well, that's nice. In America, it's short for Grandpa.
He knows that. He knows that.
We could say Opa. Opa.
That's great. He's learning Spanish early.
He's learning Spanish. You know why it's mama and papa, or it's because that's baby talk, right? I mean,
Mama means that he wants the mama's the mama's milk. Mama. He wants his mama.
Well,
that's the first. It's the first phrases they learn. That's why it's baby talk. It's like mama, papa.
That's I got him. I got him a bite of that custard long john, that Hinckley's donut.
You got him on that one there.
Yeah, Abuelo hooked him up.
Helio, what's your first word? Beer?
Itchy. His first word was
I don't have any fucking grandchildren, by the way, but
means itchy.
If I did, he would probably call me whatever his dad said. Hey, it was either grandpa. I think I prefer grandpa if I have
absolutely. Helio, of all of us, you would make the best grandpa. I'm not even kidding. I don't care who's listening and saying, "Oh no, I'd make a better one." Fuck all that. Dude. You are a big old teddy bear, and that's that.
Yeah, I don't challenge people.
Well, it's like when your kids have kids, you get to choose what your kids. Listen, when your kids have kids, you get to choose what their kids call you. And I want to be grandpa.
Yeah. Well, Papa's just easier than grandpa or grandfather.
Dude, my son called his. This is weird. I mean, I think my kid's weird for this. My kid calls his. I mean, both of my grandparents were, or both of my grandparents were dead.
Oh no!
I mean, my father was dead before I ever had a kid, but my mother's nana. But I would prefer to be called grandpa. But but I only have one son, and he hasn't any children yet.
It'll lead to grandpa. Give me a minute.
No, it's cool. But my mother's nana to everyone.
Before he can walk. He's sleeping right now. I gotta be.
Yeah. So I'd prefer to be called grandpa. I have a feeling it's going to happen in the next.
I don't know though.
Years.
My kids could always sleep real well with dad yelling at the TV over sports games. My son, he'd
he what?
Snore loud
breaking up.
So as long as I was talking, I'd stop talking. He'd fucking wake up. My son, he used to wake up when I
Mike was breaking up there. I don't know.
Yeah, they're using the bandwidth.
You know, it's weird. In other languages or cultures, like we don't have, like in my language, we don't have terms of endearment. You know, like mom or dad, or you straight up call them by their first name. And that's why I'm like, which is weird. Terms of endearment or calling people by their name.
Yeah, my mom hates it when I call her first name. Man.
Yeah, I know. Right?
Yeah. Don't do it. You just don't do it.
I feel it's a little programmed in my
Weird. Well, of course it's programmed.
My daughter don't like her nickname.
I was like when we started having kids, my mom said, "Hey, I wanted to be known as Nana."
What, you a farmer? You got goats?
Jeez, Louise.
When she was a baby, when my daughter was a baby, I'd come in with a big plate of food, and I always give meat and potatoes, and she'd reach right over and scoop a big pile of my potatoes and gravy and just take it. Just be like,
Wow.
shoot with her hands. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
So I called her tater tot, man. If it was potato, she'd eat it fried, whatever.
Yeah, see that, and that's a good nickname, but she probably doesn't like it because you called her out on her nonsense and then gave her the nickname.
Dude, what are you talking about? Potatoes are awesome,
bro.
You'll have the potatoes, and she'll be like, "Papa, Papa." Saying
yeah, but she was robbing him blind.
Yeah.
Where'd you get the baby from, Mike? You were messing with the farmer's daughter, or what?
Just straight handfuls, dude, and just sticking her face right.
Hell yeah, she was a farmer's daughter. What the fuck are you talking
She's
about?
badass. She's flexing the whole time, right? Flexing her left, eating with the right. Shit.
Hey, guess his name.
Papas fritas.
Oh, it's a girl.
Guess his name. My daughter.
Or a guy. What?
It's a boy. Guess his name. It's a boy.
Whose
Guess
boy?
his name. My daughter got me crying with this one. My daughter's, my oldest daughter's. His name is Mike.
Michael.
Oh, no. She named him after Dad.
That's good.
That's
great. And his middle name.
You're cutting out a little bit.
Name, so
you're cutting out, and it's like the worst time because I really want to hear about this.
Oh, well, his dad's name is John, so she named him after me, and his middle name is John. So I'm Michael Jonathan, and he's Michael John.
I like it.
Oh, it's original.
He's not a Smith, though, but that's my daughter's married. Her and her husband live with me now, though. But they're
what a perfectly American name, Michael John Smith.
Might as well be Smiths. They're all the Smith. You're all the Smith clan. I don't know what.
Smith. Uh-oh.
Yeah, bro. I asked my mom when I was like 15, could she get any more common with my fucking name?
I don't think so.
It's like, it's like Michael. I tried. I suggested that we name my son. You know, with my wife. I suggested it because I'm a junior. Suggested it. She was like, "No, fuck, that ain't gonna happen."
Could have named you John Smith.
Yeah, yeah, that's what my mom said. But she said it's not common because I didn't spell your middle name the common way. It's Jonathan.
You know what my middle name is, Michael? It's Michael.
Nice. Dennis.
Hey.
At least when he's filling up paperwork, he can skip the ethnicity part because everybody know he's white.
Hey, is your last name Xavier Helio?
No,
so you could be DMX.
No, but I'll tell you what my confirmation name is through the Catholic Church. You know what it is? It's John.
Dennis Michael John.
Our names.
That sounds like a disease. I got the Dennis Michael John.
When we name things, don't we name
that's funny, isn't it?
Don't we name things according to their qualities so that the name kind of, reminds us of the quality or the, you know what I mean? Like, it seems like we're just giving names.
Yeah, I like that. I like that you bring that up. The name Michael is a question. Who is like the Most High? And I'll be the first to tell you none. Not one is like the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
I will defend
That's the
that.
name of the angel.
If it means fighting.
Right? Yeah, it
Yeah,
means
Michael.
Mikhail.
And he's the defender. Yeah, it means who is, it's a question. Who is like the Most High? And the answer is none, not one.
Were there any other Michaels before you that you were named after in your family, though?
Me? No.
Sometimes I think parents choose names before the baby even comes out. You know what I mean? I think that's like, is this how we used to name? Is this how we, you know what I mean? How we've always named our children? You know, like pick a name, any name. Oh, I want to go with an Indian name. How about Shaliqua?
Oh
You know what I
my.
mean? Like weird stuff. Like,
Oh,
You know
what I
what's
mean?
really, you know what's really interesting about my name? It's a DMC, right? And then in the 80s, it's like Run DMC. It's like,
yeah.
But you can't
that's
run.
my
You
initial.
can't run, Dennis.
Dude,
You
dude,
can't
listen
run,
to this
Dennis.
shit. Listen,
I
didn't
used to
get
be able
any
to run
choice.
before I broke my leg. God damn it!
I didn't get any. I didn't get any choice on first names. My ex-wife's name was Tammy, so she wanted T names, so it became Tyler, Tanya, and Taylor. TTT.
Oh,
Tammy and the 3 T's. It's Tammy and the 3 T's or Mike and the 4 T's.
What's up with the T's, eh? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Why do people pick names like that, you know, versus
Well, I got middle names, so it's Tyler Michael, Tanya Michelle, and Taylor Ann.
Well,
That's just hey, that's just so her name spells as
the point I was trying to make is that like everyone is supposed to have a special, unique name. You know what I mean to them.
Yes.
You know that everyone's supposed to have a special, unique name. If you think about a name, if you think about computer programming, you can't like two variables cannot have the same name because it'll conflict. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like we're all unique.
Yeah.
Every dog has his own personality, right? So everyone.
I like
Nevaeh. You know, go ahead.
Well,
No,
there's nothing.
I like
there's
Nevaeh.
nothing wrong
That's
with
heaven
naming your
backwards.
child. There's nothing wrong with naming your child like John or Stephen or something like that. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, the creative
I'm with
part is the
Bongo.
middle name. The creative part is the
I've
middle
never
name.
used a dog's name again, and every dog I ever had in my life is buried out back in the pet cemetery, and I know each individual one because they all had different names.
If I had a choice, I would have named my son George, but I didn't have a choice in that. He could have been Dennis the Third, but anyway, there was this cat I rescued. He was found. We found him outside of my work, and I was like, "All right, you know what?" Because I've always liked the name George. It sounds really, it's a
I kind of want to take this to there's another point that I want to take this towards is like yesterday there were terms, let's just say names, right, thrown around, names like satellite, right, names like earth, these words, right, that represent specific things, you know what I mean? And then they'll say, well, now satellite doesn't mean that anymore. I was like, where did you get, why would you use this word to describe that up there? Why don't you come up with a new word for it? Why do scientists coin new terms every day? And yet when it comes to these things, you know, like you use these terms, like satellite means follower. Gravity means the seriousness or the weight of your work. You know what? You guys get what I'm talking about here?
Sure. I mean, it's like when it comes to names of planets and names of gods. I mean, Saturn.
Don't beat around the bush,
obviously
just spit it out.
is associated with satellites, of course.
What about your name, Dennis? You're always talking about how you're a dick, right? Why don't you change your name to Penis?
Well, no, hold on. From what I've researched, Dennis, it is as a form of the the god of wine, Dionysus, which is a female god. Greek god of wine, Dionysus. Have you ever heard of that before?
Yeah.
Dionysus?
Dionysus, yes.
Nitrous.
I said Tris,
I was
whatever. Dionysus. That's kind of the origin of the name.
Well, that's what it. Yeah, it's a male version of that. Yes.
Dion. Is where the name Dion comes from, eh?
Not well. I mean, based on what?
All of that.
What are you talking about? I mean, when I looked up the term, the origin of my name Dennis, that's what I came up with. It was mostly
a little change in my pocket going.
It had to do with Dionysus.
Yeah, that's what I got too.
And that's the god of wine. I mean, yeah, just look it up right now. Yep. You'll find out. Yeah.
I did. Here's a screenshot.
When I asked the question, like, hey, where does my name come from? My dad says, oh, it was my best friend in the Navy. It's like, really? Like, come on, Dad. You should try to tell me.
I wouldn't do that. I lost a friend in service. We went to high school together. We enlisted together. So I wouldn't do that to any of my kids.
No, I understand. What it means. It's just that it doesn't match who you are. When you look at yourself, your personality, and you look at your name, they might not match. Your dad or parents may have given you that name because I don't know, so that you can remind them of that person. You know what I mean? But what is your real name? What do I call you? Right? Like, oh, call me Dennis. So there's so many Dennises, though. Like, you're another Dennis. You know what I mean? Like, you're special. So your name should reflect you.
No, I get that. I'm not sold out to it completely. I mean, if you think that's what the idea is, I'm just saying, bro. No, you're.
I like the biblical meaning of my youngest's name, Taylor. Clothed with salvation. Taylor, clothed with salvation.
Yeah, Michael, right? Which is my middle name, right? See?
No, Taylor. That's the meaning of Taylor.
I'm totally
biblical meaning.
Okay, why? I mean, were there, like, in the old days? They recycled names, right? Right. Just like we do today, right?
Of course. Yeah, it does. So, Michael, where did you come with this Taylor? Is it with a Y or an I?
Taylor.
Okay, see, that's where the difference is, right?
Meaning of Taylor, Taylor. Tyler's Tyler.
This is why people
so
can't.
So Michael can have two different biblical meanings. It can mean who is like God or gift from God.
This is why a lot of people in the East can't understand English, like, completely. And and vice versa. We can't understand.
It's because we're separated from root meanings of words.
Yeah. Yep, exactly.
What is a tailor? Someone who cuts clothing.
What's a smith?
Right.
What's a smith? A blacksmith.
A metal worker.
Yeah. In the Western tradition, what do they call it in the East?
The black has an entirely different meaning too, though. A smith.
So Michael.
Smiths are all the same thing.
Michael the blacksmith, he lives down there, right? He becomes Michael Smith, right? Like that. It's like your trade eventually becomes your. It's like your family becomes known for that trade, right? Is that how it probably worked? I don't know.
The gift from God. He who.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The gift from God is from the name.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
John. How about John? The one who makes away. The one who makes away. He who shapes metal. I do this, though, to people's names, so this isn't new to me.
No, it's cool. I mean, it's really cool. A lot of people don't know this, so I mean, it's cool that we're talking about it. You know, it's cool
to do this thing.
Because they don't even. I mean, a lot of people just have a name and they don't really research how their names came about. I mean, like when people are pregnant or whatever, when you're having a daughter or a son or whatever, I'm just like, I'm gonna name this person this. And they're like, well, it's just, it's through tradition, I'm going to name it after this or my grandfather or whatever. Or I'm just going to name it for.
First read that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry if I'm being.
When my daughter first read that, it says clothes with salvation or extremely beautiful. She said, oh, did you guys know that before you named me that? And I wanted to lie to her and tell her, yeah. But I said, no, your mom just wanted a T name. I can't lie to you. I would like to, but I can't. She was like, damn it. So she went to her mom. Mom, did you know what my meaning of my name was before you named me? And she was like, Taylor, I can't lie. I don't know the meaning of your name right now.
My son has a very strong biblical name, but I'm not going to say it on here. I may have said it before, but yeah, it's
Malachi?
No, it's not that one. But
there was a family in our village that named. They had two, children that were born. Retard. What do you were? Retarded, mentally handicapped. They were
mentally handicapped.
Yeah. Well, they named them.
Yeah, that was my point about goodwill.
These stupid parents
Goodwill fucking employs the mentally and physically handicapped. So you'd go in there and
yeah, but these parents named their handicapped
mentally handicapped guy about short change.
Yeah, well, these parents.
Both of you guys are having some connection issues right now.
Oh, yeah, I know, right?
I don't know if everyone else is.
I think it's just Bong. I think it's just Bong that's having the connection issues. Mike sounds fine to me.
Well, I heard Mike cutting in and out too.
Hey, you're roboting, bro. You're roboting.
Am I roboting? Mike, check.
Both of you. Everybody but Helio was roboting.
Well,
everyone.
I was going to say, like, these parents named their children bad name, gave them like swear names, and then abandoned them. And then the pastor had to, adopted them and changed their names back. And they're handicapped. Back to normal. I used to wonder, why the hell would parents do such a thing?
Yeah. Why will any parent name their child Bong Sao?
I know.
That's not.
Worst name ever.
That's not his name, but did you die? Did you die? Did you die?
Yes.
His real name's Coconut. He thought that. Oh, what a maroon. What a sap.
I know you have fucked up names.
His real name. Yeah, his real name is Vlad the Impaler.
What's
so
his
name? Right? Name is Bong Inhaler. Ooh.
Ooh. Bonger. Bonger.
Vlad the Impaler is a bong inhaler.
What happened to the ladies?
Did he say boner? Did that guy say boner? Ban him. No shit.
What is ladies' night over?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
it's still on. It's just that if you feel like a lady, you can just jump in.
There's still ladies here.
Do you feel like a lady? I'm trying to be manly with this. I understand. I
I'm
get a
not
little
afraid to
emotional
tap
with the
into my
grandkid.
feminine side time to time.
Oh, I'm fully secure in my masculinity. I'll be emotional right before I beat your ass. It's all good. I'm making you clean my boots off, though, once I bury them in your ass 5 foot.
Yeah, Mike is very masculine, and he's thinking about your ass.
Right?
And my boot, your ass and my boot, damn straight.
That's so
knuckle
straight.
dragger. You be polishing them when I'm done, too. I might polish them with your head.
And there
That's
you are.
crazy, Hank.
Hey.
Why do you think they're
Oh
called
my
shit
God.
kickers?
Listen, I heard that when you look for gay stuff and everything, people say that shows a latent homosexual tendency in your mentality, and it's a psychological trait that's trying to let the gay come out the closet. Do you need me to open the closet door for you?
No, thank you.
I'll help you
Is
out,
it like-
brother. Are you
Is that
sure
like
now?
the youngest child? Right, the youngest son?
Well, we don't need him mentally distressed. We do have a flat earth therapist here, do we not?
Yeah, we have Helio. If you have any issues with your sexuality.
No. There's one here that's skilled in that and training that. They're not. Who's studying to be the therapist? Or is it a drug therapist? Which one?
Jonathan.
Maybe he's not a person to home.
Jonathan.
You know?
I'm just trying to understand how the human mind works.
Yeah. Anyways, we have Maria. Maria, welcome to the Flutter Discord. How are you, Maria?
Hey, Jonathan's not
Welcome
a name,
to
by the way. Go ahead. Talk to the new guy. I just want to say Jonathan is not a name. Fuck you for saying that.
Maria.
Ready? Stretch. Get your stretch on. Yeah. Let's stretch. Arm stretch.
I tell my man that you were sorry. Something like that.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, unbelievable flex. Flex getting really pressed.
Gonna flex my hair, my chest hair.
Maria.
What?
Yeah, everyone calls me Chuck Norris because I look like him with my shirt off.
Hold on. As far as the Maria, my favorite Maria song is by Brooks and Dunn. My Maria. I freaking love Ronnie Dunn's voice. I'm in love with his voice. It's just like My Maria. It's so amazing.
West Side Story.
Have you ever seen Brooks and Dunn live, Helio?
No, I've actually never been to a country concert. I'm a metal fan, but there's something about Ronnie Dunn. His voice just freaking. I'm like, I'm a singer, so that's why. I mean, his voice is so powerful. I just can't resist just listening to it. But it's just so badass. Yeah, Brooks and Dunn is, it's so badass. Anyway, so I thought you guys were going to talk to somebody new here.
Hey, yo, Google the word askew. ASKEW.
Askew. Okay.
Yeah, askew.
Wait, give me 1 minute. Wait, I'll do it.
That lonesome feeling comes to my door, and the whole world turns blue.
What's the
There's
word
a
again?
rundown bar.
Askew.
Across the railroad
Askew.
track.
ASKEW.
Got a table for two. Way in the back.
ASKEW.
I sit alone.
Not in a straight or level
I spend most every night beneath the
Not
light
in a straight line or level position. Not straight or level. That has gone askew. So they're trying to tell us that the earth has gone askew.
shy away from or avoid. Yep.
Yeah, like if you Google askew, it'll make the browser glitch over to the right a little bit and not be level and straight along the side.
Oh, for hell's sakes. Imagine that.
It's
Google
like
it's gone
in an
askew.
oblique position. In an oblique position.
Sounds like Healy when talking about his masculinity.
To distort,
Oblique position.
make slant,
Define askew.
slanting, turned to one side,
Crook.
deviation,
Lopsided, tilted, angled, oblique, skewed, slanted.
Oblique, spheroid, askew.
Oh,
What?
in an oblique position,
squint, drawn. Yeah, all the things the earth is.
I'm trying to listen to Alexa. Not in a straight line or level position.
I thought you were a Siri fan.
Alexa.
I am, but
Would that
Damon,
be an Assyrian?
using
Maybe.
the Kindle Fire for this. Kendall is racist to her, so we can relate this. Not only that, but to sin from a straight course.
Michael, someone is using the internet in your house and is making it askew.
Fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got.
Watch what Google does to your screen. Google that word.
Now look up. Now look up the word. Now look up the word.
6 girls here playing Nintendo.
Now look up the word sin. Sin, right? It's the same definition, isn't it? Like to miss the mark.
Yeah, Mike, you ain't got no bandwidth. They're playing that Nintendo Switch.
Words.
Yeah. They're doing more than that. 16-year-old girls, come on, man. Every phone in the fucking front room, they're right by the router. Got the Switch, streaming it.
Boy, he's got a gaming platform right there in his house.
Every failure. Yeah, plus well,
Like, goddamn, what did your daughter
network for my business
open up a Wi-Fi bar or something?
No, it's just my daughter's homeschooled. This is the only way she gets to interact with other children, bro. So
yeah, I know.
So what's it? If we start using the word askew to the Globers, isn't that just going to confuse them?
I'm literally only bringing it up because if you Google it, it literally makes your screen askew. Like it askews it. Like it moves it crooked. It's just random. I did a screen recording of it.
I didn't Google it. That's probably why I didn't get that effect. I just used my another browser. So yeah, I'll have to try that.
Random. Someone told me.
Yeah, man, I dig that. That's fucking weird as shit.
Yeah, sure.
It's pretty weird. I mean, just thinking about, I don't know.
They're rubbing it so far in your face. They're like, dude, when they Google askew, their shit's gonna shift. Watch we do this.
Their shit's already shifted, bro. It's way
your
out of
shit
gear.
is gonna be askew. So what does just skew mean? Does anybody know that?
I don't know, but if somebody needed to get their shit askewed, it would have been
It's the same word.
John
it's the same word.
Wayne.
It means literally on skew, right?
30 pounds of impacted feces in John Wayne's colon before he died.
Skew and askew. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I didn't ask you anything.
Listen to
what
what
you're talking about.
Listen to what skew. Hold on. Listen
Who
to what
asked you? Who asked you?
No, right angles to be specific. Right
Black
line.
flob.
Crooked.
Okay, listen
It
to
means the same as.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Skew.
Cut him off. He's cutting out himself.
I brought up the definition of skew. S-K-E.
Much means the same thing as skew. It's just better defined. These are parallel. No,
Yeah, it does. It shifts everything to the right a little bit and then askews the page.
Yeah,
It checks
I
out.
was reading that. Coming in at an oblique.
Okay,
I put my meats and my veggies on the skewer.
Let me know when there's a edgewise word space. Okay, the definition of skew is that's the primary one for this word. SKEW.
To stop.
To turn or place at an angle. Number 2 is to give a bias, distort.
That's right. Don't skew my words. I'm not gay.
Bias to or distort.
What is the opposite of skewed? The opposite.
Opposite of skew. Well, wait a minute. Then if you go askew, that would mean that's the condition of being distorted within your bias. You're distorting things because you're giving a bias and you're distorted.
The opposite is straight, symmetrical.
Yeah, exactly.
Skew means to turn aside.
Turn aside, oblique, to change angle.
Isn't a skew like a description for the globe?
Yes. Shy away from,
It could be
avoid.
vertical, horizontal, or perpendicular line.
My fucking mic. Better.
From eschew. Like to excuse yourself from it is where it comes from. And
Look
then,
at the word similar.
There's another
No, it's not
root to it.
It's to become skewed. Askew. That means
It's a straight line. It's vertical, horizontal, or perpendicular.
If I never heard the word askew the rest of my life, it'd be fine.
Yeah. Say it one more time.
It's all askew.
Askance.
Straight line.
But look at the similar words. Crooked.
Let's don't.
Lopsided. Tilted.
On this definition.
Alrighty.
Angled.
2 words, people. 2 words.
It means not a straight line.
Aslant. What is the aslant? It's a similar word. Aslant. That's a new one.
Oh Lord!
That's 4 times you said it. You said it 4 times.
Squint, meaning sideways, a squint out of the corner of the eye.
Hey,
Your
Google.
math skills have moved up a little.
I think he drinks at the Blue Lagoon.
As long as it doesn't mean curvature, I'm okay with it. With the word.
No, they've excused themselves from reality. That's why they say it's an oblate spheroid. Yeah.
Somebody say Aslan?
Asymmetrical. Unsymmetrical. Squint.
What'd you say?
Drawn.
Is that
Cock.
is Aslan like the
eye.
homeland? Is that the homeland of the Amazon women? Aslan?
We don't know. It's supposed to be right up around your area somewhere.
Hey, how do you spell fuckface?
Jemsy was trying to explain it.
Sean.
Oh, damn.
That would be Legland, not Aslan.
Hey, can I ask you a question real quick?
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Hey, guys.
No. Shoot.
Hey, so
check
how does
out.
how do
Google this real quick.
Okay, let him speak, please.
Spit it out. Spit it out.
Google.
how do all the people in
Earth
Athens,
tides.
what's it called? Like, how are they all in on it at the same time?
They don't
Not
know.
everybody has to be
They're
in on
teaching what they taught. Right? I taught it to my children before I knew that it was wrong. Right? And there's a difference between misinformation and disinformation. Disinformation is put out there on purpose to trick people, right? Like propaganda. Right? Misinformation is put out there because that's what the consensus is, but it doesn't necessarily make it true. So not everybody has to be in on it. But there's plenty of examples where we can show where there's a great large amount of people lying and keeping a secret, like Santa Claus, the Manhattan Project, anybody who's ever signed a non-disclosure agreement while working at a pastry shop or a sandwich shop. There are people who can keep secrets.
In the industrial military complex, the manager of the entire factory is going to know information that the person down on the shop floor producing widget A and widget B is not going to know.
It's like this. It's like a Ford assembly factory, right? So you got the whole assembly line, and it's huge. It's fucking really long. There's a lot of moving parts. Okay, pun intended. So the guy at the start of the belt with the tiny screw that goes on the bigger nut and screw for the next thing and the next thing, and there's, you know, fucking 5,000 things that needs to happen before this car's built. Well, my friend, the person with that one nut making those nuts, yeah, and I can talk like that, just be an adult, is not going to know about or care about what someone even 10 steps down is doing. That's called compartmentalization.
Over 4 times.
I'm sorry? Yeah, no. Yeah, you'll shut up about that. So anyway, does that make sense?
No.
It's called compartmentalization.
I want to add something. You know how the mafia...
Only when you're allowed to finish the sentence.
You know how the mafia is a secret organization, right? You hear about it, you see the movies, but you don't see them in the real world, right? But there are so many people in the mafia. They have an initiation, a ritual they perform to swear to secrecy, just like the military, just like the NDA, the non-disclosure agreements, just like top secret classifications.
Just like my clubhouse, I had my treehouse.
Right, that's how many people can be involved and keep a secret. You know, I wanted to add that. So, go ahead.
So you're saying like everyone in the control center for like the Apollo missions was just faking it the whole time?
No,
that is not what they said.
No,
So-
everyone doing their one little job they believe they lied to.
Yeah, the guy cleaning the toilet at NASA, he doesn't know much about what's going on in the control room.
No, but even the people that are writing the computer code for the known universe,
Is
they don't have a
staring
clue
at
what they're doing.
computer screens. What are they faking while they're staring at
Right?
the
Don't know.
fucking
Right, so only a select few have to be quote
My
unquote in
cousin's
on
a
it.
naval
That's all.
admiral that works for
Sorry, you're cutting out there pretty bad,
NASA,
Michael.
and just like he said. Fuck.
Only a few guys claimed they went out there, man. And when they were walked up to and asked if they really went there, they freaked out. They like imploded.
Oh yeah, run away.
Assaulted the guy.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Put your hand on the Bible.
Buzz Aldrin said, "Put your hand on the Bible." Who was it? The other guy. The guy said to Buzz Aldrin, "Put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you went to the moon." And instead of just doing it, he punched the guy in the face. Not just not doing it. He like a toddler refused all the way to the exit of the building, and then hauled off and just knocked him one. Fucking hilarious. It's all in film.
And offered them all like $5,000 just to do it.
Whatever those do, or their opinions and things, they cannot change reality or physicality. Whatever they're doing or whatever movies they're participating on, like the moon landings and stuff, that doesn't change reality when you go out there and measure the Earth. There's no globe to be found anywhere.
And bit of a subject fast. I hope you're not boosted up. But here we go. Elon Musk will reportedly be implementing microchips into humans as early as this year. Okay.
Yay!
Yay!
Oh boy!
I want one.
He saved us. That came out of left field.
That's awesome.
Oh my God!
Happen.
Thank God for the lone scum. I mean Elon Musk. There.
What, you want a chip, or you want like one of these cookies?
Neither. I want to grab a casual drink with Elon Musk and kind of disappear his ass. God, I'm sorry.
Yeah, if we take the chip, do we get the cookie?
Yeah,
well, I think
you get the prize.
I think you become the cookie.
I
think you become the microchip cookie.
Hey, would you take the chip if it required no surgical implantation? It was just like a really simple like bow. You barely even felt it. It bypassed the brain through the arteries. And then all of a sudden you could speak telepathically and you'd enter into the crypto system, the digitalized currency, but you'd be gifted a large sum for your buy-in into the crypto.
Okay, Michael, only question is, could I leave any time that I wanted to?
No, of course not.
Well, then fuck that.
You're mine. You're there.
No way. No way.
Hey, what's
no
Elon
thanks.
Musk's kid's name? What's Elon Musk's kid's name again?
Isn't it like
letters?
Fucking the AE symbol and a bunch of weird shit?
Would you take the chip with it if it was a suppository?
Oh shit!
No, it's the equation to the flat Earth.
Eincash.
Man, they'll use
Angel
lube.
12.
They'll use lube.
He's sizing you up, Witsit. He's sizing you up, bro. What you gonna do?
Free 10 G's, man. Just let us stuff this chip up your ass. That's all.
I bet you it means something
10 G's.
like something to do arbitrarily with binary code. The naming of Elon's child.
He said,
Yeah,
His new
Josh,
son.
yeah.
he said, my wife ain't even got a passport for that road.
Well, I checked this out. The world is so stupid that they actually are like still wearing masks outside. People in the summer on the beach, taking all the vaxes they can, like their candy. Are we actually at the point in?
Oh, you just broke up a little bit. Damn it!
You're breaking up. What's it?
My bad. Are we actually at the point in human history where people
Listen to him talk right on
where people are in fact stupid
the
enough?
entrance ramp.
Oh my god! Are we at the point in history where people are actually stupid enough to put a chip in their brain?
Yes,
I think we. Yeah, I think we might be.
Yeah, man.
I do believe so.
Most of them are lost now. They're gonna do it for sure.
Yeah, they wouldn't do it. Over 20 years ago.
I don't know about most. I don't know about most, but yeah, there's definitely a good handful.
I don't.
Yeah.
It's gonna be most, even if it's 51%. You feel me?
I don't, but anyway.
Yeah, can't wait to see how they.
I don't feel you.
Not quite yet. I mean,
I'm not stupid, guys. There's a lot of retarded people out there that are just gonna go along with it.
Yeah, I agree.
So, but all I'm saying is, if it's not like you have to get strapped down and they don't surgically open your brain and put it in there or anything, it's way easier than that. It's much less invasive, and it's the one and done. You're good. You don't have to worry about anything else. You're free again. And here's a bunch of incentives. You
Exactly.
tap right into the cloud, endless information. Everything's way faster. You can actually be given a benefit to get into the system.
Yeah, dude. Never have to wear a mask again. Never have to show paperwork to get into a movie ever again. Like, you're like, what the fuck? I should never have had to do that in the first place.
They'll make it like here's a chocolate chip cookie. Yeah,
You'll never get sick again at all. Like, in fact, why would you in age? We think we can actually reverse cell degradation. But like, if you were to ever show any type of illness, we would immediately be able to correct that, right? So you're effectively superhuman.
If they do it as a suppository, can I select the size that I like?
Ooh, implications.
Yeah, you can make a small deposit or a large deposit. You can deposit whatever you like.
I wonder how soon.
We'll call your size, Gemsy. We'll call your size the rhinoceros.
I wonder how soon before they start falling over.
You will take what we give you and be happy about it.
Be very happy.
I'm already just happy thinking about it.
I'll take the chip.
We should get people to just like get like a lot of people together, and when we can only rent cars instead of buy them, just go and fucking rent them and just drive them into the water, just like a shitload of them.
Probably hit a bunch of them at once, and they roll over by like bowling pins.
Oh, really?
Absolutely, already almost there.
Can you imagine 2,500 people driving all those cars into the fucking water?
Anyways, let's go back to the person that have had questions. Date. Date.
Yep.
Do you have any more questions?
Whatever you do.
Bring us back to the flat Earth, Dake.
No, that was really my only question.
Did we answer it?
I mean, yeah. You kind of did.
Kinda.
Well, I mean, how do brain chips work on a globe Earth?
How do brain what?
Dude, all jokes aside, man, everything that's ever happened in the history of the Earth, everyone has to assume the Earth is flat and not moving. To drive, fly planes, get elevations, measure the Earth, get maps, do anything, shoot radio waves, 2,000 miles, 10,000 miles, have internet, have cell phones, shoot lasers for communication, shoot electromagnetic propagation for weapon systems. To pretty much do anything ever in the history of mankind, you had to assume that the Earth was a horizontal plane that's not moving. And they want us to believe that actually everything's the opposite of that. You just can't tell.
Did you completely understand what he said?
No, I understood about the
what he said was that everything that you use and operate on this Earth today was designed to work on a flat Earth.
Yeah,
Airplanes,
I
cars,
understand that
everything.
part, yeah.
Yeah.
And-
So, well, let's just break it down from the beginning, right? So,
Yeah.
what's the default position? We'll take it subject by subject. So, have you ever felt the Earth spinning?
No.
So the default position is that the Earth is still, like you experience it, right?
Yep.
Okay, so that's our default. Now the claim is that in fact the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and you just don't feel it, and it feels exactly like it would if it was stationary.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're going to make that claim against the default of all experience, all evidence, all tests, everything, then you have the burden of proof, right? You're making a claim antithetical to, just meaning opposite to, all observations.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean, that's true.
You
Yeah.
following me, bro? So,
I got you.
do you know of any way ever in the history of mankind that people have measured the Earth spinning or proven that it spins or anything?
Nah, I can't give like a direct source or anything off my
Cool. Yeah.
head.
Thanks for being honest. It's cool. And actually, there is not anything like that exists at all. The second part is, have you ever seen the curve of the Earth?
No, I have not.
Right. And they just say it's so big, right? So when you see the horizon, it's horizontal, which is where we get horizon from. Horizontal meaning flat, level. And that's all we've ever seen. And how far we can see, it varies based on how clear it is outside, right? We've never seen the Earth curvature though. So the argument is that, well, the Earth is curving, you just can never see it.
Yep.
Right. So that's another claim opposite to all evidence ever. So do you know of any way that anyone's measured or proven the curvature of the Earth in the history of mankind?
I mean, I've heard something about like Pythagoras and all that. Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah. Pythagorean theorem wasn't actually applied to measuring the Earth at a time that it was come up with. But they do have stories. Now, all the stories aren't true. And you seem like a pretty honest person. So as of now, you don't really know the stories. We'd be happy to explain the stories to you. For example, we know everything that you could possibly Google and get the answer to. We know everything that your side's going to say. Okay, but as of now, you don't know specifically of anyone that measured the curvature of the Earth or a way that that's been proven.
Nah, I don't.
Right. So at this point, we have one more. So they claim that outer space is this place that you can go to, that they've gone to, that they send satellites to, and you can travel. And it's a vacuum, a near perfect vacuum, effectively emptiness. And it's our Earth and its atmosphere is sitting inside this vacuum. Right. But of course, what we see is we have gas pressure on the Earth. And we see that to have gas pressure ever in the history of all mankind, you have to have a container. And so, since we have gas pressure on the Earth, it is contained because that's the only way you can have gas pressure. And they're claiming that the gas pressure is sitting next to a vacuum without a container. So, again, this is a claim opposite to all evidence and observable phenomena ever. Right. So do you know of any verifiable proof that we can use to verify that outer space is this vacuum that's a real place you can go to?
Nah, I don't, man.
Right. So as of right now, right, the core claims of the claim that the Earth's a globe, which is that it's a sphere and that it's spinning and that it's a sphere that's spinning and it's in outer space. As of now, it's just a belief you have because Just like all of us, you were just taught that and kind of just assumed it to be true, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. You're doing great, man. So now the point is that if you wanted to verify that what they told us was true, you would go look for that evidence we just discussed, right? The proof that the earth is spinning, proof that the earth is curving, and proof that the earth is in a vacuum called outer space. Well, what you will find is there is no such thing as scientific evidence or proof of any of those three claims. In fact, there's only an abundance of evidence for the exact opposites.
And he's talking about real scientific evidence. And there's qualifications that must be met for it to be a scientific fact.
Right. So now people use the word science to mean a lot of things, colloquially, the pursuit of knowledge, and they apply it to lots of things that are actually not real science. But with this, we're talking about the earth. So that's the natural world. And so the study of the natural world is called natural science. And in natural science, the way that you verify claims you make about the natural world is a scientific experiment. Right? You have a naturally occurring phenomena because you're making a claim about Earth, the natural world. So you have a naturally occurring phenomena. And then you want to figure out what the cause of that effect or phenomena is. So you propose a hypothesis, which is a cause and effect relationship test that you're proposing to try to prove what the cause is of that effect that you see in the natural world. And okay, so you have an independent variable, which is what you think the cause is. And you manipulate that and vary it so that you can see it is the cause of the effect. Right? So simply you have the dependent variable, naturally occurring phenomena. That's what you observe, the effect. And then you're going to test that with an independent variable being manipulated. That's a scientific experiment, right? And if you're going to prove or make claims about the natural world, if you're going to prove or make claims about the natural world, you have to prove those claims with natural science. And there is not one scientific experiment that proves any of those claims whatsoever.
I'll have to look into it. I personally haven't looked into any of those questions you've asked me, so.
It's cool. I know I'm kind of overloading you, and I'm going to step out after this. I'm going to say one more thing to you, though. So this is what it all comes down to. They said the Earth's a sphere, and it's a certain size, okay? And the size they said is that it has a radius of 3,959 miles, and that's the distance from the center of this supposed sphere to the outside if you drew a line, okay? So we can test to see if that radius is true. And the entire globe Earth, the solar system, the planets, everything, day and night cycle, distances on the Earth, gravity, everything about the model uses that radius value. We have gone out, and you can also, and tested the radius value, and we have falsified it. That means that we have proven it's not accurate. And since the radius value they told us is not true, the entire model they told us is not true, and every fairy tale about space within the model is also not true. So there's your starter kit. You need to look at the radius and find out if that's true, because if it's not, the entire story's a lie.
Yeah, and guess to make it a little simpler, what he's saying is like if you try to figure out the distance to the sun, in the equation, that radius value must be part of the equation. Same with rocket telemetry. You cannot send a rocket into orbit without knowing the exact size of the globe. So you get the right angle to go into orbit. So if that number's wrong, the 3959 number is wrong, those things are also wrong. You cannot calculate the distance to the sun, nor can you send a rocket into orbit, because it wouldn't be going around the right size of a ball. It would be wrong. Who knows what would happen? So to make it a little simpler, I guess I was just adding a few little things there.
you saying like satellites are fake and stuff?
Well, what I'm saying is that in order to put them into orbit, we have to have the exact size of the globe to put them into the proper orbit.
So yeah, the answer straightforward is the claim of satellites out in outer space, where they claim they're 10,000 kilometers away and all this stuff. Yes, those are lies. That is fake. Is there stuff in the sky? Yes, and you can have high altitude satellites in the sky attached to nylon helium balloons that will last a long time, and NASA admits they have those up there. Google uses them for internet. And NASA is the #1 purchaser of helium in the world. Just a few days ago, one of the Samsung satellites crashed in someone's backyard, attached to a parachute, where Samsung was contacted and said that the balloon had a malfunction, even though they were running a PR skit saying it would be the first satellite to take a selfie in space. So long story short, yeah, there are quote unquote satellites above us. They're balloons. They're not thousands of miles away. They're not in a vacuum. So what they tell you about them is fake. Yeah.
Yeah, they're actually called satelloons.
Yeah.
There's even a list you can go to from NASA and look at the list of satelloons, and they've got names like Hubble and names like the same names as satellites. They've used the exact same names to name a satellite as a satelloon. So which one's really up there?
Yeah, and a good thing to do, bro. So you're like, so the satellites are fake? Well, just Google real pictures of satellites in space. Real pictures of satellites in space, NASA, and see what pops up. And nothing but CGI cartoons pop up. So you tell me, are satellites fake?
Man, I'll have to look into it. Like I said,
just Google satellites in space and click images on Google. There should be millions of them.
They're all cartoons. Isn't that weird, bro?
What do you mean by cartoons? Is it's been computer generated? The image, most likely, it's not a real.
No, like if you type that in and you click on the first one that's from NASA.gov and you go to it, right under the picture, it says that it's animation. So
yeah,
isn't that weird?
Yeah,
yeah, it is weird.
Like we should have tons
weird,
of.
Dude. There should be so many pictures of satellites in space, dude. We should have high definition 4K live streams with satellites everywhere.
There's thousands of them out there, man. Thousands.
It's a big red pill, man, but is what it is.
And there's been literally, I don't know how many that have been found in people's backyards or in the jungle or crashed down to the earth someplace, somewhere, found still attached to the balloon or a parachute that pops out once the balloon fails. There's literally dozens and dozens of them that have been found, all attached to balloons.
I don't know about you guys, but if you're going to put something in high orbit, even if it's a satelloon, wouldn't you put at least one camera on it? Like just one? Just saying.
Yeah, dude. Also, if you can see the voice text, did you know that all the stars in the sky do that?
Oh, let me see.
Yeah, all the stars in the sky, that's what they look like when they're time-lapsed.
What is that real or is it fake?
No, it's real. That's real.
Yeah, when I first found out about flat Earth, I didn't know it was a thing either, which makes you think. But yeah, like if you take a time lapse of the stars, they do this, and they all go around Polaris in the center, and all the stars come back and restart where they started over and over. For all recorded history, this has happened for thousands and thousands of years.
And if we're flying through space,
they say the Earth is spinning.
Yeah.
wobbling, revolving around the sun 66,600 miles an hour. And if the sun's going 500,000 miles per hour, dragging us with it through space, and our galaxy is going 1.3 million miles per hour. Yet for thousands of years, the stars do the exact same thing, all going around the center star, Polaris, which is directly over the center of the surface of the Earth, which you're also not allowed to go to.
Wait, so what's the center of the Earth then? Like,
well, they call it the North Pole, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's illegal to go within 500 miles of each direction of the North Pole. So, like, no one knows other than a select.
Yeah, it's off limits.
Isn't that crazy, though?
Yeah.
That's so weird. So yeah, that it's very interesting, right? Because what's actually happening, you see those stars? Those stars just move over top of the Earth like a very intricate clock. That's actually how we have time, right? So we get days from the sun and moons from the month and years from the stars. That's all time is it's us just keeping up with the cycle of the sky and counting it, quantifying it. It's just a perfect divine clock or calendar that resets over top of us. The Earth doesn't move; it just sits there, and the sky moves over top of it over and over.
In fact, it's so accurate. There's sundials in India that are thousands of years old, but they're still accurate to the minute. If you put your finger where the shadow is, and you count the minutes, it's accurate to the minute.
To the minute.
And if the Earth was flying through space at all these crazy speeds, how could that be possible? Those stars would be in a different location.
Yeah. And
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, dude, have you ever heard of the Georgia Guidestones?
Yep. Yes, I have.
Okay, so you know what it says on there? It says maintain human population under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature.
Yep.
And it says have a world court that rules over the whole world to guide reproduction wisely, etc. But it's a list of 10 rules for the New World Order, and it was built anonymously in some random place in Georgia, the middle of nowhere. I've actually been there a few times. So anyway, the point is, it's actually a compass, a clock, and a calendar. This is easily $1 million to build this thing, and no one knows who built it. It was under a pseudonym, which means fake name. But anyway, it's got a hole in the top of it, angled at Polaris. So that's how you know what north is, because Polaris is how we have north. It's in the center. So it's a compass. You can look through the hole and find Polaris and always know that's directly north. Okay, it also is a clock because every day at noon, the sun lines up perfectly in the slit cut in the top of it. So that's how you know it's noon every day. It's a clock. And then there's a horizontal slot that is lined up with the sun perfectly on the solstice. And that's how you know what time of the year it is. So it's a calendar. It's a calendar, a clock, and a compass. It's a a monolithic structure built, and no one knows what it's for. But it would be useless if the Earth was not stationary.
Which, and of course, it's not the only one. It's not the only one on Earth that follows the same pattern.
No. Well, it's the only one I know of that has like rules for a New World Order on it.
Sure, yeah. Well, I mean, are you sure about that? But I mean, you can't be sure about that. But
yeah, it's the only one I know of. But just so you know, man, the reason that they did this, right? It's the people that are basically laughing and consider people to be numbers or statistics or cattle, and they consider a lot of them useless eaters. Anyway, not to be too morbid, but the point is that they're throwing it in plain sight. They put it right in front of everyone.
When you started the history of monoliths, right, which this one was built in the 20th century, the one you're referring to. There are other monoliths built across different continents that pretty much tell the same story, with that. Now, as far as the timeline goes, we can't necessarily actually measure them. You know what I mean? No, as far as the writing on the Georgia Guidestones, I mean, this is their modern story. And as far as I know, it was funded by Ted. What's his name? The guy who's like a CNN guy. Right?
Ted Turner.
Ted Turner. Yeah. But I mean, there are many monoliths across Earth that record the same exact thing. But they're not. I mean, that one's not. I wouldn't consider that one a monolith. But I mean, there's something similar in Washington D.C. Where
would you consider a polyolith?
Well, imagine there's 100 people on Earth, 100 people on the whole Earth, and then 5 of those people manage to get a hold of all the resources of the world, right? Those 5 people,
nobody gets the whole resources of the world.
94 people, right, do not deserve to have your resources, right? Like, this is what's happening today. Like, this is why people feel like, hey, I think we should start doing something about the population. Like, who the hell do you think you are to think that you can do that to other people? Unless
it's a really weird idea.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. Go ahead, Bong. I want you to.
Unless you're one of those people who control the resources in most of the world, right? You would never think like that of other people. You would never worry about what somebody in India is doing. Like, there's too many people there. You know what I mean? Unless you've got resources, you own resources there, and you start looking around, managing your resource, everything you own, be like, these people are just using up too much of the resource. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's happened. Like 5% own all the money of the world, and now they think they can dictate how you live your life.
But it only exists as a conglomerate. And it's like I don't know much about Asian culture or whatever, but I'm pretty sure there's probably something similar to the Georgia Guidestones over in Asia, and we haven't heard about it.
Only God could issue such a thing, right? How the world should live their lives. Only the Creator, right? God, only Dad can tell his house, right, his children and his family how they should live their lives, right? So unless they're God, what are they doing? Playing God? Like, what? You know what I mean? Like Guidestone?
Mm-hmm. Amen.
Did the aliens come down and drop it down for us?
Space aliens.
It's a breakdown.
From Space Odyssey, right? Somebody dropped this black monolith in front of us, right? Called the phone.
Yeah.
I would believe that mermaids built it.
Mermaids.
Mermaid.
Hey man, I mean, we do have some stuff about Atlantis. I mean, that's it's something similar, to ancient culture. I mean, people consider it, allegorical, but I mean, there's got to be something to it, So anyway.
Yeah, so in other words, there's dozens of these buildings that have a slot in them, so you can see Polaris or the sun at summer solstice or the winter solstice.
Well, sure. I mean, but we refer to the Georgia Guidestones. And
I know. I'm just making a point to this gentleman that's listening that this has been being done for thousands of years, or at least a couple thousand years. That they've been building these buildings to spot the sun, the moon, and the stars for that same reason as a clock, to know what time of day, what time of year, when to plant your crops, when to harvest, all that kind of stuff. And the stars have never moved. They've never moved. They've always reset.
Same repeated patterns over and over and over again.
And that's impossible if we were flying through space and rotating around the sun. It would be different every night, not just yearly. The stars would be relocated each and every night. It would no longer line up to the stars.
But the stars are quintillions of miles away. Haven't you ever heard of light years?
What is that? It still doesn't change anything.
Speed of light is another conversation. We can talk about that.
We should not have at least not been able to develop the clock. Even if they say it's so far away, right? That they're slightly moving. And what is the clock, and why is it so accurate? And why do we call it the, like the peak of human engineering and right? If those things, because that's what we put our clocks on, right? I mean, they have to be so perfect.
It's like, here's what it is, Bone. They want us to believe something that's so implausible, but they try to make it plausible through their idea of spatial mathematics. It's like, well, what you are experiencing, even though the Earth looks flat, it's not. Because here's why. We're going to throw a bunch of math at you, and here's why it can possibly be true. And we're going to put you in colleges to learn orbital mechanics. But most people that go to colleges don't study orbital mechanics. The only people that study orbital mechanics are the. Go ahead.
I just
on the wrong route here.
Does anybody have that heliocentric diagram they use that shows like the sun? It shows like the sun and all the planets, and it's like blasting through space.
I thought you that was above your crib when you were 2 years old, when you were in the baby crib.
Yeah. Well, no. So there's the one. There's the one that's above your crib, right? There's the one.
I made one when I was in high school.
More modern one people are sharing. Yeah, this guy shared this one. This guy shared this one in 38. Like that. I feel like if you see that, you have to, like, the constellations don't change.
Yeah, no shit.
Right? But this image right here that Holy shared at 9:38. Okay, how do the constellations not change if this is what we're doing? Right? So for anybody watching who's questioning.
See, the clock is important because it's where we get the idea of time from, right? A millisecond. All these measurements that we make using time comes from that. That's why I was saying, like, how can you have exact math and science using time, right? And where does your time come from? It comes from the sun. So how can the universe be expanded? How can those things be moving? If we have developed our measurements of time from them, and they're supposed to be so accurate, right? A millisecond, light. We're gamers. You're a gamer, right?
I'm a gamer. Yeah.
How do we have exact science and engineering using those things in the sky if those things in the sky were expanding? So you have to say yes, 100%. Those are 100% perfectly moving in a pattern because we developed technology from it. Time.
Right.
Yeah.
It's kind of an aside, but I've got this video game called The Outer Wilds, and it's a solar system exploring game. And I watched a video from the developers, and they said they coded the game so you are the center of the universe in the game. And everything actually, when you jump, it's actually everything pushes away from you. Which I thought that was like the only way they could code it to make it make sense.
Yeah, it's the only way it could work. As soon as you said it, it's the only way it could work.
Yeah. So these coders, I mean, I assume they believe in the heliocentric model because they made a video game, but it was just like, wow, like I'm sure they started coding it and it was a mess and they had to fixate it to a point like that.
Yeah, we've known this for a while, so anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, video games are dependent on a flat Earth. You got that right.
Yep.
Where everybody act normal.
Even if you're in a video game that has globes everywhere, you have to be the center of this spherical thing, and it's very, very difficult to code games.
I've got the globes,
and especially if they have to include gravity. Oh my God, that's
Hello, Quantum Eraser.
Oh no.
Right.
You're not supposed to do it like that, bro. You're supposed to let somebody make a claim, and then Quantum Racer.
Okay, so
just forget you heard that.
Oh shit, this is gonna be fun. My claim.
You didn't hear anything. In 2 seconds, you will forget everything you just heard.
Bananas. Nope, I don't have anything.
And Bunk said science, and now we in trouble.
I'm really not used to making claims right now that I can't back up. So.
Well, I mean, it's like they base video games off of 2D, and then when they try to utilize their
Quantum
ideas
Eraser.
of space
Yesterday, somebody was arguing that you could have a curved adjacent. He did it for a while. I forget who it was. Dom, the what was it? Don.
The dumbass.
Dahomey.
Well, anyway, Dahomey, yeah.
You can have a hard life, or you can have an easy life. I mean, why not have an easy life, right?
So yeah. Anyway, he was arguing for that. He said it was tangent to the sphere Earth.
Numpty.
Well, a tangent to the sphere Earth is them invoking a flat plane small
There's
enough
no
where
such
they could
thing as
measure
a
it.
tangent to a sphere. There's no such thing. We already know.
Oh yeah, we spent half a day on that guy. Anyway, Quantum, I'm sure you can go back and listen. It's hilarious.
Just got back. There is no tangent. Show me the tangent. Tangent is fucking horseshit. That's
yes.
Show me a tangent anywhere in sextant literature. You'll never find it.
Oh no.
So it comes down to a triangle. So they don't know what a fucking triangle is. They would fail grade geometry and intro to 6th grade trig.
Yeah.
They're saying stuff like you don't have to have a triangle to use a sextant.
Sorry. Well, then they don't know what an elevation angle is.
Yeah, I heard that stuff yesterday too. I was like, holy shit, man.
QE.
Go ahead.
Hello, QE.
Yep.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Good. Good to hear you. Hey, have you heard the destruction of refraction once and for all? The death knell to refraction? My argument. Would you like to hear it?
Nah, I can't right now. I'm busy.
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
I gotta
Okay.
step out for a second.
Oh, no problem. Anytime.
I'd like to hear it, Sonny. Go.
Yeah, so here's the argument. Hopefully there's not too much background noise. So there, let's just take the Black Swan image and video. That's my exhibit A. Okay. At 1 foot observer height, with the radius they've given us, the curved geometric horizon can be no further than 1.22 miles, right? Yep. Because they have a size restraint, correct? Yep. Yeah. So, thanks for agreeing. So they have the size constraints. So
For how
what
tall
that
of an
means?
observer? For how tall of a guy?
What that means is everything
For a 6
after
foot
the
guy. 1.2.
You still got interrupted. So everything after the apex, there's an elevation drop, correct? Yeah. So at 10 miles, that should be almost 67 feet of vertical elevation drop. So here's my argument. They cannot claim refraction on a horizon that is going further back and up higher. That has already left their geometric horizon behind. At the Pythagorean theorem, the apex of the ball, everything drops off at the rate they told us. So that means they cannot claim anything on a horizon that's following perspective and is going up higher and further back. They lose out because at whatever observer height, they have a geometric full stop at that geometric. They can't say light is curving. Then they have more claims that they have to prove. So that's the end of refraction. It goes only as far as their geometric limit is. That would be in the Black Swan, 1.22 miles. That is only just past the surfers. For horizons that are 10 miles, 10 times further than the expected horizon limit, they are off limits. They can't talk about it. Bye-bye refraction. It's over. Thank you.
Bravo. And a round of applause. Bravo. Bravo.
Bravissimo.
It's over.
Bravissimo.
There's nothing left of it after that. It's over. Completely done with. They can't claim anything about a horizon that's going 10 to 30 times further than what they claim their ball is. Let them try to use refraction. 7/6R. It has the R in there, right? They're stuck to the geometric limits of their ball. Sorry. Bye, ball.
Bye, ball. Yeah. Thanks to Sony, Quantum can now go to retirement home, and he doesn't have to worry about the globe anymore. Sony, you got this.
I welcome comments, suggestions, personal slights.
If it was me, hey, I don't know if it was me. I kind of get the argument, but you probably could make it a little more concise for me. But yes. I'm probably just dumb.
No, you're not. It's very simple, actually. It was right in front of us all the time, the whole time. If something's dropping off, they're saying that, like if they're saying that refraction is being done to this thing, the oil rig at 10 miles out, and that the horizon's still further out, how are they saying? They're done with. It's like at 10 miles, 30 miles where the islands are, that should be 486 feet or more below their horizon that they're claiming these optical effects. The horizon, what we're seeing objects at, has far left the refraction limit of their geometric value behind.
Yeah.
It's over. Thank you. Couldn't have done it without all of you.
Are you kicking a dead horse?
It's like when I was a kid, you know what I mean? Like, well, the scientist said refraction, and I don't know anything about refraction. So as long as the scientist says refraction, I'm just going to say refraction too, even though I don't know anything about refraction. And I mean, it's like that's what they're doing. You know, as long as, and you know, jump through fire, do somersaults and stuff, backflips, the portal.
Kind
of
hurts
my
feelings.
It's that news.
He didn't want to listen to my argument against refraction. Oh well.
He's busy.
Yeah, I know he's very busy. I'm just joking.
It's like that news clip of seeing Chicago over the Michigan River, and the news anchor guy is like, "Oh, it's an optical illusion," and it's just
Lake Michigan. It's a lake.
Yeah. What did I say?
You said the river.
The river. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I live in Chicago.
Wide.
The river.
The river on Chalaga.
But yeah, it's just like that clip. I mean, I never saw that until after I bought into the flat earth, or not bought in, but saw the flat earth. But still, like seeing that clip, I just don't imagine how you could see that clip and go, oh yeah, well he says it's an optical illusion, so it must be an optical illusion.
No, well, it wasn't the news, so it must be true because it wasn't the news.
Yeah,
imagine
a year later. Sorry, a year later to the day. Sorry, bro. A year later to the day, they got an expert to come out from some college, right? Expert in his field, and it's on one of Rob Skiba's videos where he talks about the atmosphere is acting like a lens. And that explains everything about things disappearing from the bottom up. Because if the atmosphere is acting like a lens, it magnifies the object that we're looking at, right? As the light diverges in all directions, down is one of those directions. So if the light bouncing off the building is spreading out down, then it hits the water and it never hits your eye. It makes it look like Chicago's disappearing from the bottom up. And that's all they ever used to say. We used to say, hey, we shouldn't be able to see these buildings at all. They were like, but you can't see the bottoms. What does that have to do with anything?
Right, but at least the building should be leaning away if that was the case. But they're not even leaning away in respect to the.
No, leaning is not a good argument. Flat Earthers, please stop making this argument. We're not looking for leaning towers, right? We're looking for curvature. Please stop making that argument. Thank you.
Right.
No, they would diverge. They would all diverge from each other.
Wait, can you explain why leaning is a bad argument?
If that was the curvature, right, and there were buildings standing on it, which direction would they be pointing towards? Up or away from the center of said ball?
Okay, so what's 360 degrees, or no, what's 24,901 divided by 360 degrees? What is it, like 69 miles per 1 degree of leaning? So if you're looking at a building from 70 miles away, can you detect 1 degree of leaning? Can you detect 1 degree if it's right under your nose? No, you have to have special equipment from that.
1 degree is 2 solar diameters.
Well, if it was a ball the size and with the radius that we're talking, like a black swan, I look at these oil rigs and I'm like, okay, if we're not supposed to be able to see these rigs, but if they say it's because of refraction, we see these rigs, right? Which way?
Hold on, we're talking about.
If it wasn't a ball, should we see it like this?
We're talking about the buildings leaning. Hold on.
The center should be plumb, and the other one should diverge away from the center.
Talk, dude. Like, what the flying fuck?
What's up, Indio? Go ahead, man.
Yeah, Indio, do me a favor. Correct me if I'm wrong. Sorry.
Look, the lean is less than 1 degree. It's a bad argument because you're trying to tell what the difference of the vertical is between the top and the bottom. And it's so small, it would be undetectable. There's no way you'd be able to see it. Even if the buildings...
What I'm saying, you can AutoCAD it and measure pixels. If you extend lines off the edges, and then you AutoCAD the base from the top.
Man, it would be very, very, very difficult to do because you need 2 very tall buildings. You're going to have to get it the right angle, right, to catch that the buildings are like, the same distance, right? You got to have to form a triangle where you're like, you're going to have to form an isosceles triangle relative to the buildings. You're going to have to get the right camera angle so that the buildings are perfectly vertical. Then you're going to have to measure, by counting pixels, the difference between the bottom and the top. That would be very, very difficult to do. There's so much
I get that. It's not for some people who want to just examine photographs.
It wouldn't be obvious. It wouldn't be. I mean, it should be there according to them, but it wouldn't be like I can just go out and look and like.
It's not as obvious as seeing. Yeah, that's more obvious.
Yeah, think of the Chicago skyline. Like, do you think like you could count pixels and tell the difference if they were like the tops and bottoms were leaning apart by something like 200 feet? From that,
nobody
picture,
would.
It would be like
a lot of people wouldn't. A lot of people wouldn't do that at all. Like they don't even watch a 2-minute video. No one's going to analyze it in AutoCAD. I'm just saying, according to them, there should be divergence. They should be spreading apart.
Yeah, certainly should. But I actually wanted to bring something up. Hank said, and what Bong said about they say refraction makes the black swan possible. That the rigs can somehow jump in front of the horizon and appear in front of the geometric horizon as opposed to behind it. So if the horizon can move around like that because of refraction, why don't we just say that refraction made the horizon move in front of the boat? Why don't we just say that? Because if they're going to have things jumping back and forth across the horizon, why don't we just make up some bullshit and say that? Because it's such a ridiculous argument, right? It's such a ridiculous argument to claim that the horizon can jump back, like to be in front of and behind an object. So geometrically, it's in front of, but it just looks like it's behind it. That is ridiculous. It is so ridiculous.
Hey, Indio, here's the worst part of that argument. What they will claim is that refraction is really their straw man, for every single argument. It's like, well, everything that every single human on Earth experiences, the Earth looks flat. Now, they're going to admit to you that the Earth looks flat, but every single observation No, on Earth, like looking across Earth, we're not talking about space at all. We're talking about, the oil rigs or whatever. Now, they'll give us this refraction argument when it comes to the black swan, right? So it's like the reason that you're seeing the horizon further beyond the oil rigs, right? They're going to say it's refraction, right? And it's like, and then we go back and forth saying, which type of refraction are you talking about? They really don't give a shit. They're in their religious argument about
the kind that doesn't exist.
Yeah, of course. Of course. When we go through the different arguments about which type of refraction would cause the horizon to appear beyond the oil rigs. So what they're claiming is that when you have a 1 to 2 foot observation, in the Black Swan, when you see that, when you see the horizon beyond the second platform, which is over 9 miles away, then you see the horizon just way beyond that. That is refraction. When you really try to hit them on it hard, they don't know what type of refraction. They just make shit up.
Well, think of this, right? So
that's not. Wait a second. That's no damn refraction.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I want to say something real quick.
Go ahead.
So in the Black Swan, right? The horizon, right? So the horizon is being partially blocked by the oil rigs, where you can't see parts of the horizon, right? It's discontinuous. Or you can't see the entire stretch of the horizon. That's how we tell the oil rigs are in front of the horizon, right? Can't see the horizon because you see the legs of the oil rigs in front of them. If the horizon can move, if things can just move around, so they appear in front and behind things, why isn't refraction the reason the horizon is in front of boats? Why isn't it blocking boats? Because you see what I'm saying? If it can cause the oil rig to go from behind to in front, right? Then it can go the other way, right? It can go from behind to in front, or in front from behind. It can go either direction.
Should be.
Why isn't it blocking boats? Why isn't refraction blocking boats? And I want to say this other thing. Hold on. I want to say one more thing, which I thought of this morning, and this is kind of hilarious. They say that there is more refraction the lower you go, right? The lower, like, if they say, why don't you take the image from 1,000 feet elevation? You're getting more refraction the closer you are to the water, right? So if refraction is increased when you go lower, so if I want to see farther, I bring the camera lower because there's more refraction lifting things up. So I don't go high to see things. I just have to go lower. That shit doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
Doesn't.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, I want to see more things lifted up, so I need more refraction. So I'm going to lower my camera so I see farther. That is idiotic. That is so idiotic.
Right. You're going to get more refraction the lower you are in the atmosphere. You're going to be looking through more distortion than whether, if you're looking straight across.
You should see farther, too, because they say there's more. Listen, they say we see too far because of refraction. So if I go to the spot with the most refraction, I should see the farthest, right?
Mm-hmm.
So from 1 inch off the ground, I should see 100 miles.
Yep.
That's how idiotic their arguments are. And I'll say one more thing. The lens thing. The Rob Skiba and the weatherman saying it was a lens. Lenses have effects that we see in a lens. That's why we design them, right? We have to be designed for certain things. The further something is away and the more it has to travel through a lens, there's something called chromatic aberration. Because of the different wavelengths of light, they will travel differently through the medium. So you have to get, if you have a really large lens that's super thick, this is where you notice chromatic aberration because the thickness of the lens. So we're looking through 100 miles of air. You're going to have crazy amounts of chromatic aberration, and everything you see in the distance, if there was refraction, would have a rainbow halo around it. because that's what chromatic aberration does in a lens. So if you buy a telescope, you have to get a achromatic telescope, right? It has an extra lens in there to correct for chromatic aberration, right? So when we look off into the distance, why aren't we seeing chromatic aberration? Why isn't the Chicago skyline look like it has a rainbow halo around it? Because this shit isn't happening. It's just not happening. It is a ad hoc excuse to make the globe unfalsifiable, and we know it. We all know it, and they know it.
They know it too.
No, they don't know it.
No. Well,
some of them gotta know it.
Bottom line. If you're looking for curvature, you're looking for curvature.
Kick you. You take that never attribute to malice, but to be explained with stupidity.
You'll make anything explain something that doesn't exist. You're looking for curvature. You want it to be there, and you just want it to. You're wanting it really hard. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, I'll go ahead because we could stop it well before that. Because to have terrestrial refraction, two necessary antecedents must exist. Number one, you must have curved gases. So it's dead right there. I don't have to go any further. But the second necessary antecedent, you got to know the radius. So there's two necessary antecedents to invoke refraction, terrestrial refraction, not some type of equivocation fallacy with another type of refraction through like two mediums. We're not talking about that. We're talking about terrestrial refraction. So it's dead before they even start. Thanks. I'll be in the area all week.
I'm going to read a YouTube comment I saw that was made in the YouTube chat today. This is so hilarious, dude. This is Meraki, whatever his name is. Refraction is well understood and given the proper measurements of atmospheric conditions can be calculated and factored into observations after the fact.
Yeah, right.
No, after the fact. He's admitting it's a post-diction. He's admitting it as if he's proud of it. This is how cooked they are.
Yep.
Scientific models are supposed to make predictions, not post-dictions. Right. Predictions, that means before the event happens, you feed numbers into the variables, and it spits out something. You make the observation, and to see if the observation matches the prediction.
Nope. It's got to be a hypothesis. You don't feed any numbers in there. Nope. Got to have a hypothesis for a scientific model.
Okay, a correlation model. How about that? Well, I don't know. I don't know what you call it. Data fitting.
They could get maybe data fitting. That's not a prediction because a scientific.
That's what I'm trying to say. These are not predictions. These are post-dictions, and they are proud of it. They are proud to have ad hoc hypotheses and just make things unfalsifiable. They're proud of this. They're proud of not practicing anything even resembling the scientific method.
Yep.
Just to hang on to their balls, basically.
Yep. That's where we dash them. We just dash them out. It's like shooting hippos in a fishbowl. Yep. It's over.
Unless they show me meant for humanity, just generally, like, you know, I want to just like throw myself out a window, but these people are just so.
I would say at this point, stick a fork in it. It's really well done, but it's actually so well done that a fork would just like fall out of it. So
people are running around, breathing, reproducing, procreating.
Driving 1 ton and more heavy vehicles.
No. No Glober actually does anything of practical value. No, I'm pretty sure. I've never met like a hardcore anti-flat earther that actually did anything that you needed a practical result. Like carpentry, anything like that. Anything where you actually you needed some practical result and you couldn't rely on some theory. They don't do that. They don't do anything like that.
No, you'd have to send them to the store. Go to the store and ask them to help you measuring your ceiling lamp to put the flooring in. Stay there a long time. Talk as much as you want.
They literally make arguments that the logical conclusion would be, I could build a house by just eyeballing all the pieces, and I can figure out what all the lengths and dimensions are just by looking at them, and I'll just start looking at them, sawing, and just nailing stuff together, and I'll have a precision house.
Yeah. That's how they went to the moon. They just looked at it and said, this is what we're going to do. They made up the whole thing.
Listen, the lunar lander, you could actually buy that they didn't actually use any measuring equipment to actually take that thing. They were just like, whatever you got in the back, we'll just take like whatever you're throwing away. We'll just take some of that.
You could buy thicker walls on a freaking shed at Home Depot than they had.
We built that shit out of some shit I had laying around the barn.
No kidding.
And some old moonshine for fuel.
I heard they had some room for that rover thing. Yeah, they had enough room for 2 regular-sized briefcases. How'd they get that?
We paid a couple crackheads to do that. We made a lot of money on that.
Yeah.
We got these 2 crackheads to build it for $15 out of a scrap pile. Some aluminum foil.
What'd you do? Like, man, I was in there, man, and I ate an 8-ball and I lost it.
I know. Think of the quality food I could
No, they would have ripped it apart.
Yeah. Hey, a couple free Cub Scout blankets and a story about a lost 8-ball and a shooter. That's fucking.
Think about the quality of food. Think about how high the quality of food would have been if our parents hadn't been hoodwinked and spent all their money on NASA.
You want to?
So when a Glober,
funny, Sonny.
Yep.
I was in Helio's DMs, man, posting a bunch of shit that went along with the conversation, and it took me like 20 minutes.
Jamesy wanted to say something. What's up, Jamesy? Jamesy, wake up.
Yeah, you guys brought it up down to specific because terrestrial refraction. When a Glober says refraction, they actually don't know what they mean. But what they claiming or trying to claim is that terrestrial refraction, but they don't have curving gases nor a radius to go with.
Bye, sayonara.
A radius of the globe.
I'm going to give you their rock solid, ironclad rebuttal to that claim. Nuh-uh.
Really, that's right. That's all they can do. So is the dropped down portion, that's if you're looking at the sun and it's a globe, is the part that's lowering in altitude, is that closer to the sun? Yeah, guess what it hits first? That's where the refraction should be happening. It's already under the elevation of level. Sorry. They're lame. They're just dumbasses. So the balls.
I don't see how that affects anything.
It does. Yeah, it does because it's just.
I don't see how that affects the assumption. No.
What assumption?
You're not building a bridge.
What assumption? What assumption are you referring to there?
I don't see how it affects the problem.
Doesn't it affects
the assumption radius? I don't see how that debunks it.
Listen, I just thought something about what I was saying earlier. If refraction helps you see farther, shouldn't you see 2 sunsets by standing up and then laying down?
Exactly. Yes. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say the same. Well, almost the same thing, but I had another idea. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's about the way light works. If it's hitting a ball and it's further away,
crackheads on their knees.
Holy shit! Never mind.
When you go skydiving and you fall out of an airplane, the closer you get to the ground, the further you see because there's more and more density of the atmosphere and more refraction.
But that doesn't happen.
I'm going to troll the hell out of Globers with this. I'm so glad I thought of this morning. Sorry. Go ahead.
Because that's their claim.
It's like we've had a couple of Globers make some videos and say, hey, I put a solar filter on my camera and the sun doesn't change angular size. Now, 2 Globers that have done a test in the past 5 years, those are the only 2 people that actually ever done this, and they happen to be two of the biggest trolls, on this topic. And you never hear like major astrophysicists or astronomers talk about this because they're looking at the sky. They're not looking across the earth, right? So these guys are
they don't do observations that close to the horizon.
So they make like 1 or 2 videos and they have thousands of people following them and saying, hey, I used a solar filter and the sun doesn't actually change angular size because I said so, because I put a solar filter on my fucking camera and I watched it go over there. And it's like, guess what? It went over there. It went over there. Are you spinning or is the globe spinning?
Spinning?
Yeah, spinning. Yes, exactly.
Spitting.
Spitting.
Sound like you were spitting.
Yeah, I actually was spitting because I'm a little inebriated. But anyway, this is the thing.
You're pretty good bringing the Glober's argument, and I like entertaining the idea. But when you bring it down to the fundamentals and to the actual practical things, you don't have the radius, the curvature. They don't have that, and they don't have the.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
the curving gases, right? But what India is saying about their claim is that you should be able to see through these atmos, and you should be able to see more because they're claiming this lensing effect.
With the solar
you should be able to look through this lens. Now, what India was bringing up.
More refraction, or you go. That claim.
Yeah, all the refraction near the horizon, and any type of solar filter would filter all of that shit out, and they'll see the sun at the same size from noon to sunset. This is what they claim.
It's not.
There is no evidence for that. I know that.
But here's this, Helio. Who said it's supposed to change in angular size? Says who?
Red's Rhetoric and a couple of other guys, and they claim to have made videos about this, and this is what I'm calling bullshit on it.
What is the basis of that prediction? What is the basis of that? There isn't any. They're just saying it. It's another just.
Yeah, but people come in here all the time claiming that stuff. You've seen it.
Yeah, listen. The sun, the moon. Yeah, they're supposed to change it. Who says who they're supposed to change in angular size? Says who?
And what if it does? What does that have to do with the ground you're standing on?
You and Mike talked about this the other day. If you take a red hot poker, you heat it up, dude, and look at it, it appears huge. Sun's pretty hot. And if you look in, like Andrew Thomas Young, for instance, he actually has formulas on his website for magnification of the sun. So why is that there? Why does it exist? Why would the sun be magnified? If it doesn't change in angular size, apparently, if we don't see an apparent change in angular size, but the so-called physics predict a magnification of the sun, what are we seeing? Can't have it both ways. And this is what Globers always try to do. They try to have it both ways.
Somebody mute Bong?
Somebody mute Bong? No. I'll unmute him.
He just messaged me. He said somebody. He's like, if you unmute me, I was like, who the fuck would unmute Bong?
Be someone fat fingered. Because I think there was some dude next to him that was like over talking. I don't want to say who they were, but
either way, I mean, let's make sure he's not unmuted. He just messaged me.
I unmuted him.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Can't he just unmute himself?
I mean, either way, whatever. Anyway, continuing. Yes, I mean these ideas about the sun changing angular size as it moves across the sky, and whether any, with a solar filter could prove that the Earth is a globe. It doesn't prove a goddamn thing. Never has, never will. And if they think that it can actually prove anything about the size of the sun in relation to Earth, that's another. You can't. You won't be able to prove globe Earth with that. I mean, it's an anomaly. It's not even really, and it has nothing to do with shape or
no objective
function of Earth.
Evidence of the size or distance of the sun. And when I say this, I mean none. Like literally zero. Right? Yep. They've inferred it from other things, right? The transit of Venus, freaking Mars, all these other things.
Here's what it is.
But you cannot get the size and distance of the sun by looking at the sun, by using the sun. Like, hey, there's the sun. We're going to measure how far that is away. We're going to take 2 telescopes, and we're going to measure parallax. We're going to triangulate where the sun is. We're going to get a distance, and then we'll get the size. That cannot be done. This is an undeniable fact. This isn't something that's even arguable. No glober can argue that you can look at the sun and get a distance. Well recognized in astronomy. They know this. They've known this for, I don't know, however many 100 years.
Yeah, they know this, but the anti-flat earthers think they have the numbers down.
How can you have an entire fairy tale cosmology based upon something you can't even measure? Like the radius. I mean, of course, the radius comes first. They can't measure that. But they can't measure any of these things, any step. Can't measure the radius, can't measure the distance to the sun. Like, where do you go from there? Can't measure the distance to the sun. You don't know the orbit. You don't know the distance to stars. Can't. There's literally nothing.
You have to pretend.
Foundationless fairy tale.
They call us believers in creation or whatever, but they believe these numbers when it's math that they can't even calculate.
There's more. You can pick a religious text. There's more evidence for what's in that than there is for the heliocentric model.
Of course, and I was telling that to people in the YouTube chat tonight, and we got that shit. We got that on point. But yeah, you're exactly right, Indio. Go ahead.
Probably more evidence for the Satanic Bible than the fucking heliocentric model.
Yeah, because these idiots don't even know that they believe in some fucking math on a chalkboard than actually what they experience in reality.
But in the case of the sun, they're not even performing the math on what they're looking at. They're performing it on other things and saying, because these other things, then this thing must be this far away. They're not even doing the measurement on what it is they're trying to measure.
I mean, even though we're being pompous about it. I mean, if they actually had the evidence, they would have already been here and said, "You flat earthers are
we wouldn't exist.
Definitely wrong about this. I'm going to come in here and show you." We've been reaching out to people across the globe, across the plane of Earth, and saying, "Hey, do you have any evidence for this third rock from the sun fallacy that you're expressing? Get your ass in here."
Well, did you hear the guy today, that Muslim liar, saying an egg is a sphere during ladies' night?
Yeah, I listened to some.
That was like that kind of like.
It's just like people.
The Quran says it's a sphere. Oh, you read the quote. It says it's an egg. So an egg's a sphere? Is it? Is an egg a sphere? I wasn't lying. Close enough, right? Is this like para-earther type thing? Is this like Neil deGrasse Tyson's? Was he an egg earther?
Yeah, man. It's like in popular, quote unquote, popular science, who's claiming Earth is a sphere? Here, I mean, we all know the standard spherical solar system model It's just balls spinning around the sun, due to gravity. And I mean, it's not that hard to figure out. I mean, you learn it by through fifth grade or whatever. By the time you get to fifth grade, you understand. Hey, Earth third rock from the sun, Mars is the fourth one, and Venus, whatever. I mean, these are rocks spinning around the sun due to the gravitational pull of the sun. This is not hard to figure out. This is what we're told about.
Popular Science said it's a globe. There was an old, I think, Popular Mechanics.
Talking about the magazine.
Okay, well, there was Popular Mechanics. I used to read Popular.
Yeah, there's another magazine called Popular.
But it was Professor Picard when he went up in his balloon to like 50,000 plus feet, and he described it as flat with an upturned edge. If you can find an actual copy of those magazines, they're like
but you know what? A lot of people bring up Picard, but he only went up 50,000 feet, 60,000 feet.
Well, it was still obvious at 50,000. It was pretty damn obvious.
Well, I mean, he was actually went up higher than people do these days. But I mean, these days a lot of people go a lot higher than that. So, his testimony is really kind of worthless, in my opinion.
It's one piece. It's not. I'm not saying it's like, oh, this is the gold nugget. It's just one more piece of evidence that they're lying.
Well,
to
sure.
us.
I mean, well, what's
a small piece.
The other gold nugget is that hundreds of millions of people travel in an airplane at 30 to 40,000 feet every single day and look out an airplane window, and they think they're looking over a curved Earth. So, I could give a shit about Picard, to be honest.
Not the pilots. The pilots see out the front, and they know what's going on.
Well, they may not. See, I mean, the brainwashing is real.
I've never heard a person in regular life say, now I'm talking about, not in this topic. I've never heard a person in regular life said that they went in an airplane and saw the curve of the Earth, ever. Not in casual conversation, never.
Yeah, it's only on here when they say that, right?
It's only these people that come on here, dude. They just have to lie. They can't help themselves. They're cultists. It's a cult. You don't understand. They don't want anybody leaving. You're not allowed to leave. I saw curvature from a plane. Trust me, don't leave the cult, please. I don't want to be alone with my action figures.
Yeah, even if Picard reached 50,000 feet, 60,000 feet. I mean, was he looking for curve? Who told him that Earth might be curved?
Oh,
This is a weird idea that's planted in your mind.
I think
just like with everyone, I mean, it was just like, you see the
what year was that?
When you see the ships go over. Hold on, when you see the ships go over the curve. You can see it. You can see the curvature of the Earth standing on the shoreline of the ocean. You just watch a ship go away. No, hold on, dude. Making a point here. You can see it from the shore. You can see it from the top of a mountain. You can see it from an airplane. Every time you see something disappear, it's because it's going over the horizon, which is the curvature of the Earth, correct? No! The horizon is not the curvature of the Earth.
Thank you. But whether it's true or false, I don't know what year that was. I think it was from the 40s.
What I just said was an absolute fact. What I just said is an absolute fact. The horizon is not the curvature of the Earth.
Nobody here is disputing that.
Well, some people listening might dispute it, but they can't.
I'm just saying, most people, it's a form of self-delusion and confirmation bias. They want to believe what they want to believe, and they will delude themselves into believing nonsense. It's a tricky thing. It's some kind of mind control.
Look, they're brainwashed. The alternative is threatening and frightening to them. Plus, there's the social pressure. They don't want to be called dumb. I mean, there's a lot of like moving. You can't. It's hard to generalize because there is a lot of different social things which have nothing to do with the so-called science or measurements or anything that are these people's primary consideration. That's why they come in here and they won't even listen to the evidence. They won't even hear it. That means the evidence is not what matters to them. How are they going to be received? What are people going to think about it? What are the consequences of the earth being flat? I'm going to have to make a big retrospective on my own life and why I was a degenerate, like in this godless world where nothing freaking matters, right? So now I have to take account for my actions, and maybe I won't get to do those things anymore. And it isn't any of those one things. It's a broad thing. But these people, they're not mature enough or have the self-introspection to even recognize that these are the motivations within themselves. So they go into cognition and spaz out and have these psychological storms, right? And they flop around right in front of our face and start spiraling, right? These irrational behaviors. I mean, how many, irrational? Listen, using a logical fallacy is technically irrational. That's what it's called. Rational thought is logic. Irrational thought is illogic. Using a logical fallacy is irrational. They come in here and they're irrational all the time. And they're emotional. They have all these behaviors, right? We see them all the time. That means the evidence is not the primary consideration. It means something else is.
We all have family members, like even Helio and I, our brothers, we have problems with. Every one of us has family members that are stuck in the Matrix, and we can't reach them, no matter how much
evidence. They're resisting. Yeah, but the thing is, they're resisting they're resisting even looking. It's not that they're resisting. It's not like they looked at the evidence, considered it, weighed it in their mind, and rejected the flat Earth. They won't even let you get to the point where they even look at the evidence.
Yeah. And to be honest, the reason that we're here is because we're looking for people that are interested, because we've talked to our family members over and over and over again. They're not interested. People that are interested are coming here, and then we explain how this is implausible. What they're explaining to us, through all the freaking weirdness. And so, yes, of course, we care for our families, but they just don't want to talk about it. You already know. I mean, you've already tried to.
Oh, if we ever compile all the Flat Earth music, and I know the album title now, "Fear of a Flat Earth," that's going to be the album title.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one, India.
Dude, there was a funny line in the Mythbusters. I used to watch that, and it was Adam Savage. He said, "I reject your reality and substitute my own." And that's what these people are doing. They reject reality and substitute delusion. It's like, it's funny, but that's what they choose to do.
But at the same time, I mean, like when you try to talk to your family and they reject you, but they don't necessarily reject you. They just like, it's like, I still love you, but I don't want to ever talk about this again.
Yes, I get that a lot.
No, I get that. And so just let it go, man. Just let it flow. Let yourself go, slow and low. That is the tempo.
No, beating the dead horse, dude. I get it.
Yeah. Anyway, but I think a lot of people listening are in the same situation with a lot of people. I mean, even people that don't actually join the Discord or even join the YouTube chat. We're live streaming on several different platforms. A lot of people are very like when they come across this situation, they're reluctant to actually even join and talk to us because They may have just come across it and they saw it, but they haven't haven't really broke this haven't been broken in spirit this way to actually say, all right, I've been listening to you guys for a while, and this is really crazy. And they may have already made the same mistake that we did by, like, when we first found out about this, starting to talk to our friends and family, saying, "Oh shit, I heard this flat. This is crazy." Which I did. When I did, I was just like, "Oh my god, y'all need to fucking look into this. This is crazy." I broke the shit wide open when I first heard about it. So anyway, but go ahead.
If you're presenting evidence to people, right, and they don't accept the evidence, then what are they thinking? Like, what are they using to think with? Like, what's going on, right? Like, if you're presenting, there's a dead body.
They won't even accept the presentation. We're not even getting to the presenting the evidence part. You're rejecting it being presented in the first place.
Right. I mean, if there's a dead body, okay, there's a murder. Like let's imagine that, right? We show somebody the body, right? The body of the dead person. Like, what could cause that person to not accept that this is their, whoever the loved one?
It's traumatic. It's very traumatic for them. And you're just like, hey, here's a body of a dead person, and one of your friends who is the government created this scenario. This dead person that you're looking at is the culprit, but since you love this dead person, whoever you voted for or whatever, they might be a culprit in this flat Earth idea, or wherever they came from, whoever they believed in, whatever.
It's like this, so it's like, okay, we're hiring you to solve murders in this city, right? Okay, there's a dead body over on 34th Street. Go get clues, collect the evidence. They get to the door and they're like, "No, I'm not looking. I'm not going in there. I refuse to look at that evidence. I just can't do it." And they just walk away, quit.
See, we're detectives of the flat Earth, and then we find people that are just like, "Oh, I want to look into flat Earth a little bit." And then we start to show them flat Earth, and they're just like, "Ooh, this really seems mysterious." And it's like, "Oh shit, this shit's starting to become personal to me," And then
it doesn't matter though. It's not.
No,
it does.
It does matter to them, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. They don't.
Or how the fuck could you know, bro?
Because I have problems just like you. They don't weigh the evidence. It's like if you went,
you can't judge every individual person when they come across this stuff.
I'm saying the majority of people will not look at the evidence unbiased. Like, say you're in a court situation and you're the jury and you have to look at just the evidence.
We're talking about the initial part of it. We're not talking about the.
I'm just saying, you can go through every piece of proof, and how many people will actually see the proof right in front of their nose? They can't analyze.
Yeah, what Rod's saying is most people will not even consider the evidence. Period. That's what I'm saying. They won't even look at it. They won't honestly consider it. They might nod their head and try to be polite. And
they'll defer to the authorities.
But they're thinking about the Kardashians in the back of their head, dude, and drinking a beer. Like, they're not really, they're not paying attention to what you're saying.
Yeah, they'll defer to the authorities when it comes to some major incidents.
But I actually want to ask a question. Like, anybody wants to answer this. Do you think that there's a moral obligation to figure out the meaning of your own existence, like why you're here, like what is this place, and use that to guide your life? Or do you think it's just perfectly okay to just be born and not give a shit about everything and just, whatever, go through life without asking any of these existential questions? Do you think you got a moral obligation to at least investigate? Or, whatever?
Obligation.
A lot of these people don't care. A responsibility, like to yourself, right? Because we're all born alone. We all die alone, right? So how we live and die. Well, just let me. I only got like 3 more sentences. How we live and die, like how we enter and leave this world, like to me at least, you should know why you're doing this. Why am I going through these motions? Like, what is my purpose? I don't think you should. You just have a responsibility to all the people, all your ancestors that survived saber-toothed tigers and whatnot, so that you can live. I don't think it's fair to just enter the world and say, "Oh, I don't give a shit." I just don't think that's right.
Right.
That's my opinion. So whatever anybody else has an opinion of, go for it.
Oh, that's nihilism. The globe.
No,
the globe
that's
nihilism.
Hold on. That's not nihilism. What do you
I
mean?
just said the globe is nihilism. The Big Bang is nihilism.
But the fights begin.
You break it up. You were
breaking up. Whatever. I mean, if how is hold on. I want to hear whoever's trying to talk and your shit is breaking up. Stop talking. I want to hear what Ron has to say in response.
Battle Mod, hold on 1 sec, Helio. Battle Mod, you're chopping up, man.
Hold
on. Oh, there you go. You're back. I think. Okay, now you're gone.
Yeah, he needs to reconnect. Ron, do you have something in response to what?
No, I was saying I agree with Indio that like before I fell down this rabbit hole, I was into that somewhat nihilistic, hedonistic, that life has no meaning, just enjoy it while you can. There's nothing beyond this. And it made me realize it's like, holy shit, dude. This
Fuck you, Mike. Anyway, by the way, go ahead. Mike.
This is not really this time we have here. We have to use it like I think this is
we are here for a short time. Go ahead.
I think it's a sorting ground. That's why we're not here that long. It's a proving ground. If you prove yourself, it's like if you want to advance to the next level, don't be a dirtbag. So what we're doing here is somewhat trying to help other people advance and not be dirtbags. Because I was down that dirtbag road. You know what I mean? I wasn't the best person. I was kind of thuggy. I did some stuff I regret, but I've changed my ways. I'm not that person.
Well, that's all that's all anybody can ever expect of themselves is to improve, right? Get better.
Well, I think it is 100% a moral obligation and responsibility, or else YouTube and Congress wouldn't be saying things like flat Earth is going to take us back to the Stone Age. So,
why are you still stuck on government shit? We're talking about
something.
I'm being a dick.
Finish, please.
If the government thinks it's a moral and obligation and responsibility, then it must be. Yep. Thanks.
No, actually, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Tell us about the government. Go ahead.
That's not what you're saying. That anyway. Do we have a moral responsibility not to go back to the Stone Age? Maybe I want to go to the Stone Age. Maybe it was cool. I don't know. How do I know?
Might have been. Yeah, and I heard him talking about it earlier. Yeah, it was cool.
The topic is because it destroys a lot of the so-called science, pseudoscience. You know what I mean? It goes against the narrative.
Oh, the narrative of the Stone Age was actually probably some type of advanced culture that has been manipulated. You know,
it's a crime against humanity.
It is.
Yeah, you know.
I know. That's why I wanted all you guys to answer. So anyway, go ahead.
I mean, yeah, that was the thing that came out to me. And then I heard different theories, like, oh, well, there's waters above, and I'm like, Is that what the flood was? You know, I started thinking, and it freaked me out a bit. I'm like, wait a minute. You mean all of that's water? If this was to break, we're fucked. It's like, and then you think of metaphors like the lost city of Atlantis. A city is a metaphor for an entire realm. You know, like the earth. Here's our realm. It's a metaphor as a city, just like in the Bible it describes it as a tent. Certain things are metaphors. So I'm thinking maybe this is, you know, what they would call a lost, analogous to the lost city of Atlantis, a city that's underwater with an air for the atmosphere. It's like, it seems really strange, the whole concept, but it's like, looking at it now, like even seeing stars and shit, it seems more plausible. I'm like, dude, this is not as far-fetched as the shit is a globe. A globe is some far-fetched shit. This is a plausible explanation, in my opinion.
Hey, mods, check out my latest post in the mod chat. Kind of what I was saying. I mean, you know, without the explosive thing, let's schedule a time where we're actually in a peaceful conversation with each other.
I mean, this is what I mean. Like showing the evidence. I mean, the math, the evidence is always going to be there, right? But I think it's closely related to the question, why would they lie? You know, like I think trying to get through that question, you know, and people, the mind of the person, right, will help them then decide, maybe I should look at the evidence, you know, these people are presenting me, or what, you know what I mean, so they can take us seriously, to take the evidence seriously.
Yeah. In this server, I've met the most important people that actually have a connection to the real truth. And that's why I think it could be important for us to have a focused discussion about this, and without, you know, anything else, you know, with outside chat or anything like that. Just a few people that are just like a focused discussion. Boom, boom, boom. And
can I jump in real quick and answer why I think that they would lie? Because I just heard somebody ask that, and I feel like that's one of the weakest questions there is, because it's simple. Why does anyone lie? You lie for control or to gain advantage over someone else. It's the easiest, most simple answer there is.
Sure, but can your lie hold up, though? Can you convince someone that your lie has any weight?
Well, I don't believe that it is possible. See, the question that comes after that is, well, I don't believe it's possible for them for such a lie, right? To be like all these people. So all these questions start coming up, right? And the people try to understand, and that's because they're ignorant of the true history. Like,
cool. So let's you and this guy talk about this. He's obviously very curious about this. Go ahead. Just bong.
Well, I think it is a weak question, but it's a powerful weapon for, you know, for the blue-pilled mind. You know, like he doesn't believe, right, that he's being lied to at this level, right, at the level of university, of scholars, of Einstein, like, you know what I mean? They're like, I mean, just to get them to accept, or to get the information to them, they have to then accept the information and then process it, and then they might look at the evidence. And because, I mean, it was hard for me to question Einstein, even when I found out about flat Earth, and until I questioned Einstein, I always thought
about like human nature.
Right.
We as humans, we don't like to be. We don't like to admit that we've been tricked or fooled, and even when we do realize that we have been, we still will lie to ourselves and convince ourselves that no, you know, we'll still believe in the lie, because it's easier to believe in the lie than to believe that somebody got the better of you. You know, I think that is a big part of the issue with a lot of folks, in my opinion.
But then there's also the barrier. of learning. There's a scientist, right? And then there's all this theory in between you and the scientist. There's a barrier there that people don't want to go to. So what they'll do is they'll put their faith. They have to believe that these scientists and people studying these things are doing, have good intentions, and they're doing things for the best of mankind, But that's not the case, right? Like, they refuse to believe that these people would lie to them, so therefore they have faith in their work, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean?
Well, not everybody there, I think with humans, there is some of us that are free thinkers and will accept certain things and ask certain questions, and there's other that are just going to forever be sheep. I think it is something that is ingrained in everyone, and you're either, on one side or you're on the other. Some people just don't want to have to think for themselves or do, they just want to be told what to do. And they're completely content with, somebody else steering their life and telling them what to do, even if they don't necessarily think it's right and it might not be something they believe in. They are always going to be looking up to someone else. They're not going to, somewhere along the line, a lot of us have lost faith in our own instincts and our own intuition. And, they need somebody to guide them, to steer them.
Nah, it's not an accident. People have been trained to be this way. It didn't happen organically.
Yeah.
This is a training program. People have been trained to be useless.
Indio, it is the axiom.
Trained for all this.
It's the axiom.
What?
It's the axiom.
Is what axiom?
This standard idea is the axiom, and everything is based off of the axiom.
So you lost me. What standard idea? Flat Earth?
No, not necessarily flat Earth. It comes from culture. Really, the base axiom is the culture. It depends on how you grow up or whatever, but how they
counter-making culture.
We don't have to make this hard. All right. So as far as when it comes to globe versus flat, a flat was never, a thing when it comes to their base axiom of the globe, because they have their have their culture and counterculture, right?
Listen, axiom is not an intellectual thing. It's something that's self-evident, almost like just pure sensation or reflex or something like that.
Yeah, but they can convince you that your base axiom is something that it's not.
Like, it's self-evident that the ocean's a liquid, right? I don't think that's disputable, and anyone's ever going to dispute that.
No, sure, but I'm talking about like Earth is a globe. That's a base axiom for most people.
But it's not an axiom because it's not self-evident.
No, well,
and I've asked many.
In their mind, it is.
What is? It doesn't matter if it in their mind. Well, what does that mean? No, because there's another base axiom. See, that's what you're. I think this is where you're screwing up. They have another base axiom that's underneath that they think is self-evident, right? That everything they see on the TV is true. That's the base axiom, but that is not self-evident, right? But they just think it is.
Maybe
that's their axiom. What I'm told by other people is true. Certain other people, right? The authorities is true. Consensus reality is true. And like the globe can't be a base axiom because nobody experiences it.
Okay. Yeah.
Axioms are self-evident, meaning they don't need like everybody to. It's not an opinion. It's not like.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's obvious to everybody. We don't fight about it.
No, so that wouldn't be introduced.
Only Brenda would say that the Earth isn't self-evidently flat. She's also like her base axiom of, sexual dimorphism is fucking twisted too.
Well, we're not going to get into that shit. But anyway. So any type of base axiom would have nothing to do with anyone that lives on Earth. That the Earth is a globe. That base axiom can be disproven outright by most of our proofs.
Right? All men die.
All men die.
All men die.
Well,
that's an axiom,
true.
right? That's
Exactly.
self-evident, right?
Yeah,
that's self-evident. Nobody's going to argue that.
Yes, exactly.
Not even people that, being one of them, believe that Jesus is resurrected from the dead. I don't believe he was a man, right? So that still holds true, even with Jesus. So, all men die. That is an axiom. It doesn't need to be argued. It doesn't need to be proven. Now, it could be wrong. You could prove that wrong by showing somebody that was actually immortal. But, you
can't apply
that's how it works. There is no globe axiom. That's the thing.
Jesus exists as a man. You can't apply that as a base axiom.
I mean, it's something that you don't have to be educated or learn so-called facts to know it's true, right?
Yeah.
I could take a person, never have them in school, never bring them anywhere. I could just go snatch someone out of the Amazon rainforest, right? And they're never going to go, wow, I live on a big ball. They're never going to say that because it's outside of anything they've ever experienced.
It's more of an overarching ideology that is true in spirit and in truth. I mean, yeah, I know where you're coming from. Yeah, it's
listen. There's
it's a problem too, though. What you were saying about the.
I want to.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to clarify this, Virgilio. So there's two ways that you can do this, right? So you can have reason and rationality to come to conclusions. Axioms are before that. It's something that is just foundational. You have to apply reason to some object, right? Some mental object. But you have to start somewhere. There has to be a starting point before reason is applied. You can't just have reason spring out of nothing applied to nothing, right? Otherwise, you are reasoning about reasoning itself, right? Which is just circular bullshit. So you have to have some basic base axiom to which the reason and logic are. Hold on, man. So you need this base axiom to which the reason and logic is applied. And that is something that is self-evident to everybody, that we don't have to debate that particular thing.
Right, we all experience the same thing together. Then we start from there. Right?
No one just woke up, like a little 5-year-old doesn't sit there and run around and go, man, yeah, it's obvious I'm on a big ball, man, because it looks like a big ball or it smells like a big... Nothing with their senses tells them it's a big ball, right? The only way they ever think it's a big ball because some other human being tells them that.
Right. And all I was going to say about that is the other thing that happens when they do that, and they do it at such an early age, that if you even for a second try to question it, you're immediately ridiculed and made fun of. And as humans, we are very social creatures, and that hurts, and we don't like that. And it's a very negative feeling. Well, so we learn from a young age.
Check this out. On that point,
you didn't finish,
balls don't have anything to do with anything when you're a little kid.
Man, you gotta let people finish every once in a while. Thanks, man.
No, I'm just gonna say, like, it has to do with everything you experience, not just the ball. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, guy.
Right, but what I'm saying is, at that age, at such a young age, when you were exposed to the globe Earth, that at that age, like, you don't have a clue of where you are or can sense anything. They teach it at such a young level that you automatically just believe it. And if you ever try to question it, you are ridiculed so hard you never want to question it again. And at that level, at that age, I mean, you don't know where you are. You don't know what's going on. You're so impressionable and so young. You don't have a clue about anything.
You wouldn't even know to question it.
And the thing is, they don't just tell you it's a ball. They have a narrative story surrounding that claim, right? That these dumb people in the past, they weren't very smart. They thought you would sail up the edge of the world into sea monsters and dragons and every other thing. They thought the Earth was flat, but we got very, very smart, and now we think it's a ball. Don't be like those dumb people.
Yeah, the dumb people that are asking
just in them telling the story, they have a whole. It's not just they say it's a ball. Here's the evidence. They have a narrative, right? And their narrative is not believing this has negative consequence. It's not just, and they're telling this to a little child that's trying to figure out his way through the world. And typically, when they teach you in kindergarten, they're teaching you this in the first frickin' 7 days, right? You're with a whole bunch of strangers. The teacher's a stranger. You have all these other kids around you. You want to fit into your peer group, right? You want to fit in. You don't want to be picked on by those other kids. They might bully you. They're all strangers. The teacher might call you names. So all these children they're all afraid. They all have anxiety about their social situation of being thrust into a world of strangers. They're going to just accept it and defend it. Anyway, I was agreeing with you, Paul V.
So. Yeah, and at that age too, you're not. That's not even a thought on your mind ever. It would be interesting to think, if that didn't happen, if that wasn't taught, at what age would a person at all actually start to think about where they are and if it has a shape? That'd be really interesting. You know what I mean? Like, when would that actually become a thought in your mind as you grew into an adult? But we're never given that chance, on our own.
These things are taught to us by our families, our culture, right? Not by some school public education that was set up by some church. You know what I mean? Like, so, yeah, that's how it used to be taught. Moms and dads, uncles, aunties, grandfathers, grandparents, we lost that system. And look at how we learn things today. It's like the total opposite.
Yeah, strangers. Complete and utter strangers. The only reason they even get to interact with you is because the state performed their gatekeeping operation, and only people that they approve can be allowed to brainwash the children. And obviously those people that they approve have some standard that they have to meet, that the government deems them qualified to tell you a bunch of lies.
Well, yeah, and they can only teach the curriculum that has been pre-approved by them.
Well, or the school gets no money. Right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Teach our propaganda, or you get no money.
Yeah. Remember the saying, it takes a village to raise a man, right? Like, whatever did that mean? It takes government.
I was going to say some rude stuff. I'm not going to say that. Some villages were seriously inbred, so that could be your family too. A small town in Kentucky.
I mean, I say that because my grandmother, my father, and my mother told me stories of a giant that lived on our island. And remember, I go to school and I learned things like evolution. So I had to ask myself the question, look, these people love you, okay? These are your family. This grandmother of yours was told this story about a person that loves her and loves you. This story that you believe about apes come from people that probably hate you, right? So that's why I asked the question, like, how do I know who I should trust? I definitely trust my family, right? But what's up with these other stories? And this is supposed to be the real, you know what I mean? Science.
Hey, try being raised Catholic and going to a Catholic private school in grade school and being taught the Big Bang Theory as a Catholic. That blew my mind when I was in about 5th grade.
The theory, you know that, right?
What's that?
Did you know that it was a Catholic priest that developed the theory of Big Bang?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, wait, is this creation? Is this when God said, "Let there be light"? Or I'm confused.
Yeah, it was very eye opening for me at a young age to sit there and listen to my science teacher ask how the Earth was formed, and wanted her students to raise their hands, and I, like a dummy, raised my hand. I said, well, God created the Earth, and for her to like basically just ridicule me then in front of the class as like that was just ridiculous answer, and then to go into this spiel about the Big Bang and how all these things had to come together, all these atoms and proton, all this crap came together, and I said, well, isn't that God? Didn't God do all that? And she said, well, you think God could just snap his fingers and create all this stuff? No, he had to have, atoms and proton and all this stuff, and like basically saying that all that stuff was there before God. Like, it didn't make any sense to me, and I never asked a question again after that, to be honest, in that class.
So your best called baffle them with bullshit. That's all you did. Took a little. Hold on a second, dude.
Go ahead.
You were a little child. You were a little child, and all she did was baffle you with bullshit. She gave you had your creation story, right? Simple. There's a deity, creates the universe. Hers has an intricate, complicated, sophisticated, gazillion moving parts. You're too dumb to understand it. Trust us.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you were the hero in that classroom. You were the only one with the truth. So, good job for actually saying it.
Yeah, I know that now, but at the time, it didn't feel too good.
Look, I never one time, not even one time in the entire time I went to school, ever said the Pledge of Allegiance. So, think of that.
Damn, that's gangster. It felt weird, man. The first time I was 10. It felt weird, but I just did it because everybody was doing it. I didn't want to look like a racist.
Oh, you wouldn't.
I used to actually enjoy doing that. I took pride in it because I thought it really meant something, and it made me feel good until I got older and realized exactly what I was saying and who exactly my government is and what they do. And then I realized, wow,
Well, there's legal consequences to that. Like, that's what they don't tell you. Pledging allegiance has consequences. Okay? Go to court. Find out. Okay?
Yeah.
They, under the guise of this, the state is sovereign and you are a subject, what we call ourselves citizens, right? But it's the same thing, right? That bind is called allegiance. Pledging allegiance to something is, in the law, the most highest connection. They'll tell you that when they have you stand up, that you are making basically a blood oath, but because it's a legal fiction, it doesn't really matter. But if it was like to a person, then it would really actually matter. If it was like to an individual, like a king or something like that, that would be legally binding to the point where he could try you for treason and put you to death. But they don't tell the kids that. They just act like this is just some weird act, right? That we're just getting up and we're all doing it. It doesn't mean anything. It means something. That's why they're having you do it. It means something.
It's a ritual, right?
No, it's a freaking illegal declaration, man. It is a legally I would say I wouldn't call it a contract. It's actually called a bond, an oath, a bond oath, man. You're actually making an oath and promising you're going to do some act. Allegiance has specific connotations. If you're this allegiance means a duty of protection in exchange for a duty of obedience. Who do you think is the obedient one?
Dude, it's so sinister.
Every New Year, that one song is sung every New Year, right? You hear that same song every New Year's Eve. I forget how it goes. But you guys got to know what I'm talking about. It's very
the
famous.
old acquaintances to be forgotten.
Yes,
something like that
song. So this New Year's, me and my fiance were sitting around and thinking about that song, and want to know where did that come from? How did it start? And it goes back to like it was written in like the 17th century, and it started out as a poem, and then somehow in the 18th century somebody turned it into a song, and then from there, in like the mid 18th century, for some reason the Freemasons took the song and started using it in some sort of New Year's ritual that they would do every year. And I thought that was really interesting, considering that I had never heard that before, and now all of a sudden it is completely mainstream and worldwide, and we hear it every year and have no idea the origins of it. And it comes from Freemasonry, essentially, is some sort of Freemason ritual.
Ring around
it's
the
kind of
rosy.
like the same. Yeah, it's kind of like the same thing as.
That's from the Black Death, man. The little kids would sing that during the Black Death. Ring around the rosies. The bubonic plague.
Dude, I wonder.
Right. Yeah, the kids. Yeah.
I was looking back on some of those old articles, and they had the jab even back in the day, like in the 1800s, that they were giving people. And I'm thinking, the orphan trains, maybe people taking the jab back in the day led to the orphan trains, and where's all the parents? I'm thinking, like, this might be round two. This might be a reset that happens every 150 or so years, every 200 years, whatever. They wipe the slate. Too many people are waking up, and they wipe the slate somehow. Because if you ever understand how the system works, nobody is going to consent to this slave system. Like, once you realize that this is like a sharecropper system, there's a certain group that has all the power, and then you're just sharecropper is another word for slave. When you realize we're all slaves, people, they're not going to consent to slavery if they have a choice, if they think they have a choice.
I like that meme with where the cows are standing around, and one of the cows is trying to tell the other cows, "They're gonna eat us. They're gonna eat us," and the other cows are like, "Oh look, the flat earther is at it again with his conspiracy theories."
That's great.
Oh look, Ron is at it again, talking that crazy talk. How's your hay?
Yeah, and there's a meat packing plant next door to the farm.
I eat cows on the flat earth.
I mean, why would you tell your cows that they're cows they're going to be eaten, right? I mean, you want the cows to have a happy life if you want good meat and good milk. So you
don't be scared of Betsy now, motherfucker. I'll bury my foot in your ass.
Yeah, they have to be looked after. They have to be. Slaves are expensive. That's the difference between like a cattle slave and the modern slave.
It's funny they choose that word, goyim, to describe us, like cattle. We're cattle. Chattel. The people, right? The people are cattle. And in the controller's mind, we're nothing but cattle.
Useless.
They'll make leather out of us.
But it kind of has a reference to unintelligent, non-self-serving too. A goyim is a person who has chosen a master rather than be his own master. And he's ignorant. And he doesn't try to be not ignorant. It's a lazy fucking person. A person who you couldn't help if you wanted to.
Not necessarily. They refer to all of us as goyim. I mean, you could be like...
Goy.
Yeah, the goy.
From the root word of goy. An ignorant person who needs someone to take care of them. It can be a group.
But the label doesn't need to fit. Like, you couldn't, it doesn't matter if you fit that definition. They refer to all of us as that, even if we don't fit that definition.
Well, if we were our own masters, we wouldn't be citizens, peoples, humans. We'd be men and women. And we'd live by ecclesiastical law, but like the educated people. But we don't. So everybody who lives under man's law instead of ecclesiastical law, they're goy.
Well, that's why you need to revoke your citizenship and renounce it, and your voter ID card, rip that. You need to get rid of that.
You need only take
what
up
good is
the
that going to do, though?
man.
You're still going to have the same master we all have, which is
Listen,
currency.
you're still recognizing this system.
I don't know if it's
When
just
you
me
do
that
all
I'm not,
that,
you're
you're
breaking up.
complying with the system. Comply with the system. Step outside. Yeah, does telling me does that help it not robot?
Yeah, you lost your
listen,
mic cut out, Mike.
If you want to get outside the system, you need to get out making more declarations to it. If you're still appealing to them, an appeal to the court. If you're making an appeal to the court, you're still appealing to man's law. It's still compliance. You're still going. You just say you're a man.
I think someone was shutting you down from Tel Aviv.
Well, that's the original lie that you already gave it away by compliance. You got to write more letters and comply to our law to get it back. Well, if compliance gives it away, will compliance get it back? You don't have to fucking bow to any of their laws, which means you say, I'm a man, I'm not subject to your law verbally. Go fuck yourself, or I'll put my boot in your ass. That's free will, bro. Free will and freedom is exercised, not written. That's natural law. A free man governs himself and don't allow others to govern him.
See, like the system we're in is like implied consent. If you don't opt out or acknowledge that you don't consent to this system we have, then they assume that you already do consent. And there's forms like your driver's license and things that you do sign.
That's why they want men to believe that they're no longer under God's law. They're under a new covenant, because the new covenant is man's law and you follow a new God. But there is only one God.
I agree with all that and everything you're saying, and I understand that that is a real thing, and it's too bad that the majority of us cannot exercise that.
Well,
and a part of the reason why we can't, though, is I can do that right now, right? I can do everything you just said.
What type
but
of
the
law
problem
do
is
Jewish
it's going to have
lawyers
serious
study?
consequences, and I'm going to go to jail for a while.
No, you're not.
It's free will.
You will.
Go to jail for what?
For, not playing along, by not... There's going to be people that don't understand.
They're going to
the law,
say it'll be this. It'll be this person against the state or the United States of America.
Right.
And you'll say, if there's no man or a woman that wants to make claim against me, if I've harmed or injured any man or woman, bring them forward to make claim against me. If not, I'm free to go. It's that simple. By ecclesiastical law, you didn't break a law unless you brought harm onto other men or women. A state, the United States of America, that's not it. It's not even a real thing. It's a fiction. It's a legal fiction.
Yeah, but they play by their own rules.
No allegiance to fiction.
I know what you're saying is right, but they play by their own rules and all those legalese, and they're going to throw them.
It's hard being one free man in a group full of sheep, but that's what you call a martyr for your cause. What you hope to promote is critical mass.
Isn't it supposed to be?
We were born free and fuck your rules.
Person to person's like
ecclesiastics, man or woman. Person is a legal statement.
Person to person is a loosely legal term, right? But it's supposed to be person on person.
Person is illegal.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be person on person, like natural person on natural entity.
Man and woman. There is no such thing as a natural person. God created men.
It's like they created a whole court system for this person-on-person entity versus entity. However, there is another one called civil, right? So you have the civil court system as well.
Those are all man's laws. I'm telling you, by ecclesiastical law, if you do not harm a man or a woman, you haven't broken the law.
Yeah, I just know
Jewish lawyers, they're ecclesiastical lawyers.
Of people doing that in courtrooms, and they don't care. They're not going to play.
No, those people try to claim sovereign citizen, and the two are oxymorons. You can't be a citizen and be sovereign. A citizen is an entity owned by a legal fiction, which is an entity. There's no such thing as a free citizen. Men are born free, so are women.
No, the guy I'm referring to, he actually never referred to himself as a sovereign citizen. He always referred to himself as the living man.
I know.
Yeah, and they don't care. The judge don't care. They'll lock you up for they can't lock him up forever, but
well, they do. That's the point. They can't lock you up forever.
Yeah,
and they're gonna lock you up.
That's the thing. That's why it doesn't work, because some people aren't willing to make that sacrifice and spend a night in jail for the greater good and for the better.
It does. You say it doesn't make no difference, but every person in the courtroom, there's an effect. What we do affects other people. When we do this, we say it's okay for other people to do it, and they notice it, and we learn more as humans with our eyes than we do with our mouth and our ears.
I have a question.
That's because our parents say one thing, but we see another.
Right.
That's why leadership is done by example. Go ahead, I'll shut up.
Quick question, Mike. So, for example, if a person decided to to disappear, right? To just get up and go to a mountain and live there for like 5 years, no contact with it, just dropped everything, right? Everything. People would probably think he was dead, right? I mean, right? Like if you think about it, yeah. Well, what's up with this? What's up with it? Like, what if they declare him dead, right?
Because dead entities are covered by man's law too.
Right. But let's say he's alive and well on a mountain, right? But people
he'd still be a person, because a person is a dead entity. It's not a living being.
Right. So this thing that they've declared dead is the name and the number that's attached to the body that's still alive, right?
Straw man of yourself. It's
yeah.
Well, it's not. There's been real life examples of that where people were stranded. They were declared dead and their fortunes given away, but then they came back and they were alive.
Well, let's say
this would matter if you try to come back and then reintegrate into the society in the system, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't matter.
Let's say I came back and I
you're missing the underlying point.
Right? Let's say I came back and I changed my identity. I renamed myself. I got a whole story and background, right? Like, but it's not written, right? You can't find you in the records. Like, how do we deal with that?
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Here's the thing. The minute you come back, you could write your own papers if you knew how to write it in legal or legal language, because there is a certain format that you have to write in. You could write your own papers, and you could file them, and you could take back your equities, your personhood, and the ownership of your body. When you become a person, you're owned by an entity, which is a legal fiction.
Wait a minute, let me get this straight. What you're saying is, hold on,
here's the law. Here's ecclesiastical law. The creator is the owner of a thing, and he makes the laws and the rules and governs over the thing. So if you're a man, you're created by God and you're governed by God's law. But if you're a person, the creator of that person is now your owner and he governs over you. This is all ecclesiastical law. This is why Jesus tells you you can't serve two masters. You're supposed to be your master, but you don't govern yourself by the law of God. So others govern you for you. And that's ecclesiastical law too. It's so that ill people and uncapable people aren't just screwing up our societies to keep our bloodlines pure in all our generations.
So is this accurate? The person on this license, driver's license, right? Like I represent that person, but I am not that person. Is that accurate?
That person is a legal fiction. You're an actual body. But as long as you comply, that person will always be correlated with your natural body. It's up to you to separate the two.
Bong, think about it like this, right? If you went to court, would they bring the driver's license to court and prosecute the driver's license? Say this is the person?
Nope.
Right.
Well, isn't there something about that too? Is why they always spell your name on government documents, all capital letters?
Can I finish my sentence, dude? Because I just want to finish, man.
I'm sorry.
So
I thought you were done.
Listen, you gotta
let him
listen.
finish.
You can be. Listen, you could stop calling yourself that name on the driver's license. Call yourself anything you want, and that is not going to get you out of a crime because there's going to be a witness on the witness stand that points their finger at you and identifies you, the man. Right? It's not the name. You're not the name on the driver's license. That's not you. Okay? That is a legal identity created by your parents for you, approved by the government, and you run around thinking that is you. That's not you.
Right.
You are the corpus, the body. That is you.
All I wanted to say is, isn't that the reason too why on your driver's license all our names, all the letters are capitalized?
Still didn't finish.
Yeah, no, I finished.
Yeah, we knew that point before you finished. The capital letters things, yes, but it doesn't have to be capital letters. That's where all you people are wrong. If they don't spell in capital, it's not me. Well,
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I just wanted to get to the next question real quick.
Hold up. Indio got to the point of corpus. Can you better define corpus for him? I think they'll start to get the understanding.
The corpse, the body, the human being, the meaty matter, the biological thing, dude.
Right.
Yes.
So
and on a birth certificate, let me say this one thing, like on a birth certificate, what is on there for biological data? Nothing. No biological data attached of that piece of paper to a human being. No, actually, a birth certificate is a registration of an event. If you and I'll tell you how you can prove this, right? You can go to the State Department's website, right, and try to get a passport, and it says specifically that a birth certificate is not a valid identification to get a passport because a birth certificate is a registration of an event. The event of being born. That is what it is. It has nothing to do with the body. Because that would be slavery and peonage. That means they'd be fucking marking bodies. Right? This is you. Like counting cattle, like branding cattle. They can't do that.
No, you have to accept an identity. And you do.
You do, and you volunteer. You go and buy it. You literally go to the vital records and say, "I want to pay for this identity. This is me." And then you run around and then you get other forms of identification that you also pay for. You don't just they don't just give it to you. You go and buy it, which is a voluntary act.
You know, rich people write their own papers. Some of them even become a corporation themselves.
Which brings me to the point of a corporation, right? It's a person without a body. So let's say I start, you know what I mean? Now it's like, okay, so what's a corporation? You know what I mean? Like
a corporation's identity not attached to a body. It's a dead entity. Yes.
The opposite.
But a corporation is a person.
Of course.
In the law.
Yeah. It's its own person.
Person is the name for mask, right? A persona. It means mask.
Wow.
The mask we wear. It's not you. It's the mask you wear to operate in, so-called society.
I don't know what I'm doing. Remember the movie The Mask?
Yeah, and this gets into where
it's just a metaphor.
This gets into where a lot of people, the reason a living entity. So if they sue the business, they sue the person or the corpus. Where if you a business and you're the shareholder, the business gets sued. You just sued my business. I'll fold the fucking business, sell all its assets, and then just start a new business under a new name. But if you sue me, it never washes out. I have to file bankruptcy. I probably roboted through all that, didn't I?
Only for a brief second. I heard most of it. I know someone actually did that. He he wouldn't pay his taxes, and then when they came, he would just shut the business down and start a new business with all the same stuff.
You know what they call that, right? That's a shrewd businessman there, Indio.
Yep.
It's legal.
When the time they finally caught up to him, he had a fire, and all the records got destroyed.
Now they'll Martha's Vineyard your ass if you do that and call it embezzlement, because you embezzled from the company that was sued when you took all of its assets and shares, liquid funds.
It seems school is where all this software is installed. It's almost like we're AI robots being, programmed to, you know what I mean? To do things.
It's programming, but it's collective programming, right? So it's not just the school; it's everybody else. So think of this: why did you go to driver's license? Did you go down to the law library and see if you were obligated to go get a driver's license? Did you study the law? Did you question government officials? No, everybody's like, you can't drive without a license. You've got to get a license to drive. Everybody just told you this.
Yeah.
They gave you legal advice. Complete strangers, people that are completely incompetent, that can't tie their own shoe, are sitting there giving you legal advice about getting a driver's license.
Yeah, and you chose a master when you got that.
But ignorance of the law is no defense. So if you weren't obligated to get a driver's license and you don't understand the legal consequences, that's on you. Nobody's fault but yours.
That leads me right into my next point. The biggest thing you should notice in the world is they say ignorance of the law is no excuse, but yet they don't try to do anything for that ignorance. Why? Because the law is the chains that bind you. It's your prison cell.
Yeah, so
right now we're free to move among society, so we're out in population, general population. But if we piss them off, we'll all be put in solitary or confinement with small groups.
And they're writing new laws every day.
Yeah, the state is just a prison.
So can I ask you a question real quick? If I were to have a baby tomorrow, a home birth,
and no birth certificate and no driver's license.
Right. So
here's my question to you. Are you going to write your own papers for that child and claim ownership over it?
Well, that was my question. Is that what needs to be done? There's basically a way,
it's what needs to be done. There's the law of Ecclesiastes. The chief Melchizedekian priest would usually do this for you, write your own papers. But you can be your own chief priest, your own master, write your own papers.
Yeah, so it's a recording of the event, right? So it's just right.
So then what do you file those papers with the... So you do all that, and so basically you file it all yourself.
Well, if you're really educated, you'd register it with London, with the Royal Society. Then it'd be absolute. If you register with the Royal Society patents, you own it. It will be fully patented worldwide. Why? Because you patent it with the elites who follow ecclesiastical or universal law. They've changed the name of ecclesiastical law to universal law, but they go by the law of the Bible.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I want to quick ask. So,
but they're just not
what happens if all that is done? So then, what happens when you try to get a job? How does that exactly work?
Oh, a job.
If you don't have a job where you have to pay actual.
That's the thing. This is the thing This is why normally rich people are the only people who do this, because they become an island like they were meant to be. Their own corporation. They're a corporation in a world of corporations, and they're governed by separate laws, ecclesiastical law. An ecclesiastical lawyer. If you had money for an ecclesiastical lawyer, you wouldn't need to ask any of these questions. He'd tell you, but it costs.
Well, traditionally,
And these
births
guys
and
cost
deaths
millions.
are not filed with the state. They are filed in your family Bible. That is where they were traditionally filed. Birth certificates and death certificates are a new thing that's only like something like 150 years old, if that.
Yeah, and you weren't even required to give public notice, but you could if you wished.
Right,
So then,
it's a private matter.
In what you were saying, then the paperwork or whatever that I create and that then I file, do I make up my own social security number for my son? Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I understand because I'm not rich.
Okay,
Social Security is a
let me do this.
No.
So you're trying to do something, right? You're like, why can't I? Like, how am I going to get a job, right? So, as what? An employee, right? An employee. As an employee. So, employer-employee is a type of relationship between parties, right? And it is just like master and slave. You're saying, I want this master-slave relationship sometime in my future, so I need these things. Number one, it's Social Security numbers are not required to work, right? And failure to produce a Social Security number means, guess what? You don't. If you had one and you refuse to produce a Social Security number, it's not on you to pay it. It's a $500 fine on the employer, not on you. Anyway, that's not the point. You're not required to have a Social Security number to work. You are required to have a Social Security number if you want your payments, right, from your check to go into Social Security. Social Security is not an obligation. You're not obligated to get Social Security.
But if that's the case, then why can't I opt out now?
You can. You can file a SS5. I think it's a SSA 5 form. You can rescind your Social Security number. You can get rid of it, but you're never going to get any of the money you paid in back. Because Social Security, the courts have said, is a gratuity. You know what a gratuity is?
Yeah, I know what a gratuity is.
It's a tip. It's a tip. And I'm telling you exactly what the Supreme Court has said about Social Security. That you have no right to Social Security at all. None. Even if you pay the entire time, you have no right to it. They can take it away at any time. They can cut it at any time. They can increase it. They can do whatever they want because it's a gratuity. It's basically saying, oh, pay in, job well done. Right? And if they at some point want to say, we don't care about the job you did, they can do that too.
But so then my employer can't, well, I guess it doesn't come from my employer because it's taken out.
Hold on for a minute. Hold on.
So, okay, but now, just if I did that, Social Security will not come out of my paycheck. That's what you're telling me?
Hold on, bro.
No. There's an actual step to do that.
It's not illegal to know about taking back your securities, but it is getting to that gray area where where teaching people how to do this could be considered undermining the economic status of the United States of America, right? You do know we're getting in that gray area. Indio, I'm not asking you, bro.
Well, the next question then would be too. I understand that the federal.
Illegal. So we're getting in a gray area where we could be considered to be undermining the economical status of the United States of America.
You could, but
I'm robot.
It depends. No, I heard you. We could be considered undermining.
Well, we're speaking hypothetical then.
Yeah.
Hypothetically.
Yeah.
But
I know it's
not really. Not really.
Okay.
We're not really undermining economic status in the United States now.
Yeah, not yet. But if we get into where you could get back through the same process, you can get back every income tax you ever paid.
Yeah, then
get access to certain accounts. It's not illegal to know this, but it's illegal to teach other people how this. All right, so you're aware. That's all I want to make sure. There's certain things I know that I've been told you just can't teach. You can know it, but it's your obligation to govern yourself and to search for this information yourself. You can't go out and teach it to other people. And if you do, then you're undermining state, which makes you an economical terrorist, you know?
Yeah. I don't want nobody to
do this to other nations. We do this to other nations. They're called economical hitmen or snipers, economical snipers. Go into other countries and take advantage of their laws, teach their citizens, start riots and divisions, crash their whole economy, then come in with billions of dollars and say, here, we'll save you. Just put our bank in there and throw democracy in there. We do this to countries.
Not we, the governing, when you say we as Americans, like we as the Americans don't.
Well, most people understand what I mean. The United States of America, we.
Right.
So, no offense, as a citizen, we are put in the basket of we, brother.
Right. What I'm saying,
So
though,
we're talking about how to get out of that basket. Yeah, not you and I. You and I don't do this. But the United States of America does.
We get the blowback
too.
We get the blowback for their dirty deeds is the problem. Like I didn't consent to these wars. Like we're all being blamed for
our nation, bro. It's our nation. Listen, it's our nation. It's because it's our nation, and the people around the world are good to think that we let our nation get away with doing this to the world. Yeah, we do, because we don't govern ourselves.
They have subverted the people. They have subverted the people into believing that this is their nation.
People are just ignorant to the fact that, the people are ignorant.
They are.
And they rest on the fact that it's not their responsibility to teach you. It's your responsibility to learn and seek and be righteous about learning and seeking knowledge. It was told to you by your creator to do this.
The problem, Mike, is
bro.
It's almost impossible to find any truth. All of the truth is hidden. It's censored, so it's almost impossible.
No, it's not. Because I found a lot of it. The problem is people are lazy, and they don't want to accept the responsibility for where they're at, and their own actions, and the actions of their nation.
How much time did you spend to find this? You spent a lot of damn time.
Hidden, bro.
The truth doesn't work for us.
The truth isn't hidden. When you become aware of it, you see them flaunting it right in your face on TV. Come on.
So, hey, let me interrupt one sec. I posted that form in the live stream voice text. There's nothing to compel you to use a birth certificate, social security card, and you do all those are voluntary acts. They're voluntary acts. You're just like, you don't know the legal consequences, and you've just been told that you have to do this, so you've done it. And like, I'm not blaming you. I did it too.
Compelled by law.
You are ignorant. You are ignorant. Like, we're all ignorant of it, but that's not a defense. Because
but you can't really say that it's that we did it because we were babies, so our parents did it.
Exactly.
So I didn't sign up for it.
But at some point, you become responsible for yourself.
The father. That's right.
That's how you can opt out, because you were never signed on to it. All of these, like the Constitution, doesn't apply to you because you never signed on to that document. There's a guy, Lysander.
Do you comply with it?
Hold on, before you get into that, though, isn't it the same thing like the federal payroll tax? Oh, that's an illegal tax, right? The federal payroll tax is an illegal tax. But if I stop paying it tomorrow, I'm going to go to jail.
If you
fill out the form.
If you live by the rules and you complied to the laws and you are attributed and attached to all of it through compliance, then you need to physically take back your securities and exit the system. But this will create many problems for you.
Look, you got to be able to stand on your own 2 feet. If you can't, then this shit ain't for you. If you have to rely on people, then you're fucked, because that's just the way it is. Do you have to pay? Are you obligated to pay federal income tax? Are you a citizen of the United States?
Yeah, it takes money to maintain this. That's the thing. You really need a lot of money to be able to maintain this, or you need to study it from the moment you're born. Then you can do it all yourself. Rich people, like I said, they hire lawyers who train for this their entire life. Ecclesiastical lawyers. Yeah. And like in said, it used to be ecclesiastical courts, but what are they now? Courts of record, courts of commission, courts of. There's many different courts, but you don't have to adhere to any of them.
The Hasidic Jews got their ecclesiastical courts. So there's some here and there.
Yeah. And that's, you can take all legal formats to an ecclesiastical court or format. But not if you don't have money or you don't have the knowledge.
I didn't hear what you said. What? Say that about the birth
Amish
certificate?
people?
Yeah, do Amish people get issued birth certificates?
No, they don't get birth certificates. Well, I mean, depends on the sect, right? Some are more worldly than others, I guess you'd say.
Yeah, they don't get a national birth certificate. They get
They don't have social security numbers either.
No, it's they get a notification of birth from their parish. And I can't remember. They don't call him a father or a priest. I can't remember. The elder, the community elder. It's a certain position.
Amister.
But he'll acknowledge, and he'll acknowledge your records. But like Indio said, they keep their own birth records and bloodlines. My family does it. We have a book. It's a family tree. We record every, that's what they call them. He'll certify any one of those if need be for a worldly purpose.
How long I'll tell you
a lot of them.
Hold on, I want to say something about like how the law takes things like family Bibles. Things that within a family, right? So facts that are what they consider common knowledge within the family are presumed to be correct. So you had Elizabeth Warren, right? She claimed that to be an Indian. Turns out she was not an Indian. But when she was caught, what she said was, that's what, now you got to remember, Elizabeth Warren has a Juris Doctorate in the law. She's not stupid. Her answer was, that was just what they always told me in my family. She knew that is a legitimate response, that it is presumed, like whatever is in your family, right? Like say, like whatever your family says, oh, we have German ancestry, right? And that's just what everybody says in your family. It is okay for you to go out and tell everybody, and if you ever have to testify in court about that, you can testify, and it's presumed correct. Of you saying German ancestry is presumed to be correct. It's because
so basically what you're saying is
your
if you
family
believe
better
the
than your
lie
own
is true, it's
Who
true.
knows your family? Well, I'm saying a presumption of correctness. It can be proven false, but it has the presumption of correctness. Listen, the way court works is they don't prove every fact. Certain things are presumed to be true, and they have to be disproven. Right? So certain government records.
So with that idea, then can Elizabeth Warren, could she legally receive?
No.
Okay. She can't.
She can't. No, because you actually the Bureau of Indian Affairs actually makes you prove lineage, and you have to be on the rolls of a recognized tribe.
Okay.
But it let her save face and not be called a liar, right? That you just made up your Indian heritage stuff. He carefully worded answer of saying that's just what they said in my family, right? She knows that like nobody can get her for perjury or anything like that for her saying that. Now the Bureau of Indian Affairs, that's a government benefit, so they have their own standard, right? This is a totally different thing because you're applying for extra stuff. So just like I made a contest, right? And I had requirements for you to get the prize. I can make whatever rules I want for you to get that prize. And that's the same way a benefit works. They can make whatever rules they want, any requirement they want for you to get the prize. And none of those rules and requirements have to be like what would have to be proven, say, in court. They can make up their own rules.
So in court, then, why do they tell everyone that you're innocent until proven guilty? But if that's true, then why are they allowed to hold you in jail until you're proven innocent or guilty?
Because you're innocent till proven guilty to a point. And it isn't like you're not presumed absolutely innocent. Look, they're only supposed to hold you in jail for two reasons. There's only two reasons they're supposed to hold you, even though they don't do this. This is what the law says they're supposed to do. If there's a chance you're not gonna return to go to court and face trial, if there's a possibility of that, or if you're a danger to the community being let loose. Those are the only two reasons to hold you to bail. What they actually hold you for bail for is to put you under duress and have leverage against you to try and get a guilty plea. That's the actual reason. But the reason the law says is those two reasons. Those are the only two legitimate reasons to hold you to bail: to guarantee your appearance at a future court date, and to guarantee that the community is safe. And that community is safe. They're supposed to have a bail hearing. They don't do that either. It's supposed to be a bail hearing, right? So if you've ever seen a bail hearing, it's two tests, right? Whether you're going to return to court. So if they look and you have lots of defaults, yeah, you're probably not going to make bail. If you have a lot of money and you can easily travel and get out of there, and it's a serious charge, yeah, they're probably going to hold you to bail, right? If like the evidence against you, like the evidence at that point, right, is against you is particularly strong. Like, say 15 people saw you shoot like 5 other people dead right in the street. Right. So even though you haven't been proven guilty, the evidence that you're a dangerous human being generally is pretty good. Because an act itself isn't what determines whether you're guilty or not. Because you can kill people and it can be completely justified. But the fact you killed a bunch of people, you're dangerous whether it was justified or not. Get it? You understand that little distinction there?
Yeah, I get it. It just seems
I could justifiably kill 5 people. I'm a dangerous motherfucker. That doesn't mean I committed a crime, but I am dangerous. So maybe they might still want to hold me because of my dangerousness. They're not saying I'm guilty or innocent. They're saying I'm dangerous. It's a different thing. Court is really about, like, this is how lawyers get paid. It's really about making fine distinctions of words and the law in certain things. That's why people get confused by it, because it takes a certain way of thinking about problems to really understand it.
Well, it's interesting too that they put a dollar value on it as well. They can
you never get a dollar value if you there's a correlation between, like, say you have a crime, right? Like breaking and entering. And then you look up what's the maximum fine for that, right? It'll say something like, 2 years in jail or a $500 fine. And typically they'll give a bail that maxes the max fine for that crime. That's just something I particularly notice, is that typically that's where your bail will be at. Depending. But the reason, like I said, the reason they hold you to bail is really it's leverage, negotiating power. Because, and I've explained this in the chat before, when there is an arrest, there is an injured party. Now, this is a 100% fact. Either think about it like this: either you committed a crime and injured somebody, and the arrest was justified, or that didn't happen and the arrest was unjustified and you're the injured party. Either way, there's an injured party somewhere. Either you're a criminal who injured somebody, or you were falsely arrested and the police are the criminals and they injured somebody. So there is an injured party. So now, right, you have an event. Now there's 100% chance there's an injured party. Somebody's liable for that injury. Now, you're either liable and they're going to charge you with a criminal act, right? And you're going to go to jail or pay a fine or what have you. Or it's a false arrest, an unjustified arrest. Guess who's liable now? Now the police are liable. Now the municipality's the one that's liable. Right? Because if you sue them, the officer, if he was acting outside his authority, or the municipality for some other, like generally as a false arrest, right? So if you sue them, they owe you money, right? So here you have a situation. You're in court. There's an injury. Either it's a false arrest or you committed a crime. Now, who's on the hook for the false arrest? The state. Okay. Who does this prosecutor work for? Who does the prosecutor? Who does the judge work for? Who does the cop work for? So these guys' employers, right, is on hook for monetary damages if they don't get a conviction. Not them personally, unless they did something personally that was unless they acted outside of their legal authority. But the municipalities don't have sovereign immunity. You can sue a municipality. So if the city of Boston does something to me, the city of Boston, so there's principal and agent, right? So ops, the judge, whatever, they're agents of the city of Boston, the corporation, right? So the city of Boston's on the hook. So the district attorney works for the city of Boston. Part of his job, right, as representing the city of Boston, is to minimize their expenses, right? Is to minimize their costs. He's their lawyer. You got to think he's the district.
But how do they do that when they do signature bonds? But how do they do that on signature bonds where people just sign out and then they never come back, and they're never going to get that money out of that person, especially if they're broke. You got these career criminals.
The point of even listen, they'll admit you to bail even if they have a weak case because it waives certain defects, legal defects. Right? And I'll tell you the legal defects. It waives objecting to in personam jurisdiction. It waives defects of form in the complaint. So say they made a complaint and some of the things in the complaint they didn't cross their T's and dot their I's correctly. Taking bail is a waiver of that. Taking bail is a waiver of in personam jurisdiction. You're basically in personam jurisdiction means they have the right party. Not whether you're guilty or not, right? But you're basically admitting they made a positive identification to the right party. You're basically waiving that by taking bail. When you say, okay, I'll take personal recognizance, you're basically saying, I waive all objections to in personam jurisdiction. You can't bring it up later. You can't bring it up at any other time. You can't waive subject matter jurisdiction, but you can waive in personam jurisdiction. So if there's a defect in the complaint, right? So say it's a misspelling of your name, or it misidentifies your sex, or the description of the human being is different. Like say it says the person is 6'4" and you're freaking 5'2". You're waiving any objection to that stuff by taking bail. This is why they will give personal recognizance, because it's a waiver. Like what they do is a lawyer's job is to make sure you have no appealable issues, right? So what they do is they get you to volunteer and consent to so much stuff while you go through court. And all the while you think you're saying yes and you're trying to get along because you think it's going to go better for you if you agree with them and you're nice. And all you're doing the whole time, and they know it, is you're waiving rights. You're waiving rights. You're waiving objections. You're not complaining because I'll tell you, you look at lots of court cases, you go on Google Scholar and start looking up case laws, and man, go count the number of cases, appeals that are thrown out because of this one reason. Failed to make a timely objection. When someone does something that you don't like or you don't agree with, you must object in a timely way or you agree. So that's like they try to get you to just agree with them. They're nice to you, blah, 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 blah. But really, they're just bamboozling you. This is the thing you have to learn about court. Learn the word no. No, 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 no. Sign this, no. Do this, no. Because you know what?
So why
if
do
they
we?
could make you,
Yeah,
if
well,
they could listen to me, if they could make you do it, they wouldn't ask you, right?
how come every lawyer I've ever had has always advised me to waive my prelim?
Of course.
Is that a scam too?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. The preliminary hearing is what's called a show cause hearing. Okay? It's expensive for the government to actually have these because Constitution says no man should be held without oath or affirmation, right? So say, okay, because a police report's not evidence. A police report is not evidence of a crime. A police report is enough to get you. It's enough to raise reasonable suspicion, but it's not probable cause, right? So there's a police report. So there's a call. The police get a phone call. Someone says this person punched me. The police go. They take a report. This person punched him. He said this. He said this person punched him. He identified him as this. Cop goes. They file in the court case with the clerk of court, right? That clerk of court says there's reasonable suspicion to charge this person with a crime. So they issue a warrant. They arrest you. They bring you to court. Now you're in court. Your lawyer says, waive your preliminary hearing. That preliminary hearing is the show cause hearing. That is when the witness, right, that says you commit a crime has to come to court and swear under oath that what the cop wrote down in his police report actually happened. Yeah, that's
so when
right.
lawyers do that, does that mean that's a shady lawyer?
No, it's just.
It seems like a lot of lawyers do that.
Lawyer, it's just common practice. And yes, it's a shitty lawyer and it's common practice. I was in court one time. Listen to this.
They're lazy.
Listen, well, it's a public defender you're probably talking about, right? So I was in court one time.
No, I'm talking about a high profile. I mean, his retainer was $40,000. That was just his retainer was $40,000.
I don't understand why lawyers waive the show cause hearing. Probably because they think it's just a waste of time, but it's not. Because especially if it's a frivolous thing.
You haven't heard that before? It had to be one of three people: an honest lawyer, a good cop, or Santa Claus. And the guy said it must have been Santa Claus because the other two don't exist.
Right. What size of it? Listen, you can't be held. Listen, you can't be held against your will. But listen, remember I just told you taking personal recognizance, or any of this. They're only required to give you a show cause hearing if you're locked up. If you're not locked up, they're not required to because you're not being held. Okay, no, listen. Think about it like this. If I file a habeas corpus, right? What is a habeas corpus? Do you know what that is? A writ of habeas corpus.
Yeah, but I couldn't explain it to you.
A writ of habeas corpus is a writ you bring to a higher court. It's given that. Someone interrupting me? Okay, a writ of habeas corpus. You go to a higher court and you say, that court says to whoever's holding you, show us the record that this person is being held for a justifiable reason, right? And if you're being locked up, right, they tell the sheriff or however they lock people up where you live, sheriff, come here, bring the legal process, right? Bring the record that this person is locked up legitimately, okay? A record of the court is only testimony. Only testimony are facts before a court. Only testimony. Nothing. Lawyers talking is not a fact before the court, right? I'll tell you. Trinity versus Pagliel, that's the name of the case. Statements or arguments from attorneys are not facts before the court. That is literally what it says. They are not facts before the court. So if I'm a higher court, I tell the sheriff, why is John Doe locked up? Give us the legal justification. The sheriff brings the court record, says here it is, and then that panel of judges looks through it and says, there's no witnesses here. There's no record. There's no record of why this person's locked up. You have a lawyer saying this and you have a lawyer saying that, but where's the sworn statement under oath? There isn't one, right? But you can't do a habeas corpus if you're on bail. You can't do a habeas corpus if you're on personal recognizance because you're not locked up. See, people always think about this kind of weird. It's not weird. It's how they want you to think about it. Everybody thinks about, I'm in a case, right? I'm charged with possession of marijuana or something. I'm going to fight this case and I'm going to win. That is not how you think about it. You don't think about that case. You think about the appeal. You think about the higher court, because that lower court can railroad you. And if you don't know how to go to a higher court and enforce the law in that lower court, you have no prayer. They'll just do whatever they want to you.
Well, that's another interesting thing, is because I've been in situations before where I've been held in custody during trial. I've won my trial, but they were able to hold me for like 3 more months while they appealed the decision.
What? What was it? Was it a misdemeanor or something?
No, it was felonies.
How'd they hold you for? Well, was it? Hold on. It was a trial on the merits, or was it like a trial, like an evidence trial?
Yeah, it was an evidence trial. But the thing is,
a motion to suppress evidence, right? And you won.
When I caught the charge, I was on probation when I caught the charge, but I beat revocation. I won my revocation case, and then I beat the case in court, and they still were able to hold me.
You were found
I'm sorry,
not guilty.
what? I didn't.
Were you found not guilty at trial?
Yep. Yep.
So there was a jury or a judge trial, and they found you not guilty. You're pronounced not guilty.
And so they were able to, because I was still on paper for my first case, they were able to hold me in jail until they did their little appeals process, and I won that appeal too. And then once I won that appeal, then they had to let me out.
See, this goes to what I was just going to ask you. If you're held, and this is a question for everybody, everybody needs to know this. Like, listen, this is the first thing they should teach you in school. Before they teach you your freaking alphabet, they should teach you this. If you're unlawfully imprisoned, how do you get out? A writ of habeas corpus. You file a writ of habeas corpus. Listen, and I'll tell you something. It doesn't have to be formal. Right? The courts held, I don't know if it was the Supreme Court, maybe it was one of the federal appeals courts. The dude wrote habeas corpus on the cell wall in feces. Okay? Because they had locked him up, right? They had locked him up in solitary confinement because he was going bananas or whatever reason. They locked him up. They locked him up in sanitary confinement. They wouldn't give him paper. They wouldn't give him pens. They wouldn't give him anything. Stripped him of all his clothes, right? So he had nothing. How do you file a writ of habeas corpus and challenge your detention? Well, he wrote it in feces on his wall. And the court held that was a good enough notice to tell them that he wanted to file a writ of habeas corpus and that they should have brought it before the court. In feces, okay? This is black letter law. We're talking Magna Carta level shit, dude. This is basic. This goes back to common law England, if not even further. You have to be able to challenge your detention, right? And there's a process for this, and it's called the writ of habeas corpus. In that process, right, they just basically look at the record. Is this person justified to be held, right? And the legal standard for justifying to be held is that probable cause on the record. Probable cause on the record means someone swore that you committed a crime. That's it. Which is a freaking pretty low thing, right? They don't have to prove it. They just have to have gotten up, sworn under oath. Yes, this person did X, Y, Z, and if X, Y, Z constitutes a crime, and they positively identified you as the person that committed that crime, boom, you're locked up as justified, right? They don't have to prove it.
That's what's crazy.
They only have to have the accusation. It's called a prima facie case.
Yeah.
But you need that oath. It has to be under oath, because if it's not under oath, then nobody can get in trouble. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
There is always a liability. You have to be able to point the finger at somebody and say, that's your fault. And if nobody swears under oath, whose fault is it? How do you figure out, I'm locked up? They wrote down a bunch of shit on paper, but no one's under oath. Who do I blame for fucking locking me up? I don't have anybody to blame, right? So the courts are formal. You got to have somebody to blame. So the person that swears under oath, he's in jeopardy, right? He's taking a risk himself because if he lies, he's going to jail for perjury. You have to have skin in the game. You have to have skin in the game, dude. So somebody has to swear under oath, put their skin in the game to have you locked up. Because when you're locked up, you have skin in the game, right? You're not allowed to defend yourself when you're locked up, right? If I go kick somebody's ass in jail, dude, I can't. I'm supposed to rely on the guards to defend myself. I'm like an infant. I can't do anything. I'm not responsible for myself anymore. I'm putting my whole life at risk. So
if you defend yourself, you get charged with another crime.
Exactly. So I have skin in the game. So you can't just do that because somebody gossiped or some cop fucking heard somebody say something and just wrote it down in a piece of paper and called it a report. Someone needs to have skin in the game, man. Someone needs to be legally responsible for locking you up. Someone needs to be held accountable. And that is the person that freaking signed a sworn statement that said, John Doe punched me in the face on September 25th in front of the bar. Right? And if that person's lying, then they get back for perjury.
Right? But it never comes back to the person that signed the arrest warrant, even though they didn't really have anything but some, a police report, which isn't like you said.
Yes, exactly. Well, didn't you get found out guilty?
Anything. It's just hearsay.
It's not even hearsay. It's not even you don't understand. It's not even.
Yeah, they can't even submit it if nobody's going to testify to the police report or what was said. If they don't show up to court, they can't even submit the police report into the trial. Or
was the police a witness? If I'm a cop, right, and I go and someone tells me this person punched me in the face, did I witness that?
Right. No.
Did I witness the crime? No. It's hearsay. Someone told him something and he's just repeating it.
They just want to put as many people in there as they can to see who wants to bail out or see how much they can get. That's it. They don't really give a fuck.
Well, the crazy thing too is now that they overcharge everyone so hard now, where it's almost impossible to fight any case because they charge you with so many charges just to get you to plea bargain. They'll charge you with 10 different crimes, and you might not have committed any of them, but they just slap you with everything to try to force you to take a damn plea.
They'll charge you and the person who called the cops. You call the cops on the people, they'll charge them and you. They'll be like, okay, yeah, I see you called this crime in, and that's good, but what's this right here you got right here? This looks illegal. Let's give you a ticket for this. What the fuck?
In fact, they're one of the biggest kidnappers. Every time you ask for discovery, you ask for your paperwork, you want discovery. You want habeas corpus, right? You want your discovery. Without discovery of a crime, there's no reason for you in prison. Right? Because the discovery tells everything. What the complaint was, what the alleged action was that you had done, and it's your word against the complainants.
Mm-hmm.
I have yet to get any of my discoveries for any of those things I was accused of, but yet I did all the time.
Discovery? Somebody robbed my house, and the stuff was found, right? The stuff was found, being the evidence, being my stuff, with the people who did it, right? And then I never got my shit back, and I asked the detectives where my stuff is. They said, "Oh, it's evidence." I said, "What the fuck do you mean? You caught the people who did it. Evidence of what? That's my shit. I still haven't received it."
Yeah, you won't get your shit back. You're going to have to sue them for it.
Isn't that fucking ridiculous?
Especially when you have affidavit of what was taken.
Yeah, no, I wrote down everything that was taken. Yeah, I wrote down everything that was taken. That's how they found what they found, by the list that I handed them. And they were like, "Oh, we found this, this, and this." I said, "Okay, well, those 2 cards and those coins are worth a lot of money. I want my fucking coins back." And they were like, "Oh, well, something. It's evidence." I said, "What do you mean evidence?" I said, "Evidence against what?" I said, "It's my stuff. The people are in jail. What the fuck what are you talking about? Evidence?" I said, "I'm the evidence. They robbed my house. What do you mean? My stuff needs to be back to me."
That's when you sit there and you say, why are you allowing them to waive time? Give them a speedy trial so I can get my property back. You are now damaging my property by holding it.
Right. I mean, I don't even understand how they can say it's evidence. You're supposed to return my shit. Fuck evidence. You don't need evidence.
And only until after the conviction.
Yeah, but if you find my evidence in possession of somebody that shouldn't have it, it's record, and the cops usually record the shit. They're in there where they take the fucking recording in the room. They go in there to record it on a little camera when they talk to them. It's all, they didn't deny. So, it's just weird.
They still got guns and evidence from the time Tupac got shot.
It's fucking ridiculous. Like, so if my car gets taken, my car's evidence? It doesn't make no sense. They should give me my car. The person in jail is the fucking evidence of them taking my shit. They're in jail. They took my shit. They were caught in it or caught doing it or, that's why they're in jail. I don't think you'd put somebody in jail who wasn't caught with my shit.
Well, they have to prove, that's why they keep it, because they have to prove that this person in court of law took it. So they need to hold on to it as proof, as evidence to show, okay, this is what he took. It didn't belong to him. It belonged to you. And then once all that's over and they convict him, then I'm pretty sure there's like some simple form or whatever that you fill out to request your stuff back. But I'm pretty sure you can't do it until after a conviction. But I understand what you're trying to say, that like, yeah, you should get it back right away, but they can't because they still need to prove, because it's not the police's job to prove somebody innocent or guilty. That's up to the court.
All they should have to do is record it. Record all the items on camera, record it, or say, hey, I got this with their fucking cell phone, record them, and then give me my shit back.
Yeah, that is an interesting point. I wonder why in certain cases, simple burglary cases, why they can't do things like that.
It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, how is having my shit helping you when you caught the people with it already? It was, the police is the fucking evidence. They actually witnessed. You see what I'm saying?
It's like the other guy was just saying, but they can't. They are a witness, but they're. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It is a tricky.
Listen, the mom and dad let the cops in the fucking house and said, yeah, they did something wrong. They're in there, whatever. Check the room. And they went in there and the shit was on the dresser, in their dresser drawers. The dude had one of the fucking things in his pocket. So, what more evidence could you need? The mom and dad knew, the kids knew, they confessed to it. Once somebody says, yeah, I broke into that house, what the fuck else evidence do you need? Just weird to me.
Well, when serve and protect, you know what I mean? Like, the thing that was created so it's just to protect people, right, ends up working against people. There's something wrong there.
I wonder how many millions of dollars worth of fucking items and merchandise and watches and money and jewelry and cards.
It's to serve and protect things from being mishandled. That's all it is. It's not to protect people or serve people. It's serve and protect things.
You know what I had? I had a Yogi Berra rookie card, a Yogi Berra card. I had a Mike Schmidt rookie card with a fucking with the wrong hat. It was worth a lot of money. I had some other cards, worth a good amount. A whole bunch of coins, some badass coins. Man, I'm so mad.
Yeah, they're gonna say lost. As far as I'm concerned, he got officially robbed by the police.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know the statute of limitations or anything, you know. And by the time I even thought about it again, I kind of like forgot about it for a while. I was like, oh, fuck, what the fuck? What happened to my merchandise, my stuff, my property? Yeah.
See, I have a theory. Every time I go to jail and I get out, all my shit is stolen, right? But the way that the house was, like, it wasn't like that. Like, the lock, all of that stuff. So I'm thinking later on, the officer returned and, like, went through my shit and then sealed up the place. Every time.
Either your loved ones or the officers, yeah. Someone you know really close, or a neighbor, or officers. Yeah, if you don't have a loved one that you know going through your shit, it's going to be a neighbor that's nosy as fuck, or the officer, yes. In my case, it was a neighbor. They were young, you know what I mean? They were teenagers, like 12 or 13 or whatever. And they took my safe and they had some coins in it, a little bit of weed, some money. Because I had won a little bit of money on the lotto, and I guess they thought I was going to have all my money in there or something. But they got some old bills. I mean, they did get some money from me. They got some old bills, old coins, some money, the weed that was in there. Their fucking mom tried to call me back like 2 weeks later on the phone talking about, I got a couple pounds for you or 5 pounds for you to pay you back for what was stolen. So you fucking stupid. I said, you got 5 pounds of money? Motherfucker. You got 5 pounds of coins? You got 5 pounds of my baseball cards, you goofy bitch? I don't want no fucking weed. I want my shit back. Because, you know, I felt like she was trying to tap me on the phone, you know? Like the cops were sitting there like telling me you'll give them some weed or some drugs for the stuff. You know, I was like, get the fuck out of here, lady. Are you retarded? I said, I want my fucking merchandise back. I want no fucking weed. I said, I'll take $5,000 cash or my coins and my cards and my shit that was worth that much. And then the lady got nervous and hung up. Yeah, I think the cops.
Yeah, because that you know, anything over $500 in monetary value, I believe, is a Class A felony.
Yeah, it was definitely
capital crime.
Yeah, one that Mike
is definitely capital.
Yeah, that Mike Schmidt rookie card was worth at least $350 to $500 by itself. That was just that one card, and there was coins. Yeah,
capital crimes get the FBI involved.
Yeah, I wasn't worried about the weed or nothing, but they told the cops, the kids did, to try to get off their self. They said, "Oh, this guy's growing weed, and we thought we were going to go in there and take his weed and this and that." And the cops were like, "Well, did he have any weed growing anywhere in there?" And they're like, "No." And I said, because the detective was telling me that, and I was like, "Well, when you walked in my fucking house, did you see any weed growing anywhere? When you came in there with me and when you fucking detected the area, did you see any fucking thing to do with any growing weed?" And he's like, "No." He's like, "Well, I knew they were lying," but I was like, "Well, what the fuck would you even tell me about that for? Doesn't even make no fucking sense." So some lying ass kids wanted to rob my fucking shit. That's basically what happened, and they robbed my house because I was gone. What the fuck?
They have been in a small town. They live in a small, like, rural.
Well, slightly, yeah. It's not too big. Not too big. But the weed wasn't legal back then. And I had a little bit of weed in there. Not a lot. A little bit. You know what I mean? So, but I thought it was funny that the mom of the kids tried to call me on the phone a couple weeks later. And, like, She's like, "Oh, hey, I can come and drop you off some of this. I can drop you off some weed, something." You know what I mean? I was like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "No."
Yeah, they were trying to say yes.
Yeah, they were trying to be funny. I'm not stupid. I was like,
any of you guys know what happens to unpaid signature bonds? What happens if somebody is charged with a crime, arrested, and then instead of having to pay a cash bail, they just get let out on a signature bond? And then if they don't show up to court again and just disappear, the court is in the state is never going to see that money again. So what, you know what I mean? So what happens? Is it just
it's an OR? It's called your own reconnaissance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you sign out because the thing that you're in there for usually isn't that bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like if it's something bad, then they won't. I mean, usually you don't get out on OR. Like if you murder somebody, it's something crazy, you know. If it's something small like a traffic ticket or something like that, they don't worry about it that much. So yeah, they'll let you out on your OR. Or if you were like public intoxication or something, just something that's not that bad, right?
But if somebody signs like let's say like a $1,200 signature bond to get out of jail, and then they never show up to court and they just disappear, so the state basically they didn't get to convict anybody of the crime and they didn't get any money out of the situation either. So that's not fed then by taxpayers, is it? We don't cover that cost for that unpaid signature bond. I'm wondering what happened.
Yeah, we do. They'll keep going after that person, won't they?
Well, yeah, but I'm saying if they never find that person, or if that person gets killed the next day, that signature bond is never going to be
off by their Social Security card. That's a death certificate. Then their death certificate takes care of it. What do you think about an old lady that gets beat up or gets robbed and beat up? Then she goes to court and like the fucking person goes to jail, but the lady doesn't get paid, but the guy has to bond out of jail. So he gives the jail the $100 or the $200, but the old lady never got shit.
Well, that's not exactly true. If he's then shows back up for court and he goes through the whole process and he's convicted, a lot of times they will tax on restitution as part of, your.
Yeah, but they don't see any of the bond. That's the thing.
Yeah,
like the bond that I had for like growing some weed and making some wax was like $500,000.
Holy shit. Yeah, but think about this though. What I'm saying is like no matter what you do to the little ladies or do to the places or do wherever, like at the end of the day, really, the one who makes sure they try to get their money is the county building for you just to get out and go home. Everybody else,
they always get their money.
If the old lady loses an eye or a tooth, should he not also lose an eye or a tooth?
The victim always gets theirs last.
I'm just saying, I know the county building's getting paid. I don't know about anybody else.
Well, yeah, I was actually involved in a case once where I was party to a crime too. I kind of got off. I had like 9 felony charges of like breaking and entering and battery and all types of shit. Make a long story short, I ended up having to take a plea and serving a year in for false imprisonment and what was it? Something like threatened to, cause bodily harm or some shit like that. So basically, I was charged with 2 felonies, did a year. And also on top of that year, and plus the probation I had to do when I got out after that year, I also had to pay $10,000 in restitution to the victim of the crime because he was beaten so badly that his surgery and all that crap to keep him alive was like, it was like $30,000 or $40,000. But my lawyer was able to split it, that cost amongst me and my co-defendants, so I didn't have to pay the full. My end was $10,000, and that supposedly went to the victim. I don't know if that's true or not, but I know that does happen in some cases.
No, only the restitution that you're ordered to pay, the additional restitution towards the victim. Right? You have restitution to the court and restitution to the victim.
No, yeah, it was to the victim.
Now, I still had to pay restitution, but who is the victim? I was the victim. Did I get that money back? Fuck no, I didn't.
Right.
But yeah, I still had to fork out $1,200 for the court.
Well, I wonder how does that work too? If, like, in my case, did the victim, in my case, did he actually get a check for that money, or did it just go straight to pay for his medical bills, or was that already like if you're in that situation, if you're beaten within an inch of your life, and you have now all these, they have to save you, they have to bring you back to life and fix you in the hospital. Now you have all these medical bills that aren't your fault. Are you really on the hook for those bills?
Don't get popped in Arizona. You have to pay $55 a day for every day you're in jail as a part of your restitution.
Oof.
So it's only when you're ordered to pay restitution to the victim, then the victim gets the money. And it's in the form of a check. Like they get paid out right then and there. So all that money is collected by the clerk in the office of the court.
Oh, so they pay him out of their coffers, and then the money that I pay in then goes to refill that coffer back up. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yes. It's set up as a trust. Like every single one of those bonds, right? A bond is a trust.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why they're called bail bondsmen. Because they'll turn that bail into a bond, turn it into an account, and start drawing interest on it.
Unfortunately, we don't have those where I'm at. We don't have bail bondsmen here.
That's good. They're parasites. How else are they supposed to be able to get you out for 10% of the bond?
All right.
And if you're found innocent, I guess you get that money back, right?
Yeah, but that takes a long time.
Didn't take a long time for them to take your freedoms away and kidnap you, did it?
Not at all. That's why I think it's so strange that they're allowed to arrest people and hold them on just police reports when you're supposed to be innocent.
Well, it's not just
proven, innocent until proven guilty.
The report is only a 72-hour hold. Like maximum 72-hour hold, right? But on average, it's 6-hour hold just for a police report. So what they have to do is they have to get the paperwork drawn up, which is why it can be up to 3 days. Within those 3 days, they're getting their discovery of the crime together. So they're doing all of their investigations. The first 48 hours are the most crucial to the investigation.
Right, and they're holding you in that time. And typically you haven't been charged yet. They're just holding on you, gathering evidence so that they can file the charge. And then once the charge is filed on you, then how long can they keep you? Because like if you can't, like they can issue you a cash bail, but if you don't have the money and can't pay it, you got to stay in there until you beat your case.
Well, it's 3 days till arraignment, right? They have 3 days to arraign you. And then from that arraignment, you have 3 weeks till your bail hearing. Now, if it turns out that your bail hearing indicates that the crime does not constitute being held against your will and out of society to protect the community, then they will release you on your own recognizance, right? What that means is you're not clear of the crime, right? That means you can be out there doing what you're normally doing, but you need to show up to court. If you don't show up to court, they're going to arrest you and charge you with a felony. So it's one of those things.
But isn't it all the only thing that they provide in that hearing is the police report, right? They don't bring in evidence and witnesses at that time. all they have is a complaint.
Exactly. No, all they're doing is they're weighing the charge times your priors times the monetary value of the maximum fine and the minimum fine. So it's all weighed on that, right? They don't really care if you're an upstanding citizen or a dirty low-life fuck. They don't care about that. They're just looking at the capital value, the money value. Then from there, they can go, okay, well, he's free to go because it's, less than $1,500.
Oh, I wish I didn't have to learn all that the hard way.
And then, once you've already made it to your bail hearing, that means your discovery is valid. That's why you were arraigned, formally charged, and a plea of not guilty was entered in. So from there, then you go to pretrial.
At the arraignment, though.
Preliminary.
At the arraignment, though, you're only pleading guilty or not guilty. Now, they may weigh previous.
Yes, they don't want to hear anything else.
Yeah, but they may weigh something. You
sign your waivers and then plead.
Yeah,
not guilty.
That's your plea. That's your arraignment hearing is only for your plea of guilty or not guilty. Right when you go there for that crime. Now they may weigh it against previous crimes if you have any, but and that's where they're going to say, "Hey, I'm gonna grant bail," and based on that.
I guess it depends.
It's up to the judge. It's up to the judge. Ultimately, it's always up to the judge at that point. Because if you have previous crimes that were committed, the judge can say, "Well, the judge ultimately decides what your bail might or might not be." You can say no bail, or this is the amount of bail, and But anyway, go ahead. I was listening to you guys. It's all good. And it also depends on the state, and that you're in as well. But I mean, that's pretty much the gist of the arraignment hearing. You're either going to plead guilty or not guilty at the arraignment, and you can change your plea at any time during the entire proceeding.
I wish I would have went to law school.
Me too, man. I mean, there's a lot of shit that I've been through, and Indio's posting stuff now too.
Figured out they got me one time for possession of marijuana, and they didn't even find any marijuana. They found a brand new pipe still in the package, one of those proto pipes, tobacco pipe, not even marijuana. It was on. Hang on, Helio. This is on federal land, right? So it was a federal crime. They had me go all the way to a fucking Marine Corps base to go to court at the federal courthouse on a Marine Corps base. I'm sitting there and I go, "You guys got a law library that I can look through real quick?" "Yeah." "You mind if I look through it?" "Yeah, sure." "Why? What's going on?" "Well, the problem is the charge doesn't match. Is there any charge for possession of a tobacco pipe?" "Well, what do you mean?" So, I requested for counsel. Counsel, gave me a counsel for, pro bono or whatever. And he's like, "Yeah, hang on, I'll go get the sections that's adequate for you." And they did a recess, so I went in there and read up on the things and got my citations, got the copies, highlighted the sections, and sent it to the bench. Charges dismissed, prejudice. Even in the fucking police report, there was no marijuana found.
Yeah, I had paraphernalia. One time at a stop, I got stopped. I was in a car. It was my car, but I got 6 months expired tags and paraphernalia in the car, open containers. They ended up impounding my car, but let me go.
When I was a teenager, once I got picked up for minor possession. I had like a quarter ounce of weed on me. And the moron police officer that arrested me and wrote the complaint, instead of writing quarter ounce, he wrote quarter pound. So they hit me with all these ridiculous charges of intent to deliver and all this crap. Oh my God, that was a nightmare.
Yeah, this guy, actually, you know what happened when I got stopped? You know, when I had the paraphernalia thing, I actually gave him a false name. And he took me out of the car, pulled my wallet out. I gave him a false name, but I actually have my driver's license on me. Mm-hmm. And he's like, why'd you give me somebody else? He said, like, go back, sit in the car and I'll get with you in a minute. And he was talking, it was before I married my first wife, she was in the car. And so his partner talked to him, to her or whatever. And then he came in and he was like, well, we searched your car, we found this. And he was like, is that yours? I was like, no. I lied to him. I lied to him about my name. I lied to him about it was, in my car and shit. But anyway, the cop ended up being cool. I mean, he took my car, which I was already, like I said, the tags were 6 months expired, and I hadn't paid on that motherfucker in a long time. Anyway, this was back in my 20s. And
how mentally damaged you have to be, though, to arrest a teenager for a little bit of pot?
Well, I was in my 20s, but like early 20s. They ended up towing my car out of there, and they let me and her go, me and my future wife go, and let me get my shit out of my car that I needed.
Which one?
They took the car. Yeah, which one? Yeah, I have two ex-wives, but whatever. No, it was my first ex-wife.
No, anyway, I was saying which future ex-wife. Never mind.
Yeah, I have two ex-wives. My first ex-wife. This was like when we were really young before we got married. Anyway, they let us take the shit.
Paraphernalia with that?
They found paraphernalia in the car, open containers, and they lectured me and her. And we had a friend that just lived right up the street. They let us go, took my fucking car, and never saw it again. And there was no charge. That was in Little Rock. Good stuff.
Well, you lucked out.
I did.
What that was like? Shoot.
That was like 91, 92.
Early 90s, late 80s.
Yeah.
Before everything was computerized.
Yeah. Well, but see, the reason I got pulled over, I was driving this fucking car around with 6 months expired tags, and I pulled up in this gas station, and I was like, I saw this cop car, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna pull up this way so he doesn't see my tags or whatever. This cop car was just like sitting there and it was parked. So I went in there, got some gas, then I took off. As soon as I took off, the cop was right behind me, pulled me over, and we had just left a friend of ours' house, the friends that we walked back to after this incident. There was like a veteran cop and a rookie cop as his partner or whatever in the car, and the cop told me this. He told me the whole scenario. He's like, I knew you were up to something when you pulled in that gas station and you turned your car around so I wouldn't see your plates and all this shit. Cops know what they're fucking doing. No, whatever. But it was that was kind of the deal, you know. And then he followed me down the street a little bit, turned his lights on. I pulled over, and you know. But yeah, he gave us a break. You know, I could have went to fucking jail that night, you know. But he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna take your fucking car. I never saw the car again, but I didn't go to jail.
So he got that shit box off the street.
Oh, I mean, the car?
You're like in your 20s, right?
Yeah. Oh, well, the car actually it's one of my favorite cars I ever had. I really miss that car. I love that car. I made a lot of money in that car. I used to deliver shitloads of pizza in that car. Good car.
What was the fucking car, man?
Yeah, it was a Ford Escort.
Oh, okay. Man, you really need to learn how to tell a story, bro.
Oh.
I mean, you're sitting there going on about this car, and you didn't even tell us what it was.
Well, it was a Ford Escort. Like,
what color?
It was like maroon.
What year?
But it was a stick shift, which I love driving a stick. You know. And
yeah, you get way more power to the wheels.
I love that car, man. It was freaking badass. It was the 90. It was a 91 Ford Escort. I was thinking about this car the other day, man. I freaking love that car, man. It was.
Oh man, that was his Ricky rocket right there, rookie driver rocket right there, man. Shit, he thought he was Mario Andretti driving that motherfucker, huh?
Mm-hmm. You're saving up for your new car, right? That's your saving up car.
No, I mean it wasn't fancy, but I liked it. So,
man, I remember I paid like
everybody thinks
$300 for a fucking like glorified Ford Probe, Mazda 66, right? Fucking, I dumped like
Mazda
into it.
Might as well be a Ford, you know.
Yeah, well, it's pretty much the same thing as a fucking same motor as a Ford Probe, but it was lighter. So yeah, I mean, I threw glass pack on that thing and shit, just driving that thing around everywhere, just cruising it, and like going off road. Yeah, I thought that was like one of these trophy trucks out here, dude. But then again, I've been in places in a fucking like 92 Honda Civic that got stuck in places that you wouldn't go in a Jeep.
Yeah, Civics aren't. I mean, they're cool for the road, but yeah,
dude, they're so fucking light. They glide across the sand, dude.
Does anybody know when they first started handing out probation now with pretty much every sentence? I never understood how they justify that these days either, because there's always, you know, a minimum and a maximum for every crime.
I don't know, dude. Like probation fucked me up. Probation fucked me every time right around the holiday season.
Me too.
Yeah, right? Like, you do your time. Like, if you get jail time, you do your time in, but then they tell you, oh, by the way, you got to do 3 years or, 6 years probation after that. Like, what the fuck?
It's like
you were sentenced to a lot longer, right? So what you do is you do the short term, and then the rest of the time for the crime you do post.
All right, and they assign a probation officer, and you have to pay them $25 every month before you can actually pay your fine. Pay onto your fine.
I mean, it seems like just a money scam for the
$100, sure.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on who or what your thing. It's like, and you have to check in with them.
Dude, they had me for fucking 4 years, or it's supposed to be 3 years, and then
they've had me for 8 years
went in,
now.
No new crime.
I don't even fucking
time,
talk to them anymore. I don't even have a driver's license anymore.
And they gave me another year, right? So I was all done. No tail got out, but nope. Surprise, surprise! I have another year of post-prison supervision. I was like, I never went to fucking prison.
I know. It's like I don't even. I didn't even really do anything. I got a few speeding tickets.
Parole is only for those that went to prison. Since you were in jail, aka county prison, you were not in prison. And I go, so why am I here? This aggressor said, I don't know. And I go, well, you need to figure this shit out. I mean, you got me fucking driving 6.5 hours to get here on time. And then turns out, nope, I'm not in the right place. I got to go down the street 3 blocks where it's all fucking bumper to bumper traffic. So I might as well have fucking just ran, which is what I ended up doing. Got all the way to the fucking building, got all the way up to the top, had to grab a number, and there was no one in the office, no clerk. They were all gone. But all the POs were still there. I was like, what the fuck? Fuck this bullshit. Fuck California, dude.
What's crazy, too, is they can have you locked up at any time they feel like it.
Yep.
Just anytime they can issue a warrant and have somebody come pick you up just
in fact,
because they feel like it.
They're called agents, not officers. Agents.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that means? That means parole is a separate entity.
Well, parole is really more to do with prison, like.
Yeah, it's all private entity. Prison is a private entity. State prisons, it's all run privately.
Well, I mean, I'm guilty of speeding a couple times and driving without a license a couple times, but other than that, I'm pretty safe. But I haven't been to jail or even messed with those fines for like 7 or 8 years. Don't you think there should be a statute of limitations on something like that? I mean, there's statute of limitations on a lot of things, but traffic fines? Ooh, no. Forever. They want their money.
Here's the thing. Traffic fines is bullshit because it's supposed to be for the roads, but it doesn't go to the roads. It goes to fucking fill the line. The fucking
fines are money, just like I just posted.
Right.
Magic
property
money.
Taxes that they fucking tax you every year for the fucking property that you fucking live on.
I own this property.
Tax that comes out of every gallon of gas.
You don't own it unless
That's all supposed to go to the fucking roads. But it doesn't. The liquor tax and the tobacco tax, that's supposed to go to public schools, but it don't.
Well, it's like, if liquor taxes and tobacco taxes went to
tax is theft, man,
for the public interest,
it's a voluntary compliance system. So why is it compulsory?
The more I drink, the smarter people get. Right? All right, let's do it. Oh, fucking A.
But serious, since when is something that's voluntary compulsory? Right? You have to volunteer.
Well, it's like I was saying.
Pay.
I mean,
it's up to you to volunteer to pay. Right? So they say it's a voluntary for you to comply with paying the tax.
I have some unpaid traffic tickets.
However, if you don't pay the tax, they'll arrest your ass and kidnap you.
8 years ago, like 8 years ago, I rarely drive, and I'm a good driver when I drive, of course, because I don't want anybody to pull me over because they're gonna fucking bust me for no reason when I'm driving around.
But guess what? Guess what, guys?
Shit. Guess what? I'm the safest driver on the fucking road.
But guess what?
They're going to be
we can fight the globe Earth in court. Where's the curve? Oh, you want to bring Eratosthenes in court? Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Because we'll get down to the nitty gritty and find out that he actually believed in a curved rectangle.
Hey, you know, we can
not a globe, not a ball in space.
We could subpoena Neil deGrasse Tyson and get him to say what he said on that one show. It's just like Eratosthenes works on a flat Earth too.
Well, that's the thing. The Eratosthenes is thrown out of court. It's not evidence.
Okay, so what evidence are they going to bring?
That's the thing. Where's the curvature? Without the curvature, flat Earth wins. Period. You get down to the nitty gritty. You need to find the measurement for the curvature. You don't have a measurement for the curvature. You just make a curvature up with fucking mathematics. That is not the curvature, my friend. My God. If you want to sit there and do that, we can cite, the formal argument, Thompson versus Garcia, 2019, state of Georgia. Bam! Case study. Look at that. Let's do this.
I want someone to explain to me how space is so cold and so vast, and the sun supposedly is so far away. How does that heat from the sun reach us at all? That to me, I can't wrap my head around that. It doesn't make any sense.
How does the heat transfer through the coldness of space? Exactly.
Yeah, well, it doesn't get hot until it hits the atmosphere of Earth.
And the energy doesn't make any sense to me.
I know it doesn't.
No, you're not retarded, man. They call it black body radiation, right?
You're retarded
because the sun's a black body.
It's actually
that in a vacuum, there's nothing to affect it in a vacuum. It's only affected if there's something for it to interact with.
Exactly.
Which is why they say the inverse square law doesn't affect light, because it has to be a vacuum for those stars to be at that distance and for Einstein's theory to work. Because it's relative,
thing I never understood,
right? Einstein's theory of relative. Well, that's why, because the inverse square law, the air itself causes that to happen.
Hey, I bet most globies that are listening don't even know that this is what they think is, what they claim is how this happens. They're just like, you dumbass flat earthers, you don't know anything about. No, we know what they claim about the globe.
How does a rocket fuel jet ignite in space if space is a vacuum? I don't understand that either. Is that a stupid question?
Oh, well, here's the thing, right? It's not regular fuel. It's called hypergolic chemicals that spontaneously combust when they're mixed together. Yeah, except for they don't provide any thrust at all.
But it's still fire, right?
Well, even if there was any thrust, any kind of
But here's the thing, right?
Rockets need space or whatever. There's nothing.
Rockets need atmosphere to push off of.
Yes, exactly.
The nose cone needs an atmosphere to work on. Without an atmosphere, the nose cone of the rocket cannot create the Venturi effect to cause the gases to rush out.
Yeah, what is it propelling against? Like, it doesn't.
Exactly. You could sit there. You could even do it in an atmosphere. You can do that in an atmosphere, which just means a gas, right? You could do that in a gaseous environment, pressurized gas environment, right? You could take a balloon, like one of those long, like fucking balloon animal balloons, inhale it, or even a condom, like not inhale it, but like inflate it, blow it up, tape a straw onto it, and have a string like that's taut going all the way across the room with a straw on it, right? And then you blow up the balloon, and then you tape the balloon on that straw, and you let it go. That's demonstration of how a rocket works. This is rocket science right here. Demonstration of rocket nozzle. The mouth of the balloon acts as the rocket nozzle, where you have pressure behind that's pushing out against the atmospheric pressure, and the shape of the Venturi causes a rush of pressure, which causes a momentum, and that's what causes the action going one way, which causes it to go the other, because it's pushing against the air, which causes it to go in the opposite direction. Right?
Which could
when you cover it up with like a piece of paper or a sail, and you let that balloon go, guess what happens? It don't go down the string. It stays in one spot.
So have you guys ever Googled, ballistic missiles and all that stuff, and how they create it and how they scale it and figure out how this stuff is going to work? Because I've actually done it a few times, and I actually have downloaded NASA documents and government documents that state that all those systems, rockets, long-range missiles, they're all created and based off a flat Earth model. It says it right in their documents.
Yeah,
I have it.
I've seen that. Yeah, sure. level stationary plane. They keep saying that, over and over in these documents. Yes, of course.
The rocket pushes against the air. First, when it's on the ground, it pushes against the ground. But once it's in the air, it pushes against the air that's underneath it. And that push against the air causes the opposite and equal reaction. It is not the combustion that causes it. Just like the fire inside your combustion chamber is not what causes the piston to go down. What causes the piston to go down is the expanding gases.
Well,
it's not the fire. It's the expanding gases.
Or whatever. If you're talking about missiles or the way that an airplane flies.
And the only reason why it pushes, right? Because it can't push against gas because it's a gas that's pushing, right? It has to push against the walls of the combustion chamber to cause the piston to move. You cannot have a piston moving unless you have a pretty good seal on the combustion chamber.
There's also compression. I mean, the engine is designed very well. I mean, there's compression involved, and it's a very fine function for each cylinder in an engine. It's compression and expulsion of the compression, through compressed gases and shit. Yeah.
Scavenging effect.
Yeah.
You can demonstrate it with a drone. All you need is some sort of flat surface underneath, and then once it starts to get to drop towards the ground, put that flat surface underneath the drone, and it'll lift itself up because the air underneath it is suddenly more dense because you put that flat surface underneath, so it thinks it's towards it thinks it's next to the surface, so the propellers are going to lift itself up because it's got that. Enough force now to lift itself up.
Actually, what it's causing is air that moves in a longer pathway over the arc of the wingtip.
Yeah, it's called lift.
And the air underneath it is moving at the same speed, so the air that takes longer to move is less dense, so therefore lift happens. Buoyancy.
Yeah, they designed the wings that way when it begins to move horizontally.
I mean, aeronautics, rocket science, that's my fucking shit, guys. So,
whatever the words are, you can still demonstrate the fact that atmosphere is what helps things lift off.
Oh, of course. I mean, you wouldn't be able to fly an airplane in a vacuum. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, you can't generate lift without air.
Yeah, of course.
In fact, a helicopter, right? A lot of people think that the helicopter's blades are propeller blades, but that's not true. They're actually wings. So a helicopter is called a non-fixed wing aircraft.
Yeah.
Because the wings move. Crazy, huh? The wings are what spins around and creates the lift.
Yeah, but could a helicopter work in space?
No, helicopter couldn't work on Mars either. If you can get rivers of carbon dioxide on Mars, then a fucking helicopter would never work. Unless you have 10-mile long fucking winglets.
Wings. Well, even if, I mean, it's just completely impossible. It's retarded.
And this is the absurdity of their fantasy. They have to keep making shit up to justify the shit contradictions of their previous claims.
You know what's easier to understand is to observe reality. Use what we're doing as a functional reality, and stop pretending that we can do something that we can't.
For all the things that humans have ever done, right? Think about it.
Well, to be honest, as far as Earth, I think we're told a lot of lies about.
Fought on Earth, had a family on Earth, had a heartache on Earth, had devastation on Earth, all of these emotions that we feel. All of it has to do with the earth. Where
and guess what? If anybody
we will
could
all
ever
die here. Nobody is leaving. We cannot leave the closed system.
Oh shit!
Do you know who said that?
Are you quoting
Yes,
Bill
that was
Nye
Bill
right
Nye.
now?
Yes, that was Bill Nye.
We cannot leave Earth.
It is a closed system.
Closed system. Yeah, but hey, I love that about Earth. Like everyone else would be like, "Oh, this Earth, everything going to shit."
Yeah, but see, if you don't see the danger in that, Helio, if you don't see the danger in that, right? There's two mentalities, right? You have the mentality of one of these idiots for thousands of years now. They think, oh, one day we're going to leave and go into the stars, right? So I could just trash the where we live because it don't matter, right? I could just trash the next world.
Yeah, but
they don't understand.
Mindset, though,
they don't understand. Hang on. They don't understand that the only reason why they're feeling that way is because they were told a lie about the Earth being a ball in space, and there being other balls that they can eventually go to one of these days if they're good enough.
Here's the other.
Make enough money.
Here's the other mentality. It's like a lot of
How
people
would you ever
think.
want to leave this?
Hold on. A lot of people say, "Well, the conservatives," which and I don't put myself in any vein.
And then you have the other kind.
I know. Well, the other kind,
like the real Earthers, those that know about the Earth,
Jesus
they try
Christ.
to be.
Can I finish a sentence, Joshua? Please.
Well, I was trying to finish mine before you started with your sentence. I'm sorry.
Shit, you were talking for like 3 minutes. And I was just trying to fucking get it.
Oh Jesus, I'm sorry, Helu. Go for it.
Anyway, we're talking about these new world tards or whatever. They think that they're going to help the world by making electric cars or some shit, and they're talking about global warming or whatever, and they think that they don't even know where electricity comes from, right? It comes from burning something, It's like, oh, we're gonna make electric cars. Dude, if everybody had electric cars, we'd be fucked.
We'd need a whole lot of coal.
Yeah, but think about this, right? If everybody was worried about what the Earth is, then we wouldn't even be worried about technology. We would worry about feeding ourselves and our families and being in balance with everything.
And searching for the edge.
We wouldn't be trashing this. We would try to find more about, what the Earth is. So if you can't see that the ball religion is the prison. It's the prison of their own minds.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't
matter. And the fact that there's laws that prevent you from going to the extreme south or the extreme north. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it doesn't matter
what line. It's the gun line, right? Like the fence, the jail. You get too close to the fence, you get shot. Sorry, Helio. I'll be quiet.
No, I was just going to say. I mean, it doesn't matter what side of the political spectrum you're on, or if you watch the news. I mean, they really kind of just. There's so much propaganda out there, and I know all of our family members are affected by it. But I mean, there's a very much larger picture that all of us should be taking a look at.
It's interesting too that there isn't a huge government machine that's like NASA that is just specifically for exploring the ocean.
Sure, I mean.
Why is that?
Well, especially this South Pacific, right? I mean, nobody ever goes there. So I'm talking about.
You mean Point Nemo?
I'm talking about the extreme South Pacific, right? I mean,
well, Helio, what do you know about Point Nemo?
Point Nemo? I'm not sure I've heard of Point Nemo.
You're just fucking talking about it. God.
Mm-hmm. I didn't
say... The extreme South Pacific is Point Nemo.
You're going to have to fill me in on this one, man.
The area that you're talking about, the area of ocean that you were talking about.
The area where nobody goes?
Yes, it's called Point Nemo.
Okay, I call it the place that nobody ever goes.
There's rocket ships there under the ocean.
There may be. I don't know.
No, there is. Look it up. Point Nemo. Look it up. It's South Pacific. It's called the NASA's graveyard.
I thought that was Bermuda Triangle, but that's in the Atlantic. But
right. Well, this was like other launches. It wasn't Apollo missions.
Well, I'm not specifically talking about that, but that could
Canaveral hasn't been used to launch man for quite a while, right?
Yeah,
I mean, the only things that were
most of the rockets are coming from Fort Lauderdale now, right?
Right, but you have to remember too, most of the stuff that was at Point Nemo was from the shuttle era.
I'm just
Point Nemo. Is that what you're saying? So that's like when they did all those rocket launches. That's where they went.
That's where they ended up. Like a lot of the recoveries and all that. Also, remember that movie Finding Nemo? Remember SpongeBob SquarePants? Finding Nemo, right? You got to find Nemo. Where's Nemo? We got to find Nemo. Think about it.
They had to go somewhere because they weren't going to space. Yeah. So it only leaves one spot left open for landing or for jumping off. It's on Earth somewhere.
That's for sure.
They say all those boosters are floating around, or all that shit's junk in space now. It's not true. It's in the ocean.
Well, actually, when I was bringing up South Pacific, I mean, as far as Earth traffic, like airplanes, ship traffic, nobody goes that way. You know why? Because it's very dangerous and it's a long trek.
And there's no resources.
Fuel. And there's no resources. I mean, there's not enough fuel to travel that way. So, but there could be, as far as we know, another continent, out there.
On this side of the ring, on this side, there's so much land. You're right, Elio. There very well could be a landmass that we're not being told about because there's no shipping lanes. There's no flight paths that go over that area. There's really nothing. And anything that does go in that area below the 60th parallel has been highly controlled since when 1950, whatever, 7, 8, whenever they did the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, it'd be like southwest of South Africa, and like directly south of India. Like there could be a whole continent there that nobody knows about, or we're not told about.
Because no one goes there. You're right. No one goes there. It's not a shipping lane. It's not an airline.
So
pathways don't go over the top of it either.
Point Nemo is the furthest point from all land points. So it's the furthest away from all land you can get.
And there's practical reasons, like Kilo was saying, why people don't go there in a ship, because when you get all the way over there, what if you need fuel? Carry enough fuel to go all the way there and all the way back. Most ships don't carry that kind of fuel capacity. There's no that's what I mean by resources. You don't have a way to fill up your ship with gas. You don't have a way to fill up your food bank because you've been at sea for 2 months or whatever. Especially if you're going to go on a sailboat or whatever. There's no resources there to refuel, to re-up your food intake. Nothing.
Hey, God rockin'.
The pole of inaccessibility is what it's called.
It's called Tupac Island. That's where it's at.
Yeah, there's a little island out there.
No, it's not a little one. It's a big one.
No, it's a Dutch island.
It's Tupac.
It's about 28,000 miles from.
It's where all the dead celebrities go.
Well, this is 28,000 miles from that island, and it's another. All other land masses is further than that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just
28,000 miles. Wait a minute. Doesn't that break the radius?
Looking at your thing now. I was just making a joke, but anyway. No, I'm thinking there could be an entire continent.
Yeah, there could.
That's at least as large as Australia.
Yeah, I'm thinking in between South America and Africa, the so-called remnant of Atlantis, and then Mu is supposed to be between.
No, that's South
in the Pacific.
Atlantic, though.
There's supposed to be one in the Pacific, right? That's Mu.
That's what I'm thinking, Pacific.
And then the Atlantic, right, in between South America, like where Brazil is, and Africa,
is supposed to be
Brazil,
Atlantis. In fact, Brazil was named Brazil because one of the towns or lands of Atlantis was called Brasil. So they called it Brazil
as well.
Kind of like California got its name because there was a tale about this island of Amazonians ruled by women, right? And they thought that's what it was, Khalifa. So they named it California, Calife. And it has nothing to do with the flower. That's Florida.
No, I haven't heard that one before, but yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, the Amazonian Nephilim giant queens.
Even with like the A map or, Gleason's map or whatever, that's not what Earth looks like. I don't think that's what it looks like.
No, I know that. They had to do this artistry. And then, look at that. You can tell it's computerized because look at that, guys. You see that clear line? What the fuck is that blue line? And then, like, underground, what's that? You see, it looks like there was a fucking brown paper bag that got in the shot, and they tried to Photoshop that out the best they could, but it still got left behind. Help.
Reconor says Nemo means no name.
Oh.
Maybe it's no man's land.
Yeah, well, that's
No Man's Sky.
Do you guys think there's a reason why they lie about certain continents and their size on like the globe model? They make certain continents look way bigger than they actually are.
Yeah, it's all about how racist the English are.
That's so racist.
Oh, okay.
Well, like all of the nations that were a part of the English Empire were always represented as larger land masses compared to their neighbors because of the importance of it to the world at the time, which was centered around the crown, the king.
Well, we all know that the maps are stretched toward the North Pole for one thing, and so in order to stretch to cover up the landmass that is in the North Pole, which many of us believe is there.
Right. Hey, if it was the white man, why did they make England look so small then? Come on.
Maybe it's
you said it, white man, right?
Twice as big as it really is. Who knows?
Who knows? I'm just playing. Go ahead.
As a white man, hey, you said it, white man, right?
The most hated race on earth right now.
I didn't say white. I said English. Isn't like that spread pretty much everywhere around the world? The English language? Imperialism?
Where does the Rothschild family stem from? Do you know? Isn't that supposed to be like royalty from somewhere like in the England or UK area or something?
No.
No? Where do they come from then?
Comes from the Caucasus Mountains, Georgia.
Georgia.
Caucasus Mountains, in between the Caucasus Mountains and the mountains of Ararat. The Ararat Mountains. So the mountains of Ararat and the mountains of Caucasus. In between, there's a valley.
And that's where the Rothschilds come from.
That's where Noah landed. That's where the world was split up. Like, you will have this section, you will have that section, and you will have that section. You and your descendants will not cross over and occupy any of your brother's lands. To do that, there's a curse that follows. So what is America? Melting pot. It's a curse coming.
It's a curse just to be here, the way things are now.
But if you think about it, like the Rothschilds, the Khazars come from Well, Khazar is from Khazaria, Rome.
Wait,
and
hold up.
then you have Ashkenaz, which comes from like the area of.
And this is all.
Hold on.
Hang on, Helio.
Mainstream history.
No.
Yeah, they come from the same line that. Dang it, what's the heck is his name?
And this
Afghan comes from. It's one of
mainstream history or what?
It's one of Afghan's nephews.
Is
the
this
land of Afghanistan is named after that.
Is this mainstream history?
Well, they don't really know like everything. They know that like Assyria was many locations. It wasn't just one.
So you were saying, hold on, I just want to establish this as a point. You say that Noah's were in the ark was landed in the Caucasus area.
No, Ararat. The mountains of Ararat.
Right, which is near Turkey, right? Or it's like in Turkey. Okay,
and there's a valley.
You were saying Caucasus, which is like way
north. Hang on. North of the mountains of Ararat, of the Ararat mountain range, is the Caucasus mountain range.
Oh, okay.
There's
Never mind.
a valley in between, a very fertile valley.
I thought I was misunderstanding you. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then like all around there too, there's all sorts of like monoliths that were set up and carved. It's crazy. I wish I could actually go there, check it out.
I don't think the word race. I think because in the past they used to call them people, right? And people were known by their practices or their beliefs, not by their your ethnicity was moving from your family / the region or area you were from, right? This idea of racism, I think is eugenics. You know what I mean?
It's eugenics. It's low vibration.
Yeah, it's a cult. It's the idea. It's the theosophy.
Japheth. That's what it is. They're all sons of Japheth.
Right.
But the Hebrews are supposed to be sons of Shem.
Yeah. Yeah, the idea of aliens is the same idea of racism and eugenics in my opinion. Because of the belief that certain races are better than others. You know what I mean?
Well, racism comes from evolution.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, these people are inferior. They're less evolved. Yeah, that's fucking racism. That's evolutionism right there. So evolution is racism. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, that was my point. Thanks. Yep, exactly. Exactly.
I mean, we all come from the same. Yeah. Anyway,
it's another layer, for the deception. The globe model deception.
So why would they lie?
I'm racist as hell because I'm a drag racer, so I'm racist.
Yeah, but that's quarter mile at a time.
Yeah, 180 miles an hour in 8 seconds.
Can I ask a question real quick about the flood?
Anyway, I'm racist. You could ask anything you want, I suppose.
I'm curious about what you were just saying about the flood, because I was thinking, so did the flood not wipe out all the bad blood, so to speak, that that the creator was trying to get rid of, and that there was still...
It did. Right? Everything that lived on the surface of the earth and flew in the air was dead. Anything that wasn't saved in the ark.
Noah took on a second wife that had tainted blood.
Okay, so that's where the extra corruption came from then after the flood. And okay, that makes sense. I didn't know that. Thank you for that.
Wasn't he 160 years old when he had his first child?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, his wife is like 200 years older than him. That's interesting. Oh yeah, I like older women too. Cool. But it also says that in Genesis that it happened again after the flood. So it's right there in the book.
Yeah, but anyways,
hearing somewhere that Noah was commanded to take this wife with him because there were certain people that belonged to these corrupt races that deserved a chance to redeem themselves in some way, I guess.
Check it out.
So I'm not sure,
you do like the mitochondria, or not mitochondria, I think it's mitochondrial DNA. They've done a study and they were able to trace it all the way back to 3 people, like 3 separate lines, a family unit.
I used to wonder what would it take, right, for the earth to literally cry out to heaven, and for a creator God, right, that's all loving and slow to anger, to destroy his own creation. I try to imagine what it was like, right? And right now things are bad, but I don't think it's anywhere near as bad because like 200 of each species being, you know what I mean? Like if you believe the story, angels came down and did their thing. You could call them aliens, I guess, right? Isn't that what's about to happen, right?
Fallen angels.
Yeah. Isn't it happening again?
Maybe. They're supposed to be still here, chained up underneath the earth in chains. They're supposed to be let loose.
Here's Elon Musk talking about AI is like summoning the demon, right? Like we have to incorporate. I mean, here they're talking about it, right? Then they're talking about how AI are kind of like how aliens are more like artificial intelligence, and that they'll be like gods compared to our intelligence. I mean, they're kind of putting the two together. Artificial intelligence, something from another dimension, and aliens.
I never understood why, if God casts Lucifer out of heaven, why would he send him to earth to rule over basically?
Hang on. I want to interrupt this. I've been trying to interrupt it for a while now. Let's not talk about that. Like, I understand I got into it with genealogy, right? By a location. Try to disprove racism. I didn't mean to open it up for a biblical debate. I mean, if we want to do that, we can go down to the biblical room. Let's not bring that stigma onto the flat earth. Thank you. And I apologize if it was misleading.
I mean, I think a world deluge, I think a lot of cultures have it, right? It's not necessarily Bible talk if we talk about it that way.
Exactly. That's what I was talking about. Even mitochondrial goes back to 3 people. Or 2 people, right?
I think you should let the moderators moderate the room. That's what I think.
Well, he was kind of going on what I posted in live stream. I mean, I'm not mad about it, but shit happens. It just, we stray on the religion, but we really don't want religion in live stream.
Yeah, I understand. I apologize too. It's just I get curious talking about it because it seems so hand in hand sometimes. When you're talking about flat Earth.
It does, because he was trying to lead it into no absolution on racism through mitochondria and science. So it just, listen, you don't need to apologize. Nobody does. They go side to side. I'm just the one that's appointed to try and keep it off major religious topics. So we don't have people in here arguing doctrine, We don't want to argue the 2,000-year-old religious argument in here. Which doctrine is right? We want to draw people to science and through a flat earth, hopefully lead them to a creator. Whatever belief you accept on that creator is fine with us, as long as we're all unified in the belief there is a God. The problem
and that the earth is a creation.
Yeah, the problem is everybody else has their doctrines and they muddy that water with their doctrine. When we shouldn't be arguing doctrine. We should just be unified in the belief that there is a higher power.
But I have a feeling that a lot of Globers are atheists.
Yeah, I don't need no apologies, though. No, you don't have to apologize to the server or nothing. We all know shit happens. And yeah, you got to be real atheistic to believe you're a star child, a speck of meaningless nothing. Everything in this world has a purpose. Why would I be the only thing in this world without a purpose? The sun has a purpose, the air has a purpose, the water has a purpose, even the soil and the microorganisms in the soil, they have a purpose. It all works together. We're all symbionts in this ecosystem of life, this symphony of life and death. Everything's got a
even
purpose.
If you believe in evolution, yeah, exactly. Even if you believe in evolution, you have to believe that things evolve for a purpose, for a reason. It makes total sense.
Yeah, I think the evolutionists think they don't have a creation story.
I think Helio's right, though. He brings this over and over, brings it up over and over again. One day, we're just going to have to do a freaking live stream and dive deep into the religious bowels of this thing.
We may have to.
Amen, brother.
It's freaking crazy. But just like I was saying, they think they don't have a creation story. It's like everything just happened on accident, you know.
But they do.
That's their creation story. I mean,
the ontological question, that's a religious question, right? How do we come into a state of being from nothingness? That's answered with the Big Bang. And if you do it on a naturalistic level, then there can never be a beginning without a cause. So everything that exists in this universe has to come from a microcosmetic universe. Expand into the megacosm, from the microcosm. Each thing having to have a cause, but eventually you get to a point where there can be no cause. Right?
Yep.
And so they still haven't answered the ontological question. Where did the ontological beginning come from? The state of nothingness to something. Where did that come from?
Hey, and I'll tell you what, even in Christianity,
can't answer it with nature.
Even in Christianity, you know, modern Christianity, I would say the majority of Christians have a real issue in trying to understand where, because they're trying to balance creation with this quote unquote pseudoscience that they're believing. It's just like they say, oh well, billions of years or however many years, and they're still trying to balance this like ball spinning around everywhere and all this kind of stuff, where we actually have a solution to it. You know,
you can't answer all questions, though. I mean,
I know we can't. We're not here to answer questions. We're here to help people open their eyes and see the world for what it is.
I was curious as a child, and my mom said she was telling me about God or whatever. I'm like, well, who created God? You know, it's a natural question a child would ask, like, well, God always was. What do you mean he always was? That doesn't make sense. Someone had to create him. Like, so it's like you can't answer these questions. There's no answer to that.
Yeah, and I think the creator actually intended it that way.
Yeah, but to say, remember in the past, before science and religion were separated, right? They were one and the same thing because people believed that it was created. So it's the only reason why it's been separated is because of people who don't believe in a God, because they believed in a ball that came from nothing, right? But in a sense, it's the exact same thing. You're trying to come up with the origin story, and that's not science. It's not science to say
exactly. That's exactly what I was saying, Bong. Exactly.
Science requires a phenomena or something, right? So to say it came from nothing is like you're not even You can't even try and describe the origin of the world. It's not science.
Yeah, otherwise you're just gonna make something up that's your origin story, just like the Big Bang. That's your origin story. I mean, just like, how's my origin story better than yours or worse than yours?
Well, it's the thing. There's two kinds of origin stories, right? There's this very, very special origin story that is because the Earth, people think the Earth is a ball, and all the other origin stories are exactly the same. It's a flat Earth, there's a dome, blah blah blah, right? So if this ball had never come about, people would never have separated science from the belief in the Creator, in God, science and religion. It would have still been the same thing because it's not a ball. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, it's not even religion. You can't, a lot of people say religion. I know what you mean, though, but yeah, I mean, it's creation versus accident. Basically, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you don't.
There's a creator, or everything happened by accident. It's still a creation story, no matter how you draw it out.
You don't need a certain doctrine or a certain religious entity to realize that it is intelligently designed. So you can take the God of your choice, but it's still a creator. Whoever this God is obviously created this realm, this everything in it is created by something.
No,
and then we can disagree on doctrine.
That's our point of view, and then the other point of view is that it just spontaneously
self-assembled from a bomb,
made itself, which is ridiculous.
No, I'm not making the argument that I'm not saying we should, put together religion talk.
I know. No, you said religious. You said religious, though. But I understand how you said that. I just wanted to point that out. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The Creator
it really is like a psychological warfare tactic too, to make people think that they're insignificant and not important and not the center of the universe, and just somehow a random accident, and that we're worthless and we're actually like a scourge on the planet that we're on, and we're bad for the planet and everything else is good and we're destroying it. It really is a psychological.
At the same time, though, I mean, and that may seem the case, that's more like a modern political kind of thing, or a satanic kind of weird. Well, that gets into another religious kind of thing. But as far as like the origin story, I guess it can lead, whether or not you believe in creation or spontaneous, thing, it can still lead to Satanism on both sides. But so anyway, go on.
What
are you saying that there's not? Dude, you don't think the Satanists know that Earth is created?
Well, they believe their God created it. Like, their entity is the one they worship.
Okay, well, they know, actually. Well, we're not going to get into that. Let's not do it here.
Well, I'm just saying that the people who seem to be calling the shots have an evil entity they worship, and
okay, well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, they know that the Earth is a creation.
Yeah, it's a sock puppet with lipstick on it.
Yeah.
It's evil because it's dirty.
Whatever they promote,
it's dirty.
Hey, whatever they promote, it's lies. Lies help them along. So anyway, so they know the truth, and they put forth lies. Anyway, that's a different. That's not what we're talking about.
Immoral. That's an immoral stance.
Yes, I know that, Ron. But that's what we're trying to avoid. This
point is that they're deceiving humanity for their benefit, and it's greed. It's about greed. Their greed and their desire to control everyone else, to have a leg up.
Sure, but like I was going to say earlier, I know a lot of people that that are quote unquote atheists, even though there's no such thing. That they're moral people, as far as like. Functioning in humanity, they're not like evil in the sense that whatever, but they hate religion, which So do I. I hate religion too. So it's kind of like I do kind of relate to some of the stuff that they're talking about, but they hate what we talk about also. So it's kind of like it's like, hey, you're a decent guy, but why do you freaking hate what I say so much?
Atheism requires the same amount of. Oh, sorry, I got cut off. Atheism requires the same amount of religious faith as anyone who believes in God.
Sure.
It does.
I agree.
You have to have faith that God doesn't exist. And most people are so willing, because the Christians have went around and said, you're going to hell for your sins. Most people are so willing to just throw away the very premise of God just so they, in their mind, don't have to pay for sins. So that can never be a truth. I mean, one guy that I argue with, he says, I believe it's this way, Mike, so it's true for me. And I'm like, well, and he's like, he quoted Bible verses on me. As you believe, so shall it be unto you. Well, all I could say was amen. All right. That's true.
It's like they start quoting Bible verses at you when you really get them in a corner.
Well, how can I argue with that? That's what you believe, so that's what's true to you. And that just proves that God was the author of everything. Science, psychology, philosophy, everything. So, whatever. If you're going to go all scientifically psychobabble philosophical on me like that, then yes, your belief systems do build your reality. This is true.
Yeah, and as far as all
you needed my God to know that.
Yeah, as far as this discussion goes, this like general discussion between creation and whatever ideas any atheists or agnostics have, I don't think that's outside of anything that should be involved with the flat Earth discussion, because this isn't about religion. It's about origins of our being, our consciousness, how we came about. So I don't think these type of discussions should be excluded from this chat. But when you want to talk about different aspects of belief and religion and like deeper discussions about the Bible, that's where like, maybe we should take that to biblical.
But we do talk about the globe religion. The globe is a religion.
I know.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I know that. But
we poke holes in it. We like poking holes in the globe religion.
I know, but they don't. They have their Bible. It's the mainstream media, right?
NASA is their Bible.
Anyway, but hey, yeah, let's free reign on their religion, because this is a flat Earth server, But yeah, as far as like when we get into deep discussions about spirituality, when we're talking about creation versus their idea about the ball spinning around the universe, billions of years, creating life from nothing or from a primordial soup and all that kind of shit. That's free reign, bro.
You had suspended balls that grew a fungi, and that fungi on these sweaty balls gave forth life to man? Oh my God.
That's what
you better get rid of them crabs, bro, before they grow up and take over the world.
Well, they said lightning hit the primordial soup, right? So lightning, who is lightning? That's the devil.
Man, you ain't never had listen, you ain't never had static on the inside of your pant legs where you got these sweaty nads with this fungus starting to grow. I'm telling you, man, that shit will evolve and take over you.
Especially when you wear certain types of sweatpants, man. You can hear the static. You're like,
that? Yeah, you get it.
How's the static on your balls?
It's the dielectric nature of that universe you're creating. Fungi on these hot, sweaty balls. Women get a yeast infection, right? That's like sea monkeys, right? You just add water. Bada boom, bada bing.
That makes me think of that South Park where he's stuck on my salty balls.
No. The one with the crab. My baby.
You guys ever noticed
the chef from South Park?
Yeah, he's a suck on my chocolate salty balls. Putting me out
and sweet love to him.
Hey, here's a good one. Have you guys ever noticed, like, on a lot of these Discovery channels, when they're talking about animals, right? How awesome they are. Instead of saying this animal was designed that way. Instead of this part of this animal was designed for this. Instead of just saying that, they say this. They say evolution, right? Right? As if evolution
every time.
God that was designing things. I'm like, wait. You meant to say designed, but you said evolved. What the hell?
Like it's intelligent. Like nature is intelligent enough to know which systems are preferred and which are not for an environmental reaction. Come on.
Accidentally, right? I was like, wait, this isn't this is illogical. Like, the function, right?
Hey, the one I never got was dictates. Why, when somebody speaks to you and tells you something you got to write down, is it dictating?
No, I think you're projecting there, Michael.
Dictate to me.
Selected, right? Selected. Right?
I say dictating is a tainted subject.
Motherfucker.
You know Jim Panda?
That'll bring the house down.
You guys know that Jim Panda guy, right? Well, what about sexual harassment? Panda.
What gender would he be? You wouldn't know whether you want to...
A panda. That's it. Sexual harassment panda.
Jim is a known... He's... I don't know what...
I'll tell you what.
Evolution.
Gnome gender... It looks like a gnome.
If you've seen that dude, you would say he's a trisexual, because anybody that's offering, he'll try. Okay? Why are we hitting on Jim so hard, though? Because of it. No offense to him, but I got 6 sisters, so I know about these things. I don't think he could get laid by another human. I've listened to women talk about, man, Christ, a pimple can keep from getting laid. This dude's got fucking problems.
I think I got a picture of him.
Jim's a goblin.
Hold on.
I got a picture of him with what's her name from the Globe Live tours. What the hell is her name?
Roxanne.
Yeah, Roxanne.
Yeah.
He's by Roxanne, and his head barely comes up past the height of her ass.
He's like 5'3".
Hell no! You got to be this tall to get a ride.
I was like, damn, that's a sexy butt, but this fucking troll is fucking the picture up. I told her that. She's like, Mike, I'm not single.
So you mean he's actually a troll?
Yeah,
holy shit.
He looks like a fucking goblin. Not joking.
No, he doesn't look like a goblin. He is a troll. I bet you won't see. I bet he had like SPF 5000 on and shit.
You're gonna make me fucking look for the goddamn picture.
I'm trying to find it right now.
I've seen it, Mike. I've seen it. Please don't show me.
I say I have to go to Karen's. I have to go through Karen's.
I just ate
server
mac and cheese. Please don't show me.
And then mac and cheese. That's not eating, man. What the fuck? Come here.
I don't want to throw it up, is what I'm saying, because I put some hot sauce on it. It wouldn't feel
real
good.
meal, bro. And
What are you?
no,
A
no
pasta
homo.
seed? Get it?
Yeah, I've been to jail. You don't eat the fucking candy bar that somebody leaves on your pillow.
Well, that's a wedding present, bro. I ain't trying to marry you. I've heard them jokes, man. Come on. I got a brother-in-law that's a county sheriff. Sometimes he's got to be a turnkey, and I got a brother who's a prison guard. So we got this place in Michigan called Gladiator School, and what it is it's a Michigan reformatory, and it's just dormitories, big pole barns with nothing but bunk beds in them. And my brother says, I always warn the young kids when they go in there, if there's cupcakes on your bed when you get there, swipe them off onto the floor and get up there and say, I don't know what bitch left these here, but you better come get your shit, bitch, or you're married. And I was like, what? What? Are you fucking serious? He's like, don't eat that cupcake, bro, if you ever go to prison. I was like,
Never.
That's fucked up. And he was dead serious. I've heard some prison stories I'd like to forget. He always gets drunk and he's like, you wouldn't believe this shit I seen last week in the prison full of gay guys. I don't want to believe it. Tell that shit.
Yeah.
He said, what do I do? Go home and talk to my wife about this shit, Mike? I was like,
no, put it on Facebook.
Well, I guess. Right.
Make a blog about it. That's what he ought to do. Just talk about the shit on his off days and fucking do like a podcast. Yeah.
Well, I get it. Therapists are for people
get Sean White on there.
Family that'll listen, but I say fuck it and I listen.
Should have been like, I was still trying to deal with shit from Desert Storm, bro.
Hey, is that why they call them cupcakes? Hey, cupcake.
My brother's a combat vet too, Bong. So
it's just prison, man. Chill out. You're right.
I mean, I can't find that picture of Jim Panda. So,
I tried to tell him that, like, dude, you got more PTSD from prison than you did fucking combat, man. Get out of there. Go back to combat. What the fuck? He tells me, listen, I got to share this one. He says, okay, I'm the yard guard. I figure, yeah, I got the yard for the next 6 months. I'm straight. I can't see no fucked up shit on the yard. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. He's like, but then I go out there in the morning before they all get out there in the yard. And I'm wondering where the yard porter is. There's supposed to be a guy out there putting out the equipment. He says, I can't find him. But I see the box that all the equipment's in, and this bitch is moving around, and the lid's jumping open and shit. So I asked the other guard, I said, what the fuck's up with the box? He said, I don't know. Go over there and open it. So you know what he sees when he opens the box, right? Three gay guys just going at it. And he said, I don't even know how they fit in the fucking box, Mike, but that's besides the point. You can't unsee this shit. I was like, man.
Man.
That's fucked up. He said, yeah, imagine why I got to get this shit out. This isn't shit people should see in their life. I was like,
well,
what?
Where there's a will, there's a way.
I said, what did you do? Did you get them all out there butt naked and write them up tickets? He said, fuck no, I shut the box. I act like I didn't see it. The other guard said, well, what's going on? He said, nothing. I ain't writing tickets. If you want to write tickets, you go open the fucking box. I was like, yeah, I bet.
I ain't pulling him over. You pull him over.
Right. I'm not pulling that motherfucker out. He smells like shit.
Oh, my God.
He smells like cordon bleu.
Right. I feel sorry for my brother when I'm up getting coffee every now and then. I think, damn, my bro got to go to that prison again today.
Or Dijon mustard, right?
Prisoners are like, it's all right. The guards are cool, man. We could just chill in the box.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. They won't do shit, man. They'll be embarrassed. Keep going, bro. Don't stop. That's fucked up, man.
Put me in the box.
They'll probably all die in prison from AIDS or hepatitis, you know.
There's that picture of Jim Panda and Roxanne.
Oh, did you find it?
My bro says, I don't know how the fuck they play basketball with the basketballs. I'm like, damn, so two skinny guys and a fat guy fit in the equipment box with the equipment still in it? What the fuck?
That's Jim Panda guys right there. If you ever
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's Crookneck. There's Roxanne Booty. Would you do? Steal that when I shared it, man?
Roxanne put a cool picture out on Facebook yesterday. It was good stuff.
Shout out to Roxanne.
Shout out Roxanne Glenn in the house.
Man, she proves them flat earth girls are nothing but sexy.
But yeah, look at Jim Panda.
You know what disturbs me? Hang on.
What that dude, bro? Man, he's got turtle.
What fucks me up is he looks like
the curvature. You're looking for the curvature.
He looks like he shouldn't be arguing with nobody about shit, don't he?
It looks like they pulled Neo out of the fucking Matrix, and they're like, "We made a mistake.
Let's put him back in. Put him back in."
The fucker looks like what are them slides called that you put under the microscope? He looks like he should be on one of them.
Spencer.
Neck so stiff it's stretching his face out.
He's part of
nobody's neck should work like that.
He's a fucking dinosaur, guys.
I swear, this motherfucker is never going to get wrinkles. Look at him. His neck stressing his chin.
Like an angry, grumpy rabbit.
I'm sorry if you're listening, Jim. I actually feel
I'm not sorry, Jim. You make fun of us all the time. Fuck off.
I am. I don't like your voice, but I won't make fun of you.
I actually like his voice. I think I like his voice, but
every time he opens it.
I think he looks like what he sounds like. I guess.
I would have never guessed, dude. He has like a proper English gentleman voice. He doesn't.
Yeah, I didn't think he looked like that either.
Yeah, but if you look in that face, you know that motherfucker's getting a couple 100 painkillers a month, and he's eating them nonstop. Look at them dark rings under his eyes. Tell me,
yeah, he looks like he's fucking whacked on heroin, dude.
And that dude
is not out.
Morphine. That motherfucker's on morphine pills.
Dude, the guy that's blocked. That guy that's blocked behind Roxanne is Cat Earth. You remember that guy, Cat Earth?
Yeah.
That's who was with him talking.
Yeah, he's cool.
What's up with the height? 5'4"?
That's funny. It took me a half hour to get it too, Helio. I'm glad you did it.
What did I do?
It took me.
Why are we roasting him?
It took me a half hour to find that picture.
No, Ron posted that. I was looking for it.
You know, if his neck was straight, he'd be taller.
Yeah.
Maybe if he wasn't hunched over at the computer all the time.
He's got osteoporosis.
Spina bifida. It's called spina bifida.
Fucking scoliosis, bro.
Yeah, that's what's causing him
scoliosis. No, it's not scoliosis.
No, I got a friend named Billy Carter that's got the same condition. It's called spinal adipidus or something like that.
Yeah, spinal adipidus. Yeah, scoliosis is a twisting of the spine, like from left to right or whatever. But yeah, but whatever.
Or a curvature, and obviously his spine curves from his shoulders out. Your neck is part of your spine. It's the clavicle.
And that's why the earth is curved.
Maybe
couldn't it also be something called like ankylospondylitis or whatever it's called?
Yeah.
Are you saying that your spine has no measurable curve?
I think you're right. Spina bifida is in the lumbardic region, and what you just said is in the clavicle region.
Poor little angry bird.
Yeah, I had a roommate that had that one time. He said his hold on. He said
listening to us make fun of him right now.
Helio, bro.
What is it?
His vertebrae, the cartilage between his vertebrae ends up deteriorating, so his vertebrae just ends up fusing together over time.
Yeah. What's it called?
It's like ankylospondylitis or something. I could be butchering the pronunciation, but it's something like that.
So you're saying it's from inbreeding?
Anglospondylitis?
Spondylitis.
Oh.
Do they call it turtle head syndrome?
Anti-collusing spinalitis.
God damn, that's a silver word, huh?
Yeah, it's hard to say, but it says what he said. Your discs are deteriorating. So he said cartilage, but those are discs. That's your disc in between your vertebrae. Those are what I have problem with is degenerative disc disease. Or
me too, man. I got a blown out disc.
Yeah, it's called spinal stenosis.
What did you just call me?
I got sciatica.
Spinodifidus.
Yeah. Ankylosing
Sounds like a flower.
spondylitis is an inflammatory disease where over time can cause bones in the spine vertebrae to fuse from loss of a disc.
All I know is Jim looked like he's got a turtle head poking out.
Some turtle soup.
A turtle head poking out. You guys don't know what that's from? That's from freaking Mike Myers movie.
Michael, I posted something about it.
Anyway, guess the joke is lost. Never mind.
It's ankylosing spondylitis.
Yeah, that's how you pronounce it. Ankylosing. Well, I was thinking of it like Antikytherium, but yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Ankle neck.
Ankle neck spondylitis, turtle head poking out.
Well, if he's got an ankle neck, it's sprained. I done sprained his ankle neck, by God. I say that arthritis, damn old rheumatism, by God. You know what I mean? Dang old crook neck.
Crook neck.
Dang old, by God. Like you get to his shoulders and the neck takes a left turn.
Ankylosing spondylitis. Spondylitis. Spondylitis.
My God, dang old neck takes a left at the shoulders, you know what I'm saying? Dang old losing this and that and looking like a titty and shit.
Fucking goddamn Latin.
Losing spondylitis.
Well, titilus is like itis,
yeah,
but tilitis, ilitis, right?
Yes.
Spo and
spondylitis, spondylitis, yeah. Ankylosing spondylitis.
Ankylosing spondylitis.
Well, it basically just means your discs are wearing out to a point where it's causing inflammation. Then they fuse together, which is where your discs start stacking on each other. It's called compression, and that can cause nerve compression too. I feel sorry for him, man. He's probably in a lot of pain, dude.
Probably going numb.
It's probably not funny
extremities
because we don't know all the effects of. I mean, they do acupuncture and shit, but we've all seen the kiss of death, where dude takes a needle and sticks it in his neck, and it cuts off blood returning flow from his head, so his head just fills up with blood until it bursts. So you don't know what hell he can go through with different focused pressures on different points of different nerves. It's the nerve system is like the delivery. It's like the mapping system for your car's computer, where it can make your ignition system fire while it's supposed to be telling your fan to turn on. So shit's not working right, you know what I mean? And honestly, I do feel sorry for him. I know he's in pain. I mean, I've only got a 2 millimeter bulge, and that nerve compression causes shit sometimes that normal people that don't deal with that wouldn't even fucking understand. My jaw can get stiff out of nowhere, and it's just because of the pressure that's getting put on my spine or my spinal cord from nerve compression. And if you don't know what that is, you got an orifice that your spinal cord rolls through. And your spine's supposed to be perfectly aligned for this cord to go down through there. But you move one of them discs 2 millimeters out of place, and it's now touching the spinal cord where it's not supposed to. Then you articulate, you move, you bend, and each time you bend, it applies more pressure or it releases pressure. So you can move it to a point to where all of a sudden you got to go shit. Or you can sit in a position where it feels like you can't even burp. You can't release the gas from your... It can affect your gag reflexes when it's in your neck. It can affect the muscles that flex your vocal cords and all that, dude. A lot of people don't know what it's like to have bulging discs in your neck. But I mean, how could you if you don't experience it, you know?
I know a lot of roofers get that. They get a fucked up disc. I got mine fucked up doing roofing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a motherfucker, so you wouldn't know it anyway hanging out with me because I just grit and take it, you know? I can smash my hand on your forehead and keep on fighting like there's not a fucking thing wrong with me. You know, I tell my kids though, because I got a reason, a purpose. The stretches I do now to build supporting muscle, I never did them when I worked out or when I jogged or when I was a Marine doing every push up in any position I could. But I wish I would have, because those small muscles never get developed and they don't support your spine properly from your neck all the way down to your lower back. So I teach them to my kids, and then I tell them what I go through to motivate them to do those so that they can promote spinal health and supporting muscle, if you understand. Because I want to save my children what I suffered through.
Once you fuck your back up, it's a lingering thing, man. It just
yeah, my discs float, Ron. I can force them back into place. I do too. I crack my neck to make most grown men cringe. I'll crack my neck in the restaurant and motherfuckers go, "Ugh, yeah, bitch, that's because shit's powering, slamming right back into place." But if I don't do that, I'm dealing with nerve compression. So for me, it's a relief. It might sound painful to you, but it's not to me. It's actually a release of pain. And something I've learned to do over time, you know?
I see my dog would stretch like that. They put the paws out in front and stretch their back. They they know what they're doing.
They do.
But I mean, like, once you wreck your back, there's really no way to fix it. I know my friend had 2 back surgeries.
That's
he
funny.
did construction. Yeah, he's got fused.
No, you say that about dogs, because I noticed one time my dog had a kink in his neck, right? And I kept rubbing and rubbing on it, and he fell asleep. And once he did and he relaxed, I grabbed the back of his head and put his chin in my hand. I started rolling his head around like I do mine until it cracked and popped. He woke up and looked at me all big-eyed. I was like, oh, shit, I hope I didn't hurt him. And then he leaned back and stretched his front paws way out, and he just went right back to sleep. I was like, oh, man, I must have got it, you know? And that motherfucker was happy as hell with me for 3 days. Like, damn, Grandpa, you got it, Dad.
The dog chiropractor is like, let me fix your alignment. Come here, son.
Well, I don't know how. I wish I didn't know all I know about spinal disalignment. I wish I didn't, but I have to kind of be my own chiropractor with the teeter sit-up and my tables and my stretches and stuff. So when I'm petting my dog, who I love, and I love to pet, I can't help but notice an inflamed muscle. And if it's around the hip region, spinal region, shoulder regions, I can imagine it just clicks in my mind. You know, I start feeling other spots because I know how it can radiate down through there. And then when I see evidence it's radiating from the neck down to the shoulder all the way in, then I'm the one that wants to massage it till it relaxes. Maybe align your back for you, you know. I mean, I know how it is. I wish I didn't. I can
homeboy's probably suffering, man. That's all he does is sit around all day. He's got nothing else to do. He probably does have lots of aches and pains. With that neck, it does look like he's in some pain.
It does.
He probably got in a car wreck or something.
Probably. Or he had a harsh birth, you know, or it happened in labor, childbirth.
Sometimes you're better off to deal with it than get a surgery. Like my friend that had those 2 surgeries, he's worse off now.
Yeah. My buddy had 2 vertebrae fused in his neck and 1 in his lower back. And after about 3 years, you know, I popped mine. He's like, dude, don't get them in your neck fused. And I'm like, what? He said, they just weld them where they are. And if it's pushing on the spinal cord, then it'll stay pushing on it. They don't align it. They just fuse it. So you'll be stuck with it for the rest of your life. He said, and I popped got in my neck 3 times before I had it. Each time, eventually the muscles loosened up and the shit went back in, or a chiropractor realigned it. I got rid of it. It's like, but the one in the back,
I got my shit fixed by a chiropractor. Who's what's with the
shit? My chiropractors on my
whose microphone is doing that? Hold on, somebody's microphone is like.
It's not me.
What is that?
Scratchy.
It is you. It is you, Mike. It is you.
It's about time I get a new one.
No, it's all good. Anyway,
no, it is,
dude. In my early 20s and all the way up through my early 30s, I had some very serious back problems. Was it L4? My lower back. It was very painful, like issues that I had, and I was on freaking narcotics for years and shit for the pain, and I don't know. It just doesn't. I found the right chiropractor. I wish he lived here because I'd go.
How did you do it, Helio? Like, how did you injure your back?
Listen,
I didn't injure it. I didn't injure my back. It just.
It's just from use, repetitive use.
Dude, it happened when I was 22 years old.
Yeah.
It's that counter making culture. Yeah.
Listen, it took me like 15 months I got this osteopathic doctor, and they know everything about alternatives from surgery. And this is why I swear by them and I stick with them now. I was in pain, and the only thing they could do for me, MDs, mask it. You know? You go from Vicodin 750 to Percocet 10 over 325s. And when you're like, hey, man, is there anything we can do that we can weld it in place? But people who've had the surgery, you see them going in the doctor, they're like, can't move their head left or right. Yeah. Don't have the surgery, man. Yeah. And you got to heed their warnings. Well, I go to the osteopathic doctor. And he says, my
mom's had 5 back surgeries.
He said, we'll do hot tub treatments, massage therapy, and physical therapy. So I go to one before the other and then the other, all in one day. And at first it was too much because I had that fucking nerve compression, and seriously in my neck, it's fucked up, dude. It put tension all down through your shoulders and everything. Give you muscle spasms, all that. But the third day, my upper body got exhausted from all this shit,
From all the treatments?
Yeah, and I took time off work to just focus on this. So the third time I went, the doctor said, the chiropractor, he said, you're real loose today. I said, fuck, I'm fucking exhausted. He said, well, this is where I'm trying to get you. Now really relax, close your eyes. He's got my head and my chin in his hand, and he starts telling me this story. And in the middle of one of the sentences, he just says, snap one way and snap the other. And this shit's like, it's like, pow, 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 pow. And I was like, oh my God. And he said, I didn't hurt you, did I? And I'm like, no. That's fucking relief. Do it again, so he moves your chin up farther and gets it to crack in other places. And at that moment right there, every bit of tension, I felt my upper body was gone. I mean, and everybody else was like, well, we can give you pain pills. I can give you some printouts on some stretches to do. You go to these physical therapies, they give you all this dumb shit to do. When all this dumb shit was designed, physical therapy was designed to help out with chiropractic. That's why it's called chiropractic physical therapy. You do the physical shit to wear out the muscles so the chiropractor can align your fucking shit. So if you're doing physical therapy without chiropractic, you're getting fucked. And I did physical therapy for like 12 fucking months and thought, at one point, when they were exhausted was when the chiropractor was supposed to go, ba, 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 cracked every bone in my back, everything, dude. And I mean, when he did the one right between my shoulder blades and it popped back into place, it was a violent slam that shuddered through my whole back, dude. And it hurt, right? It sent some pains through my body until it was in place for a minute. and I started to relax. And once he's done, he puts me on this fucking rice pillow, big ass body pillows. Gets 2 of them, puts them under me, and then gets one and puts it on top of me and has me hug it. He puts another one on top of my legs. I'm surrounded by like 90-degree temp. He says, here, so just relax for 15 minutes. Dude, it was so fucking hot, middle of the day, like 10 in the morning, I fell asleep. Like, fuck, I couldn't even stay awake. It was so fucking relaxing. And they got me on the, so the minute the pain was gone, the painkillers and the muscle relaxers wanted to put me to sleep. But when I was in pain, they didn't do a fucking thing for me, dude. They didn't make me drowsy at all. That's how I knew I was better. I was like, man, I better take a painkiller when I go home because I'm going to be in pain. I took the fucking painkiller and nodded it out. Here, I could eat 5 a day before that. I was like, what the fuck is up with that? And I asked my doctor, and he said, here's the thing. When people in pain take a painkiller, it doesn't get them stoned. Just takes the edge off the pain because the pain eats it up. But a motherfucker that ain't in pain takes them, they get blowed, and he was right. I go to the chiropractor now. I've only had it done once, but the yank, where they put the strap around your neck and yank your neck, yank your whole body, and it just pulls your head from it's hard to explain, but what it does is they put a strap around your head. You lay on your back and they jerk it back real quick, and it pulls your vertebrae apart so they all just snap right back in. Dude, I thought the chiropractor had me aligned until I went to University of Michigan and this dude did that. And I swear to God, when he did it, I puked twice and I had to roll over and stick my face in that hole in the physical therapy bed because my nose drained for a fucking hour. And I was like, dude, what the fuck is up with this? And he's like, you had compression, nerve compression that put pressure on a point that made your sinuses contract. It pinches the muscles. It's making the muscles in your sinuses spasm. That pressure's no longer there, so it's just wide open. So all that shit that was supposed to come out that ain't came out is now coming out. And literally, I'm only supposed to spend 45 minutes there, and they just left me in that bed there for like an hour and 45 minutes. They were like, when your nose quits running and you're not going to puke no more, you can go ahead and leave, But literally, the release of pressure made me dizzy. The release of tension, I didn't even feel right. I'd been tense for so fucking long. I was like, man, I feel fucked up. And the next day I felt normal. But it was a transition from so much fucking tension that you got used to normal again. I mean, and instantly, the minute those fucking vertebrae align and you take that tension off the nerve, it's instantaneous. Before that, you thought there were a million different things wrong with you. My knees are going bad, my collarbone's fucked up, my rotary cuffs are blown out in my shoulder. Lose that nerve compression? None of that shit was wrong with you. The only thing wrong with you was a vertebrae was pushing on a spinal cord nerve.
You've heard of the inversion tables, right? I mean, you might have
what my teeter sit-up is. Remember I said I use the teeter sit-up? It's an inversion table.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's the best money you could spend right there.
Yeah, dude, I've even been on them tables. They got these tables where you lay out like who drew the picture of the guy with his arms spread and his legs spread? But that picture where it shows you're all spread out like an X. You lay on a table that's got arm things and leg things like that. They strap your arm and legs in, and then it's got this moving part that your head sits on, and it comes in like a vice grip and grabs a hold of the two from the back of your neck while you're laying. The vice closes until it touches your jaw, and it grips your jaw and your head tightly, and it stretches your head away from your shoulders. It's called contraction table.
Yeah, I was talking about the one where you lay on it. I mean, you keep it at your house, and then you you pretty much just lay upside down for
that's
like
what
15
I got.
minutes.
A teeter sit up. You get
don't
in
need
it.
15.
You're standing up. You lay. No, when I first started using the teeter sit up, I could only stand about 4 minutes of it. Now I can do it for like 25 minutes, and that's every morning, bro. I start my mornings out with a teeter sit up.
25 minutes upside down is a long time, man. Like even 5 minutes, your head, all the blood goes to your head. And
It is, but that I don't do the entire 25 minutes hanging down. I'll hang down till I can't stand it no more, and I start leaning up and touching my toes, and I'll hold it like that to do a stomach workout. But that's every morning. That's why my stomach's ripped too. I can do sit-ups on that motherfucker. Did sit-ups.
Yeah, I just usually hang about 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's all you need. But
when you're doing it, do you like stretch your arms out and like touch the floor and shit while you're doing it? Like,
I do.
Open up.
I let my arms hang right beside my head, and then
you know what I do, Mike?
I take my right arm and I twist my body and try to get my hip to pop. I can normally get my hip to pop on that after about 5 minutes on the table.
Sometimes I push up against, there's like a cross member, and I push up against that to put more force, downward force, to crack my back.
Yeah, I can do that. I got like V's. There's tripods that are V's and a bar that goes through it and it swivels. And when you lean it down, you're looking at the V. You put your hands in and push and be inverted a little bit more. But yeah, that's what I try to do. I try to crack my back like that. And then I'll reach around with the right arm and grab that V and twist my back and hold it there. Then I can get it up. If my daughters are up, like my heard this morning, and she's like, "Oh my God, Dad." I was like, "Hey, don't say shit while I'm getting straight. I'm not until I get off this motherfucker. I might get mad and say, "Shut the fuck up." All right, man. Don't call me old man. She's like, "Christ, you're snapping back together like a Trex kid." I'm like, fuck, can't argue that. But literally, that's starts with the inversion table and ends with stretches. And if I sit for too long, I do certain stretching poses while I'm sitting. And is literally the worst thing you can do for worn disc, either in your back or your neck, because you sit in a certain position.
Michael, your microphone is really kind of sounding shitty again.
Is it? When your discs get totally worn, they pop in and out of place. They're called floating a disc.
Do you still work on your cars? Does that keep you from working on the cars, all that neck problem?
Hell no. That's why I use the teeter sit-up so much. Because I'm going to do what I'm going to do. I'll manage it. I don't care if I'm 70 and I have to go out there in my scootabout and then stand at the car for 5 minutes and sit down for a half hour. Eventually, I'll get that shit done.
Yeah, it's a lot of determination, man. Doing cars like that, there's a lot of times you don't want to. It's like, damn, dude, this is getting old. Standing on this shit for so many hours, it's very tedious work.
Yeah, I got a certain. Well, that's one of the problems with the upper part of my spine. Is I spent too much time in my life bent over a car. You develop a certain wear, your discs wear in a certain manner from bending. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Uneven wear. So, I mean, now they try to get me the well, my physical therapist says if I bend over the car for 15 minutes one way, I should set my hands on my hip and lean backwards and try to hold it there just where I can feel tension for equal amount of time for even wear. I like to I got a chair that I sit in that supports my middle back while I lean backwards. It's out in the garage, just old plastic chair, like a fucking waiting room chair, but it's a perfect size. So when my back
I've seen a table, Mike, like the scooters you lay on, those to go underneath the creepers. They got one it holds your midsection if you're working over the engine compartment.
Yeah. I've seen them.
It looks a little bit awkward, but it's like if it takes the load off you when you're doing like working over an engine for hours and doing shit like that.
If I gotta work on an engine for a few hours, I'm gonna tell you the truth, Ron. Generally, at this point in my life, I just pull the motor out of the fucking car. It takes me about.
Yeah, I would.
I can pull most motors in a half hour, 45 minutes. And then I can sit on the fucking bar stool and do whatever without bending over.
True. Yeah, that's the better way. If you got all the equipment, go for it. Yeah, sometimes
that's
not an option. You don't have, you know what I mean? A lot of people can't pull an engine.
Yeah, I'm never in that position. I can say, fuck this car, this truck, fuck it for the night or the week, because I've got other ones to drive. Company trucks, or I've got a couple trucks myself. I don't have just one personal truck.
Do you got a mechanic you hire to do all that shit, like at work, like a maintenance guy?
I got a lot of mechanics, diesel mechanics, heavy equipment mechanics. I run a fleet car repair service, fleet vehicle repair service, and heavy equipment repair. And plus, I have 4 diesel mechanics for my just for the fleet trucks on the asphalt company. But they do they're mostly doing fucking oil changes and glow plug fluids, filters. On diesels, you got to do a lot fluids and filters a lot. Sure, you get 1 million miles out of a diesel or more, but that's if you change the fucking and filters and glow plugs and at the proper time. If you don't, it's like anything mechanical. If you don't fix shit,
you got a bad connection. Your microphone's bad, Mike. I don't.
Yeah, it's probably my wire taking a shit on. Oh, is that better?
A little bit. It was just popping. It was hissing and popping.
Well, it could be I got the motherfucker.
Sounds like your shirt was dragging on the mic or something.
Oh, yeah, I was scratching my ear. But I'm wearing a headset, so I gotta move the whole damn headset. You with me? They're probably getting on charge. I've been charged.
So you got a little low, your mic. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't even know what I got my headset at. Here, I didn't talk about spinal health for too long, but anybody who has to work for a living should listen to what the fuck I'm saying and take heed, because this happens because of the normal use of your spine. Normal wear and tear, you can get spinal stenosis or worn disc or degenerative disc. If your hands start to go numb and your shoulders always hurt, you might want to get an MRI or even an X-ray and make sure you're not in spinal misalignment. And if you are, if you want, take the pain pills, but always first thing first. As long as you don't have herniated fucking disc, go to a chiropractor, man.
Yeah, that's when he took X-rays and he found I had that. So it's like there ain't much you can do about it. I mean, it did help. The chiropractor does help, but it's not going to heal a broken disc, like a ruptured disc.
Well, they're born. Yeah, ruptured disc, that's what herniated. Herniated and ruptured are two different things. Herniated means it's way far out of position. It's now pulling on your spinal cord. Ruptured. Now, the disc in between your vertebrae aren't just cartilage. There's gel inside that cartilage. A ruptured disc has exploded, and all the gel's gone out of there. So now you got two vertebrae that are just wearing together and mashing this wrangled piece of cartilage that's in between them, which is called spinal compression.
Yeah, mine had like a bulge in it. It was I don't know if it blew open completely, but there was part of it sticking out.
Yeah, a bulge? No, normally you don't have to worry about a rupture with a bulge. Just a bulge is just a couple millimeters out of place. And it doesn't really mean that it's worn to the point it's ready to pop. It means it's slipped out of position and your spine's articulating on it in a manner which is making it balloon up, like when you squeeze a balloon. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So now it's just bulging out of place.
That bulge pushes on the nerve. That's what's causing. That's what he said causes the sciatica.
And not just your not just nerves in your spine, but you got these nerves that come out of your vertebrae. They're like feelers, and the feelers when your disc is bulging, then the feelers on two different vertebrae can be touching each other. They're hairs, and it causes cross signals, and that causes a lot of crap too.
Yeah, it's weird. You get referred pain. Like it's like, hey, why does this over here? It has nothing to do with my back, but it's hurting down the back of my hamstring. What the fuck?
Yeah. Here, let me listen to the live stream. Let's see what.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff going on. It's best not to jack it up to those repetitive jobs like that. If you're lifting heavy bundles, doing roofs or something, a lot of people, you get tired and you start lifting like a little more careless. You're not like following the proper form because you get tired, you just grab it, you don't bend properly at the knees, and then bam, you fuck it up. That's actually probably part of that is what got me into this because I was at home with nothing to do and I was researching all this shit. You know what I mean? I'm just bored. I'm like, fuck, I couldn't work because my back was bad and it was winter time. So I'm like, I'll just rest my back. I'll watch YouTube videos, and that's how I found a lot of this shit. Maybe we should start even Helio try and start streaming on Odyssey if you could stream to like I know you stream to a couple places and we should see if we could build an audience over there because it's a lot better for free speech. Odyssey, they don't delete videos for content that's objectionable.
Hey, Ron, I looked into that. I mean, you have to pay to stream on Odyssey. So
You do?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Building the Realm was streaming on there. I didn't think he was paying.
The first time you recommended it, I checked it out, and you do.
All right.
I mean, I wouldn't mind doing it if, but it's not. It's actually not part of Restream either. So that's a separate subscription. It would mess up my
don't waste your
OBS.
money. Yeah, I wouldn't waste your money then. I thought it was free.
No,
I was hoping that maybe we can. We're going to need a backup streaming place because YouTube is going to get difficult.
No, I'd love to stream somewhere else where we can just speak our mind, whatever, and there's not so much censorship. But yeah, Odyssey, sure, it's a good platform. We wouldn't get near as much.
No, it's dead.
Influence as we have. There. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was actually paying Restream for a little bit to stream to my Facebook group on Facebook. I can stream free on my main channel on Facebook, but I don't want my channel to be this all the time, because I use Facebook for all kinds of stuff. But you can pay Restream.
You still using Facebook?
Yeah, I use Facebook. Where do you think I get all the fucking dank memes from?
I don't
know.
I haven't been on there in years, man.
Okay,
Facebook and Boomer Book. I don't know.
No, man. There's a lot of even. I mean, a lot of kids still use Facebook. Whatever. But anyway, you can create a group and stream in a group, that you created, but you have to, like with Restream, what I used, to stream from on Twitter and YouTube and DLive, those are all connected to my Restream account. And so if I was going to stream on Odyssey, I'd have to set it up different.
Yeah, don't bother. I wouldn't bother. Yeah. I'll just, run it till the wheels fall off. When the wheels fall off YouTube, then we'll kind of worry about it.
Yeah. Well, I got a copyright claim, not a community guidelines strike a couple weeks ago. Because they said that we were showing nude photos or something on our stream, and I was like, we don't do that. We have a strict policy here in the stream, with people that are posting or whatever. And I was like, what's this all about? Anyway, so I appealed it, and they took it off. So yeah, I'm on top of that shit, man, because they changed their policy. It used to be like if you get a community guideline strike, they won't let you live stream for 90 days. That was the way it used to be.
90 days? I don't remember that.
That's the way it used to be. But now it's a week.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought it was only a week. 90 days. Yeah,
well, no, dude. Man, a couple of years ago, it was 90 days.
Damn.
And so they changed it up. Anyway, but now what they do is, like, if you get one, they'll give you a warning. You can still stream. But if you get another one, then you can't stream for a week, and that's going to go. You get three strikes and you're out, right? They'll delete your channel if you.
Dude, they give you arbitrary strikes. They'll go back on old videos. I know this. They did this. I know people that
they've done it to me too. I mean, I get emails every single day.
Zoom Truth, right?
Yeah,
Zoom Truth. They were trying to shut him down, so he had to go back and delete a lot of videos he put up. Yeah. And even though they're old videos,
anyway,
they were set to private, they'll strike you if they want to get rid of you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how they would strike a private video.
Well, they did it to people that they didn't like Lift the Veil. He's like, I had these videos set on private, like there were videos about Sandy Hook and stuff.
Hey, is that better, Helio?
Oh, much better. Yeah, you got.
Yeah, that's way better, bro. You heard what it sounded like, right?
Yeah, I had to listen to my prison story again. My bad about the prison story. Listen.
But it was just all scratchy and stuff.
You got a good mic now.
It kept going.
Yeah, it was horrible. I was just like, oh shit! I gotta tell Mike, your microphone is fucked up, Mike.
Thanks.
Your mic is mic'd. All right.
You know what I had to do? Pull the USB chip out and put it back in.
Oh, that's all you. So you're using the same microphone now?
Yeah, it was just I don't know. There's too much room in there, and it gets dusty or something. You know.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Okay. I just pulled it out and stuck it back in a few times. You know, I think it was just losing connection in the USB.
Yeah, it sounds way better now.
Yeah, it's clear now.
Cool.
But yeah,
thanks for telling me, bro.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no problem.
Oh yeah, it was horrible.
It was pretty bad for like
fuck
10
Ron,
minutes.
You just kept talking to me and this shit's all.
I told you. I'm like, Mike,
I told you too. Everybody told.
Every time he's talking, it's like. Like, fuck, dude, you should have been like, look, I ban people for that. I mute them and put them in dog distance shit, Ron, man. You should have said, Mike, man, do something with your fucking microphone, man. What the fuck, motherfucker?
It was like
you ban people for that.
It was like Morse code, dude. I would hear like one word and it was like, like, what is he saying? What?
Fuck, earlier I was probably roboting and doing that, but
yeah,
I mean, it's been hooked up to the laptop for like since Judas told me to order this mic, so like 4 months now. I ain't unplugged it, you know.
It was good. Sometimes it goes in and out, but I thought maybe because you're out in the wood, like in the farmlands, it's maybe not the signal. It's not coming in so good on wireless.
No, probably when I'm using the cursor and beating on the laptop, it gets a good connection while it's moving around, and then I stop moving and it starts doing that.
So all you had to do was wiggle it a little bit.
See, he's in a far away area.
Yeah, that USB port that I use to plug it in, I actually put it in a new port. That one.
Yeah, I have to do that sometimes to change.
Yeah, I had a keyboard hooked up to it, and my dog kept fucking hooking the wire and plugging it out till the keyboard quit working. I think it blew out the USB port a little bit.
Sounds way better now. Cool.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't use that one no more.
Twad said, sounded like someone trying to fine tune you on an old black and white TV.
Yeah, fuck. I'm about ready to throw this. I got 5 of these laptops. They were the old business laptops. About ready to throw this one out and just break out another one. And I got to fuck with them for an hour so I can on-network them. I got to remove all the networking shit and then fine-tune everything in, and then I can use them. They're set up to network.
Business computers.
Yeah, so like if they're set to be on these ones, they got Wi-Fi, permanent Wi-Fi. You put a Wi-Fi card in there, you know, and wherever you go, you got Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So that a bidder can do a bid, and if they say, yeah, we'll take the job, you enter the job into the computer right then and there on the job site, and then it GPS locates it, tags it, plus puts the contract into the shuffle of scheduling so that the secretaries get it at that very moment. So they don't have to wait for you to get back at the end of the day and then you say, oh, well, this fucking job I took yesterday was supposed to be done today. No, the secretaries get it right now. And if they're wanting it done within a couple days, then that's part of the price. Because sometimes, you know, if a guy says, hey, I need to get it done in the next 3 days, well, we're going to jack the fucking price up $50, you know, so. Because we got to rearrange the scheduling for him, you know.
Yeah, but they can do it real time. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and then I tell them, well, you know, you can get a 20% discount if you have it done annually. If I'm your maintenance guy, but then you're put on the schedule, and I got return customers with preferred times. They get their preferred time and date every year. Do the same driveway, same time, every year, same day. You know what I mean? So you can be on that by just saying, well, and you can be bi-yearly or every year. So, I mean, but I get better prices for that too. So,
yeah, of course. When people sign a contract, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Right. So you say, yeah, I'll have you do it for 6 years, but I want it done every other year. Well, fuck, I'm going to knock $40 off your price because you're return business. Your startup money, I can project my year based on you. And I got a lot of return business. Anybody I've never had a person say, I've had people say, I can't afford to do it every year, so we'll just keep it on. I'll call you when I need it. But I've never had anybody say, no, I'd never have you do work again because my company motto is you don't pay till you're satisfied. Old men fucking love me. You know, these pricks will drive around on their riding fucking lawnmower, pointing out every crack on the driveway. You missed one. Think I'm fucking kidding. We do crack fill with this rubberized shit. The driveway won't be asphalt by the time we're done with them 90-year-old motherfuckers.
It's all rubber.
Yeah, it's a web of rubber. I'm just like, I asked my boy, I said, why didn't you just open the spout up and pour it out and get the squeegee out and spread it around right here? Fucking do the whole square. And when they said, well, we can do that, Mike? Well, yeah, we're going to do this dye every year. Next year, you don't have to hear, hey, you missed one because you covered the whole fucking, where your driveway. This bastard's too cheap to get a patch and repair. He's not going to have us cut out some shit. We call it gator cracks. But where the cracks are all over the fucking driveway and it looks like a gator's back or a snake's spine, a snake's scales, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or like a dragon. Well, the motherfucker's cheap. He'd rather you fill that in with rubber. I had one guy, when he finally did it after like 12 years, he's like, I think we should do that now. I said, you think so? I said, yeah. I sent my boy out there to cut it with a wet saw, the wet saw guy. And he calls me up like, I can't cut this driveway, Mike. I said, what are you saying? He
Too much fucking rubber.
Yeah, he said, you got to send the thermal truck out there because I got this big hot patch truck. Yeah, and I said, well, if it's all fucking rubber, dude, and we put the truck on it, man, it's going to start a fucking fire, man. There's 10,000 pounds of propane on that fucking truck. Fuck you. Do it with a torch. He said, then I got to breathe it. I said, fuck, what the fuck you want to do? Come get the Bobcat then. He went and got the Bobcat.
Just dig it up.
Dug it all out. Yeah, he said when he dug it all out, man, the rubber was just holding on to shit like one of Spider-Man's webs, ripping chunks out of it. I was like, I don't give a fuck. Just take it all out, man. We'll just,
So after all that, they had to eventually just dig it all out and replace it.
Yeah, and it was a big fucked up spot. But what I did is I went in, and it was so big, I said, fuck it, I hot patched everything that came into it, heat it up and resurface it and put new shit down so that all the way up to the edge of it, so I had clean edges. So you came into it, I ended up like for fucking $1,200 giving this guy a 15 foot of a new driveway, 10 foot wide, 15 foot long, 6 inches thick, which would have cost him about $3,000, but I did it for $1,200, because I only got maybe $6. I made about $200 off the guy. You know what I mean? Which isn't much for all the equipment and the man time I had out there. But this guy never asked for a discount. He was the 90-year-old guy that wanted to be a prick. He said, I pay you. And I overcharged him for his driveway, and he said, I pay you that much every year so I can bitch. And he was so nitpicky, he didn't care. So I made enough money off this motherfucker yearly. I was like, yeah, whatever. As long as I make...
You did all those repairs and then had to do a major job after all the repairs. And then...
Yeah. But he got it after that, and he'd tell his neighbors. He'd go tell.
Yeah,
his
that's what I'm
neighbors.
saying. Word of mouth.
I did all his neighbors.
Hey, this is good. This is good stuff.
And he'd tell his neighbors, "Hey, man, don't have them put rubber all over that. One day you'll park your car on there, and that shit'll sink. And then when they tear it out, it'll take half your fucking driveway out. Cost you a bunch of money. You ain't me. He likes me. He'll fucking charge shit out of you." So his neighbors started saying, well, how much to maybe take out this 10 by 10 area? Like, oh, that's $600 patch. We come in and do with a heat truck tomorrow. Oh yeah, fuck, throw that on the job. So
yeah,
those heat trucks make me good money too, because one man can run it. You can get 2 ton of asphalt, you back up to the spot, you set down this big ass 10 by 10 metal propane cooker, you ignite it, set it down there, it heats it up, you break out the wheelbarrow, keep putting wheelbarrows on it to where it's high enough to where when you roll it out, it's going to be even with the shit. And when you roll it out, it's a brand new patch, 10 by 10 square. And it's quick. I mean, you can do one of these. It takes 8 minutes to heat the patch up. And literally these, you can do 10 by 10 brand new section of asphalt every 15 minutes.
Wow, man, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
you need a bobcat too. You need a bobcat.
No, you don't need. You don't take nothing out, Ron. You heat the asphalt up until it's hot. Till it's hot again. It's good mix. Now, if I just roll out the shit that I heated up, it's gonna look nasty. That's why you put brand new top grade on top of it, so it rolls out and looks perfect. I mean, literally, dude, fucking $300, man. If I pay a guy to work 12 hours. And he does 20 of these motherfuckers, I made a killing off that guy right there. And I got 8 of these trucks. I bought one, and it was a $150,000 truck. And being the prick I am, I was like, well, man, this is just all fucking propane valves. So it don't cost $150,000 to build this truck. So I built my own. I just kept building one every year till I had a fleet of them. I'm like, fuck it. I make a killing off them. It makes patchwork easy. Generally, I'd send 5 guys with a jackhammer and a wet saw in a dump truck. They'd spend hours cutting all that shit out, throwing all the asphalt out. Then I'd have to go buy a bunch more asphalt than I do with these trucks because I got to fill in the entire hole. So now I got 5 more guys. I got a roller. I got 2 trucks, So I have 3 days of materials and labor into this shit, and on patches you end up making $75 a patch. Instead, I make fucking $275 a patch, $250 a patch, and I do patches all day long, nonstop, all summer long, as long as the truck's full of propane and asphalt. And I pay one guy. All he does is sit at the yard all day, and when people come in, like if the heat patch truck is done, he makes sure every tank on there is full. If a 100-pound tank's empty, he takes it off and puts a new one on. He just fills the trucks up with gas. He takes them to the gas station, fills them up, does oil changes, checks the brakes, and puts materials on the truck. This way, my laborers don't have to do, they don't have to load their trucks with materials. They can come, get their job sheet for the day, go out the door, jump in their truck, and be gone. Because this guy puts everything they need on the truck. And nobody wants this fucking position, but my nephew does it, and he gets more hours than anybody else. I pay him good.
He likes to be the yard man?
Yeah, he's a yard man. He's the guy that says, you brought the excavator back. He noticed the hydraulic lines are leaking. He puts a tag on it, puts in a work order, calls the right people. The fucking excavators work. It's done before the excavation crew goes out again the next day. The Bobcats, you need a new tire. He does all that. My nephew does all that. I actually pay him $22 an hour. And he can sit he can live at the yard if he wants. I don't give a fuck. I got crews coming and going all day long. Seal coating's done at night. Hot patch and asphalt's done all night and all day. So there's always work there for him to do. I swear this kid, when his wife bugs him sometimes, and when she does, he'll just clock in fucking 72 hours in 3 days. He don't give a fuck. He'll just stay at the yard. And I don't care because the operators don't always, they're supposed to inspect their equipment, but they're always fucking tired, They work all fucking day in the heat, So I pay him so that if they miss something and it ends up fucking up other shit, I'm not mad. Because if they miss it, my nephew don't. Because he knows. I help raise him. He knows Uncle Mike's a picky bastard. I don't care that that's only one little drip of oil on this line. Uncle Mike would say repair it. So he tags it and tells somebody to fucking repair it. He's a picky bastard just like me.
Yeah, you got to go around with the grease gun and grease all your fittings because Ron
knows. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, if you got all that, dude. The sloppy operator don't grease the fittings and shit, you're going to wear out the expensive equipment. It's going to cost you a lot to fix it just from, lack of maintenance.
Yeah. And I do this because it keeps the operators more productive because they know they can be lax. They can come in the yard and be like, hey, Josh, here's all the shit I didn't eat today at work. Hey, here, Josh, here's all my, here's my pops. You want the pops I got left in the Gatorade and stuff? And he'll be like, yeah. And they'll be like, I ain't get time to inspect my shit. Will you look it over? And my nephew, he'll do what I do. Step back, fire up a halfie and say, well, that looks kind of fucked up, but I can't see. Let me get the power washer and clean it off. He's just like me. He don't have to leave the yard unless he's going to get gas. But I also got trucks. I got fuel trucks. They got fuel tanks on them, 150-gallon pump tanks. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
You go get 150-gallon of diesel, 150-gallon unleaded, and you don't go back unless that truck needs full. So, and
that's good, man. He's on top of all that shit.
Yeah, he is. But this motherfucker, he'll get me. I mean, he'll get 104 hours in a week. The beginning of the summer, I know this motherfucker is going to do any little thing that needs done. But you know why I don't care? Because it may be just fix the fence around the equipment yard. But I appreciate that because my alarm sensors are hooked up to the fence. And I want you to stay on top of that. So if the alarm goes off, the alarm company sends the police to my yard and nobody steals my shit. So everything he does is valuable. The equipment and the people are the company. My guy's happy because he ain't going to inspect his shit because my nephew does. Cool. He's worth his money. And my nephew inspects all the shit, so nothing gets missed. That's all he does, Here, let me change your oil, motherfucker.
Oh, he likes that. It's better than working on the hot asphalt. That's pretty rough.
Yeah, when he doesn't have nothing to do, he's sitting in a chair, leaned back by a grill in the equipment shed.
He gets downtime, right? But he puts a lot of hours in. There's a lot of lull between.
Yeah, when all the equipment that's sitting there that he can see is checked and inspected and everything like your seal coat rigs. When they come in, they'll be empty of seal coat. He pulls them up, he pumps them full of seal coat. They might need crack filler. He'll put crack filler in there. They use sand to fill cracks. He'll put bags of sand on there. He'll clean all the garbage off their trucks. All this stuff is, you got 5 guys, okay, a crack filler